my phone real quick and get on the live stream. I'm always shocked each week by the amount of people that keep trying to join via TikTok, even after they've read the screen says what to do.
It turns out reading is hard.
Reading is very difficult. All right, let me get my phone loaded up. You're loaded up.
Yep. So last week when you weren't here, Ian didn't have the join as guest with the URL in the text box.
Oh, because I made a background that he didn't have. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. So it's fine. So instead, what Ian did is, or what I did is, I took a screenshot of an old recording of the box join as guest tinyurl. Yeah, that sent it to Ian on Discord, and then Ian put it up as Ian just kind of like dragged it over top, and it was like the sketchiest thing, but it worked.
It worked. So yeah, I took the image that you sent me, and then I just put the box over top of it in Canva and called it a day. That way we don't have to keep like putting it up there and telling people.
So I wonder if the Hebrew behind us is like AI generated, because it's
not
sort of Hebrew, but then it also looks like really squiggly.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like a mixture between Hebrew and Syriac.
Okay, mister, I can read Hebrew and Syriac.
Oh, sorry. Well, it's definitely AI generated. It's not really Hebrew, but there are some Hebrew letters in there. Like I can see some actual Hebrew letters.
Right.
Welcome in, guys.
Right. Anyway,
we're gonna have Ian with us shortly. He's gonna be about 15 minutes late. So, but thanks for being here, guys. You guys know the routine. I think we're on episode number 11. And we've got somebody in the guest box already. So let's bring in Alex.
We already have a guest. Great.
Welcome in, Alex.
Howdy.
All right, thank you.
Alex, what's your position? Are you a theist or a non-theist?
Well, I'm a theist. Yeah, I believe in God. My religion is Christian.
Okay.
I'm also 18 years old, but
right.
I do like debating, and yeah.
Fair enough.
So why would you say that it's reasonable to believe in the Christian position?
So the Christian position has made the most sense for me, at least. So according to the New Testament and the Old Testament combined. So yeah.
Well, can you elaborate on that? What do you mean?
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing as Dr. Blitz. Is there something about the Bible that seems compelling to you?
Well, no, it's just the fact that I started thinking that, could there be a God? And if there is, where should I search for him, And I started thinking, well, let's just try different religions. And so Christianity displayed sensible, I don't know, English is not my first language.
It's okay.
Sensible, it made sense to me, So you do not have to do like religious things. All you need to do to gain salvation is trust in a God, trust in what Jesus did for you. But
so it sounds
that's
like you chose
kind of besides the point.
It sounds like you chose it because it's easiest. It's like the easiest way to not be afraid of death. You don't have to do anything to avoid it. It sounds like you chose Christianity because it's essentially the easiest religion to avoid eternal damnation or to avoid the infinite nothingness. All you got to do is believe, and then you get eternal heaven forever.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but does that make it likely to be true?
Well, that's the reason I chose it. But I started to grow spiritually, and then I started to understand why Christianity. So yeah, that was the motivation for me to join Christianity, but it was not. Now it's not the end reason, you know.
Sure. So it sounds like, sorry, Dr. Blitz. It sounds like what
No,
Dr.
go
Blitz
ahead.
is stating is what happened. You initially got into it because you liked it, and then once you were in it for a while, you discovered that it was true. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Blitz.
So how do you know it's true? Yeah, how do you know it's true?
Okay. So how do I know it's true? Well, special revelation. There's evidence for Christ's resurrection. I guess.
When you say special
I've
revelation, do you mean to
personally,
yourself?
but excuse
Do you
me.
mean that you yourself had special revelation, or are you saying about somebody else's special revelation?
No, just in general, special revelation on record, like, you know.
Okay.
I
So
would
you said special
say-
revelation, you said the resurrection of Jesus. What else?
And
If that's it, that's fine.
the fact that it makes sense, I would say.
Sure.
So it wouldn't make sense for me to personally believe that there is not a God.
Well,
Right, but that
Do you
could
get
be
what I'm
like-
saying?
You
So
could be like Hindu.
right, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it's possible that there is another God, right?
exactly, but Hinduism would not make sense for me as Christianity. I haven't really gone into Hinduism, so maybe I would have confirmation bias, but according to me as a Christian, the Hindu gods would be more demonic gods, you know, Elohim. But
I'm a little confused. Didn't you say earlier that you kind of looked at the religions, like the available religions, and you kind of picked out Christianity?
yeah, good point. Yeah, so I
So
Did
which ones did you
look-
look
at Muslim, like I looked at Bible-based
So-
religions because the
Okay, so you
Bible
looked at Islam.
stood
You
out
looked
for
at
me.
Islam and Christianity. You missed like 2,998 other religions, by the way.
That's fine.
I mean, and it's
That's
not
fine.
like it's not like Hinduism is even like a small local religion either. It's like the third most practiced belief system or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you were trying
this
to
is
evaluate
kinda-
your options,
it's
it
kinda
just seems
besides
like
the
you
point,
should have
though.
checked. Well, I
Right?
mean, so the reason I asked was because it seems relevant that when you say that this one makes sense and Hinduism makes less sense, that seems like I don't think that you've even looked into Hinduism. Perhaps what you should say is you should say that Christianity makes sense, and that's it. Maybe Hinduism makes more sense. You just have more reading to do.
Yeah. So
That's a good point.
are you Orthodox or Catholic or Protestant?
I don't know, but what's an Orthodox?
Well, if you don't know what an Orthodox is, you're definitely not Orthodox. So we can count that one right out. So it sounds to me like you're probably just in the Protestant persuasion.
Yeah, probably.
Do you accept the Pope?
Yeah, no, I'm
As,
not.
like,
I'm
an
not
authority?
Catholic.
Okay. Then you're
Yeah.
you're a Protestant.
Okay,
fine.
so if you're Protestant, then that means you probably believe that Scripture is infallible.
Could you explain what infallible means, please?
Yeah, so typically biblical infallibility is that the Bible can't be wrong when it makes statements. So like if it says statement X is X, then X cannot be Y. Like when it says things, it has to be true.
Yeah, I do, and I get where you're going with this. You probably want to bring out a few contradictions within the Bible, right?
I mean, contradictions, failed prophecies, claims about the world that aren't true, like a firmament existing, things like that are typically places I would point to.
Okay, cool, but that's a bit like those are debates on their own, you know.
Say that again.
Well, but
So failed prophecies or maybe some of the things you mentioned are debates on its own. That's like different, like shifting the goalpost, you know?
No, I don't think so, because like if the Bible's not true, like if we find things in the Bible that's not true, then it suggests that the other claims of the Bible are questionable as well. You know what I mean?
Which is fair, but the point is not about the Bible. The point is whether or not a God exists, you know?
Well, I mean, we were kind of addressing the Christian God. It's possible that the Christian God doesn't exist and that some other God exists, and we'd be happy to talk about that as well.
Do you have an argument that a God exists that isn't reliant on Christian theology?
Yeah, well, I would like to say that just because it's, you know, like science points to, I think somebody's Occam's razor or something like that, right?
Occam's razor is a useful heuristic for, you know, evaluating scientific ideas. Sure.
I would just say that it kind of states that God is not necessary, right?
That's not what Occam's razor is about.
Yeah, no, that's not what Occam's razor is about, but it kind of states that I think I connected my...
No,
can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
So
but I think it kind of states that God is not necessary because science, it's not necessary to prove anything because science has already proven everything without God. Well, because science follows Occam's razor, right?
That's one way to look at things. I mean, like, certainly there are unanswered scientific questions, you know, like questions like, you know, is there other life out there? That's an unanswered scientific question that can be answered empirically. But like, yeah, if you're thinking about like the gods of the antiquities, for example, like we now know where lightning comes from, and it doesn't come from a bearded man sitting on top of a mountain throwing it, right? So like, certainly you could still believe that Zeus is real, but now Zeus doesn't do anything. So Occam's razor says, well, he's probably not real, or rather, it's prudent to not believe that he's real. So for a lot of the claims for explanations of things that are given in the Bible, like where did plants come from? In Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, you know, it gives an explanation for where plants come from. We now know where plants come from. So we don't need an explanation for that coming from the Bible. We don't need a God to explain where plants come from, for example. So it is in some sense true that, you know, we can use Occam's razor to eliminate some notions of God from our worldviews, but perhaps not all of them.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So let me ask you a question. If let's say, for example, we find the remains of bacterial life in the crust of Mars, what does that mean about the Christian God?
What does it mean about him? I guess it's not going to be... Because I'm not sure if he will make aliens or not, but does that mean that evolution is true? I'm not sure. It could be, could not be.
Right. I think it's really interesting.
What does it say about the Christian God?
Yeah, I think
that is an interesting question.
Because if we find that something that's living, as what we would describe living, and we find it on another planet, that's something that would be unexpected in the Christian worldview, right?
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Right. Dr. Blitz, did you see in 2024, I believe, they found sulfur on Mars?
Yeah, there have been a lot of like tantalizing pieces of data that are like indirect evidence of life. I think that actually there was evidence of something in the atmosphere of Venus as well, somewhat recently. But again, nothing conclusive.
Right. Well, the sulfur was interesting to me because sulfur forms typically through bacteria reaction. Not always, but quite often. That's how we know it here on Earth, which means there could have been bacteria on Mars at one point that formed that sulfur.
Right.
Anyways, that being said...
Wait, is sulfur a...
Justin's talking about elemental sulfur.
Right. Yeah. There's basically two ways that sulfur can form.
Okay.
The way that is most common here on the Earth,
Yeah.
though, is through a bacterial process, typically involving bacteria feeding on salt crystals, and then the byproduct is sulfur. Just like if you have a bucket of sugar water and you put yeast in it, the yeast will emit alcohol as a byproduct. So it's a similar process with a lot of the sulfur formation. Now that's not all sulfur formation. Again, I'm just using an example because sulfur can form in other ways, but it is possible that there was bacterial life on Mars, given that we found sulfur there, and that we know one of the ways that sulfur can form is through bacterial production. But we did also find amino acids on meteors, which is really interesting. But
we found amino acids just floating in gas clouds in space. They're way more common than you might think.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Shoot. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Christianity. What would be the because I think you touched on it before, but what would be like the most compelling piece of evidence that would demonstrate that Christianity is true?
That would be, I think it would be the claim that Jesus existed, or Jesus resurrected, maybe.
Sure. Well, I think we already agree that he existed, so I'm not sure what we need to do that. Do we, Blitz? Do you think he existed?
Yeah, I think he did. By the way, Justin, apparently somebody is saying in the YouTube channel that my audio is a little bit low.
Yeah, I caught that from Aaron. I did just bump it up a second ago. Let us know if the audio is better. I can keep bumping it up if I need to, guys.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I agree that Jesus probably existed. There was probably a guy named Yeshua wandering around, Jerusalem 2,000 years ago or so.
Yeah. So what would be the evidence that he resurrected?
That he rose. Okay, so we have... I sound confident, but I'm just going on the school I went to. So we have eyewitness testimonies. So a bunch of people claiming to have seen him after he has risen. And we have the apostles that was willing to die for, or be persecuted or tortured for just... how can I say this? Not denying it after he has died, and we have the tomb.
Three ways.
Yeah.
Justin, do you want to talk about?
I think the tomb. I'm not sure.
Do you want to talk about?
But yeah.
Well, so there's three things you brought up. There's the eyewitness accounts. There's the persecution.
Yeah.
After his death, and then there's the empty tomb. Justin, which one do you want to cover?
Well, I think the eyewitnesses...
I'm fine with all of them.
I agree. I think we can touch all of them. So I think the eyewitnesses is kind of a difficult one to determine because like almost none of the eyewitnesses wrote about it. And the Gospels are secondhand and even third-hand accounts. So like Mark wasn't one of the disciples. He didn't witness anything. Luke wasn't one of the disciples. He didn't witness anything. John didn't write John. There was a collection of authors writing John. Now, it's possible that the authors wrote down some of John's testimony. That is possible. We can call that secondhand. And that leaves you with the book of Matthew. But the book of Matthew makes so many outrageous claims about the Old Testament that I can't take it seriously. And the book of Matthew constantly gets things wrong. When it quotes the Old Testament, it doesn't even quote it correctly. Whoever wrote that book couldn't read Hebrew or Aramaic because they were only quoting from the Greek text and they didn't even understand Greek very well. So it seems to me that if Matthew, being a Jew, wrote that book, he should have wrote it in Hebrew, but he didn't. He wrote it in Greek. So I don't know who wrote Matthew, but it certainly wasn't Matthew the tax collector. Because Matthew the tax collector, who was an actual disciple of Jesus, copied his own conversion story from the book of Mark. Why would you copy your own conversion story from somebody else's somebody else's gospel? Why wouldn't you just write it yourself in the first person? You know what I mean?
This is all to say we don't have first-hand accounts.
I think the closest you can get to a first-hand account is the book of First Peter, and I think Peter's authorship of that book is questionable at best. Not that he couldn't have wrote it, but even if he did write it, I actually think there's an explanation for the resurrection and for Peter believing in the resurrection. So Peter, if he wrote First Peter, it's possible that he was convinced that he saw a resurrected Jesus, and let me tell you how. So in the ancient world, it was popular for people to claim that somebody special resurrected from the dead. We find this even of the Roman Caesars. People claimed to witness them after they had died. And we find this of the most famous is Nero. Nero famously resurrected after he passed away when he was away at battle. And so many people believed it that that there was an army in Parthia. When there was an imposter that showed up that looked like him, they thought it actually was him, and so they actually put him. They put him basically in the highest status of the army, under the guy leading the army, and marched into Rome, thinking that they were going to wage war with Rome with a resurrected Nero at the helm, and put him back on the throne. And then they got annihilated by the Romans. So, thousands and thousands of Parthian soldiers were willing to give their lives for a guy who was literally just an imposter. And I think that the fact that there was probably a Jesus imposter after he died explains a lot. It explains why in the gospel accounts, nobody actually recognized him after he resurrected. He had to convince them or reveal himself to his followers because for some reason, they couldn't recognize the guy. And then it also explains why we don't actually have any accounts from the Romans, because the Romans were in the business of killing all these imposters, whereas the followers of the cult would have saw the imposter and said, "Oh, this must confirm our already held belief." So I think there probably was an imposter. I think he probably showed up to the women and to Peter and then disappeared into the night. And that was all they needed to get the cult started.
Okay. Well, I get you're getting a bunch of points right. Maybe you could be speculating a bit, but I would say that the reason they couldn't recognize him is because he would be in a new body, it's part of the Christian belief that when you die, you get placed into a new, a better body, right?
Sure, but
that's more plausible than like just some guy claiming to be some other famous guy who just recently died that they wanted to see resurrect. Like,
right?
I don't know.
Plus, he
Okay,
still
good point.
he still had the wounds. Remember when Thomas was doubting? And he showed him his wounds.
Yeah.
Now, why would
that was just a
why would his new body have the wounds?
Just to prove that. Why would his new body have wounds? Because it's his decision. If he's God, he would like to have a memorial of the day he saved his people. Maybe that could be the reason. There could be alternative reasons, but it's just to show the love, But also, you could just use the wounds to prove that, hey, listen, this really is Jesus,
Well, so the way that it's worded in the Gospel of John is that Thomas says, "Unless I see the mark of the nails in his hand and put my finger in the mark of the nails, in my and my hand in his side, I will not believe." He's suggesting that he actually wants to touch the open wound. He wants to put his finger in the open wound.
Excuse me? You cut off.
Well, according to the Gospel of John,
I'm really sorry. I don't want to take all of the time, but
oh, you're okay.
Can I just ask one question or one last question?
Sure.
but maybe, or if you would like to explain that last part, and then I'll ask my question, if that's fine with you.
Well, I'm just saying that according to the Gospel of John, Thomas was saying that I won't believe unless I put my finger in his wounds. Right? And then that's what happens. Jesus says, put your finger here and see my side, see my hands, reach out your hand and put it in my side. He doesn't say, look at it. He says, put your finger in the wound. It's still bleeding.
Is that the myth, the legend?
Welcome in, Ian.
Hey, wait, can you hear me? Can I talk?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, that's a good.
And I'm sorry, Justin. Is that a metaphysical claim that you can hear me? Is that metaphysical?
It's not 100% true.
God, what a joke. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. What was going on? What's the dialogue?
Well, we're talking to a young man named Alex who thinks that Christianity is the best explanation for things, and we're just having a good faith discussion. He's being a really good sport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's always chill.
So, Alex, you did say that you had one more question before you wanted to go. By all means, you can ask it if you want.
Yeah. Thank you. So you claim that there isn't a God, or maybe there isn't a Christian God. Isn't that a bit bold to state? Or
I think it's just as bold to, I think it's just as bold to
maybe
state
the
that there
purpose
is
behind
one.
that claim?
Well, so I guess like the reason why I don't think it's bold.
Maybe the purpose of the debate would be to figure out if there really is a Christian God, right?
Well, there definitely isn't a Christian God.
Would you be convinced if I...
Well, yeah, so I think my position is probably the same as the other panelists. Okay. Like it may very well be that there could be some form of a higher power, but I don't think any of us are convinced that it could ever be the Christian God, because the Christian God is hopelessly contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. But now, a follow-up question. That's higher power. What would it be?
Doug.
Atheismo.
Cool.
Or perhaps it's unknowable, right? If such a thing exists. Perhaps there is a higher power, but it never interacted with the universe, and it didn't even create the universe. And it just exists, separate from the universe in some sense that is completely unknowable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume if there exists like a higher power, I would assume that it wants nothing to do with humans, based on like the sheer apathy that it displays in the face of like horrific suffering.
Except if it created humans.
I don't think that if it loves us at all, if it cares about us at all, it wouldn't let us live in like the conditions that we currently live in.
We are currently in the worst timeline, and you would expect to be in a better timeline.
If there's a God and he created humans, he could do whatever he wants, you know?
Not if he's all good.
Yeah, there are a few restrictions there. Like, if it's your God, certainly he can't do whatever he wants. He can't, like, be evil, for example. Yeah. But if it's just it could be like a malicious God that is putting us in the worst of all possible worlds, which, you know, maybe this is that.
Yeah, there's lots of pieces of data that would make me think that we live in like the evil God world. Awesome.
But now what I'm asking is how would you search for it, and what would convince you? So because I want to gather my information and my evidence, and because you've challenged my faith, you know, and I do not want to have confirmation bias.
Right. I know what would convince me.
And then I'll come back next time. And yeah.
I think the thing that would be the most convincing to me, if the God of the Bible was true, was if the actual predictions in the Old Testament had all come true. And there's so many
of them. Or if they came true tomorrow.
Not exactly a God in the Bible, but maybe just searching for how would you search for a God or for a religion? Which would be true to you? What would be...
So the way we go about like
you understand,
searching,
because you can't say all of the religions are false, because you haven't really been in all of the religions. There are 2,000. You need to research like more and more and more. So you can't really say that all of them are false if you haven't researched them.
So the way that we go about
that's exactly what I did, but yeah.
So the way we go about like researching and like trying to find things, we have like this hypothesis that God exists, that the universe was created by an immaterial mind. We then ask ourselves, what would we expect if this were true? We create priors for specific beliefs, and then if these beliefs are true, if they were the case, what would we expect? You know, we would probably expect if like the God of the Bible or like any God were real, for example, we would expect that the universe came into existence at like one discrete point. But that's just not unambiguously the case at all, right? Like physics, it doesn't lead us, or at least it hasn't led us to this conclusion yet. You know, for the Christian God, we would certainly expect like the stuff in the Bible to be accurate, and it's like categorically not accurate. So the way we go about determining whether or not religion is true. Oh, okay, wait, it's my. Oh, I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
Yeah. The way we would go about determining whether or not religion is true is just by forming a hypothesis and seeing what data we would expect if it were true.
So, for an example,
Okay, cool.
I guess the point is that there is not really a way to check to see if there is some God. You need to formalize what you mean by whatever God you're referring to. And that formalization of the God, like, you know, a set of description of properties, will lead you to infer that if that God exists, then we expect to see such and such a thing. But it's impossible to verify. That would be like saying, does there, does stuff exist? Let's say that you don't know anything about the world, and you say, does stuff exist? Well, if you wanted to check that, you'd have to know what stuff is, right? So you need a concrete description of the thing that you're trying to verify or invalidate.
Okay. Well, my definition of a God, and this is the last point, I actually need to leave, but it would be the creator of it would be a creator of the universe, and it has control over the universe. Is that a good definition of a God?
Sure, that's a fine definition of a God. Yeah,
it's at least a good starting point. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. I'll catch you guys.
Oh. Hold on.
Super chats. So
Justin
if you'd like to
is
do the
fucking
honors.
with the composition.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong.
What have you done?
I clicked the wrong button. Hold on.
This is.
Okay, sorry. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
And Justin is for some reason bigger than the rest of us.
You know what? That's because all the aspect ratios in here are not the same, and Ian's camera always comes in at a weird aspect ratio. Let me adjust his aspect ratio real quick.
Fuck, man.
This guy with his expensive camera.
True.
All right, I think it's roughly the
Expensive
same.
camera? Is that a metaphysical claim?
It's not 100% true.
Well,
Could have been cheap. We could have never known.
Let's say we bought a Powerball ticket. Oh my god, this dude was so funny.
It was laughable. Right, but we do have two. I'll just read the super chats. We have one super chat from Texas Panhandler for $4.99 who says, "Don't finger Jesus, Thomas." Probably good advice.
Jesus got fingered by Thomas. No.
We have another super chat from Robert for $3, just giving us a good old thumbs up. Thank you very much, Robert. We appreciate you.
Yeah, big W, Robert. Definitely appreciate that. All right, let's get our
enormous W
next guest in here. And Ian, welcome in. Sorry we had to play catch up there, but it's good to have you guys this morning. I got excited this morning when I woke up and it was time to do Unapologetic, because I missed it last week, and I was so disappointed that I couldn't be there, but happy to be here this week. Let's get Grand Minister with us. How you doing, Grand Minister?
What's going on, brothers? How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Thanks for being patient and waiting. We appreciate you.
Good, good. No problem, no problem. I've been watching you guys. Um, saw you guys on TikTok originally, just for reference.
Nice.
And I see you guys seem as you guys seem, how would be the correct term?
Reasonable?
Well, open and reasonable. I guess as far as what I see. So that's good. That's a good starting point, right? Now, I just wanted to address the whole, thing as far as atheism. I guess that's what you guys stand from. Your standpoint is atheism,
Yeah.
is agnostic. Is it? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So what's your position?
So I believe in the Christian God, the Abrahamic God,
Mhm.
the Bible,
Okay.
and so on and so forth. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. However, I do believe it from not more of a scientific point. I believe that science, if you understand what science is the observation of, let's just say, things, right, of nature, or it's to observe, right? So I believe that science explains God on a more complex level. So people say, oh, because we understand the explanation of what's happening, that doesn't necessarily explain why it was created and the purpose of it. Right. So, for example, I can say a spoon is made of steel, metal particles, and it's shaped, and I can explain the shape of why it's shaped that way. I mean, not why. I can explain the shape. I can explain the angles. I can explain the materials that compose of a spoon. But why is the spoon here?
Well,
And why does the spoon exist?
I think
That's
you're.
it. So that
I think you're presupposing that the universe has a purpose.
I mean, based off more so, I can use the premise of our bodies. So our actual bodies, we notice that based off the design of our bodies, and if we can correspond that with just the things that we produce in the natural, it's compelling evidence that it was created for a purpose. Like our mouths, our eyes, our organs, they all serve a purpose, and we even explain it in science. We say, hey, this is for this is for that, and it serves this purpose. So from that premise, I'm saying, okay, with that same kind of theory that we assume our eyes are for visual pictures or to interpret things, when our bodies that are so, even our cells down to the molecules of our cells and and even bacteria, everything, we can explain what it does. Why don't we have that same ideology with God? And his explanation, we just don't happen to know it.
Wait, so let me make sure I'm getting this right. So are you saying that God is real because of like how perfect our bodies are?
No, I'm saying that science.
I think it's an
is the
argument from
observation
design.
of things. Science explains us, but that doesn't mean that just because we understand how it functions doesn't exclude the point that why it was functionable or if it was created. Does that make sense?
I'm not. No, I guess to be brief in a word, no. I think I'm still confused.
All right.
I think I know what you're
use
saying,
spoons.
Minister.
Yeah, we know why.
Oh,
We
so
can explain what a spoon. Yeah, we can explain what
so
the components of a spoon is.
so correct me if I'm wrong. I think your position is something like, well, it looks like the human body has parts that have purpose. So then where does that purpose come from? Is that roughly your position?
Kind of without being a hypocrite in the things of logic that we are everyday kind of. So, for example, we assign purposes to things, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Subjects
so-
assign purposes to objects. Yeah.
Yes, it's the object, and we can explain those purposes. You know what I'm saying? With that same type of ideology, if we're sincere in that point of reference, when we explain our bodies, when we assign these purposes, that means if it's assigned a purpose, why aren't we assigning it to a creator?
So
Before
I
we
don't
get to the Christian
assign.
God,
Yeah, I don't
go
assign
ahead.
a purpose to the parts of my body. I assign a function to them, right? Like my heart doesn't have the purpose of pumping blood. It has the function of doing that. So functions are things that exist like independently of subjects. Lots of things like function in specific ways, but purpose is like a very subject-driven language, which means I wouldn't say that we have purpose, right? I don't know what the purpose is of like all of the vestigial organs that humans have. In fact, I would probably say that there isn't a purpose. So I guess like I don't really ascribe like purpose to my body. I would ascribe like functions to it.
All right, so the word purpose, we just looked it up. I'm just going to use an Oxford dictionary. It says purpose. The purpose is the reason for something existing or creation of an intended or desired result. So I don't want to limit it to just this kind of emotional purpose, right? Let's have an abstract understanding of purpose. It can have various of different meanings to the word purpose, right? But we know it was it's a creation with an intended desire or result.
Well, wait,
right?
Do we know it was a creation?
Based off if we want to be unbiased and say, okay, based off what we understand right now, okay, because we can't go out what we don't have, we go out what we do have. We can theorize on and on and on and on, but let's go with what we do. Let's start there, right? We know that on your everyday life, I'm pretty sure you say, hey, this phone is for communication. Does it have multiple purposes? Yes. Hey, the camera is for to capture picture and translate the picture and image to people, right? So based off that, on an everyday real life, you actually believe in function and purpose. So if you want to apply that to...
Careful. So what is true is that I will absolutely agree that, like, the phone has a purpose. And that's because we can go ask the person who made it, why'd you make it? And then they'll tell us, well, we wanted to increase communication, blah, blah, blah. But I wouldn't go and say that Saturn has a purpose. That would be, I would never say that. So some things do. Things made by people tend to have purposes. Things not made by people, I wouldn't ascribe purpose.
Now, let's say that with that same logic, we say, okay, we know the phone has a purpose because we found the person. What if we didn't find the person? Like, for example, Bitcoin. Supposedly nobody knows.
But we know how phones are made already.
We also know why Bitcoin was made.
No, I understand that. I'm saying he said that we know because we can go and ask the creator. And what I'm trying to say is just because we can't ask the person that created it, what's the intended purpose, doesn't mean it wasn't created, nor does it exclude that purpose. Just because we don't have the ability to communicate with that person.
So you would to demonstrate that the human body was created is going to be like the big sticking point.
Right. So we know, like, even if you don't know who invented the smartphone, you could go to a smartphone factory and you could see that it was made by people in a factory or, whatever. Or you could take it apart and you could look for the little, like, the serial numbers or whatever, and you could infer that it has, all those features. The question is, can we do the same thing with the human body? Can we actually genuinely know that it was made rather than kind of a natural structure that formed?
Yeah, I would call the serial. I would compare the serial number for just the lack of better terms. I would call it that. That would be our DNA, right? Because we can actually determine. I may not know the actual manufacturer who created it, but our DNA can actually tell us a lot. We can actually say, hey, this person was this person. In forensic science, that's the serial number basically. So I can identify a person by their DNA using their serial number, which is not typically within our frame as how we compose our serial number, but in their hyper intelligent way of doing it, right? Whoever they may be, I believe in it's the God of the Bible.
So there's a little bit of a distinction here. You might accurately say that DNA is a blueprint of sorts, as in it gives the instructions on how to build a human. But I wouldn't call it a serial number, because when we're thinking about a serial number, like on a computer, on like a microchip or whatever, that serial number doesn't actually serve any purpose except to identify it for, manufacturing purposes or whatever. And so we look at this thing, this string of text or whatever, and we see it has no purpose. And so we say, okay, well, maybe we can infer that the purpose is to actually tell us that its function, perhaps. Its function is to tell us that it has a creator and it tells us which order it was created or whatever. DNA isn't quite the same. DNA is a thing that has function. And so it would be hard to say that it is the serial number when it's the machine itself.
Now, I can understand that. However, we have something called the fingerprint, right? Which is unique to every individual human being on this earth. And none of it is the same or alike. So that I can say, okay,
by the way, I don't actually know if that's true, by the way. The whole fingerprints are all unique.
Yeah, they're not that unique. In fact, I've got a twin brother, so it's pretty common for people with similar DNA to have matchable fingerprint patterns. You can fake one fingerprint out with another.
Damn.
Well, I haven't. I would have to go ahead and look at
my phone had to face unlock for a while, and my twin brother could unlock it with his face.
Not a face, okay, but a fingerprint is more distinct. So than an actual face. You know, I can put makeup on. I won't get into that whole spiel and stuff like that. But as far as a fingerprint is more distinctual, right? And we can actually find out people, crimes, and different things like that based off a fingerprint. And it's very unlikely that me as a black man, you as a white man, or a European, or whatever you may be. I don't want to assume. We both touch the same thing and they kind of mix that up. That's very unlikely. Or me and my brother. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, can it happen? Yeah, is there point zero percentage? There's always space for possibility. Anything is possible. However, for me to use that as compelling evidence to say, okay, just because a point zero, you know. So I said to say this, that when I look at the human body, which is so fearfully, wonderfully made, it gives us a lot of. And it's just, if I could reflect, remember, science is just to observe.
What does it mean to be wonderfully made? Because like we're prone to viruses even from birth, and like thousands and thousands of babies die every year from choking on their food because the windpipe and the food pipe go together at some point. And at one point, the maternal death rate for women was as high as like 4%, which means a very high percent of women literally died giving birth. These seems like very bad designs.
I mean, I would say in perspective, because, for example, like if we can compare to a fish or compare to different things, relatively speaking, I'm pretty sure we're and just by all the fruits, like we're basically the most powerful creatures on this earth, relatively speaking. So, and in relativity, I think we're very goddamn awesome.
Right? Sure, I would agree with you.
Not be aliens and.
I totally agree with you. We are really awesome, but why do they exist like so much like gratuitous imperfections in our design, right? Like we literally get cancer. You know, God could have given us the anatomy such that we never get cancer, but instead, or I'm sorry, like the creator in your view could have given us the anatomy such that we never get cancer, but instead the creator gave us like the cancer anatomy. Why would the creator do that?
So now for that, this is where a lot of the Bible based type of understanding and insight comes from, right? Now, he did give us ability the same God gave us the ability to fight off viruses on our own without any intervention. But at the same time,
how come we can't do it every time?
I get that. But sometimes, and at the same time, certain viruses we can. So we have, just look at that. Like, okay, this we could fight off typically, but this we can't fight off typically. But yet there are a lot of remedies and things out there that could help us fight certain things off.
How do you
Sounds
fight
like a bad design?
Yeah, so how do you fight childhood leukemia?
So the thing is this, right? We're assuming that's assuming that we can't fight it off, because we know that there are a lot of diseases that human beings or mankind itself have overcome. Now, have they released that data to us, or have they not? Is there other motives that assume that we're assuming that we don't have these things? Maybe not. We don't know. Maybe they do.
What about Tay-Sachs disease? So Tay-Sachs disease. So Tay-Sachs disease is. So Grandmaster, do you know what Tay-Sachs disease is?
Tay-Sachs, I could do it. You can go ahead and give me.
I can explain. Yeah. So Tay-Sachs disease is a disease of the chosen people. Unfortunately, it is basically only prevalent in like Eastern European Jews. And the disease essentially is 100% fatal, and it kills you within 2 or 3 years of life at the most. And it's not a pleasant death, and it's entirely genetic. So rewriting or curing this would require genetic reconstruction from it in the womb before there's not time to do it after the child is born, right? You'd have to do genetic reconstruction in the womb. So I don't think that this is the kind of thing that we know the solution to, right? That we have the cure to. They're just hiding it.
I'll give you an example, right? And this is actually a true story, right? My sister had I have one sister. She had chronic asthma as a child. Okay, we're from the coastal islands, and she was basically about to die. And somebody gave my father a place to say, hey, go give her this flower that's on the beach that you find on the beach and go take it. You know, and kind of Korean people, we're very more medicinal. We use, remedies and plant-based and herbs and stuff like that. And my father got on a motorcycle because vehicles wasn't prevalent at the time, and drove 2 hours to the beach and got this flower, it's a yellow flower, and brought it to my sister and cured her, and she's 40 now, have never ever suffered from asthma, right? The absence of knowing whether there's a cure or not doesn't mean that it's fatal. We don't know. We maybe have not discovered.
It is fatal.
One second, I'll say this. As scientists or people that are open to science, we know that there's so much more we don't know. So to assume that it's fatal, because it's uncurable, basically, because we haven't found a remedy, is kind of, complex.
So the thing about asthma is inflammation in the lungs, right? And so we know a lot of things can not cure, but resolve inflammation in the lungs. Now, the cause of the inflammation will still be there, but the inflammation can be reduced. Like Tylenol reduces inflammation. What Tay-Sachs disease does is it is a genetic condition. This is not like some like treatable thing that you can treat the symptoms for it. The genetic condition results in the destruction of nerve cells in both the brain and the spinal cord. It's inherited. We know what gene it occurs on, and it's basically just doesn't. This is the kind of thing that it's not that you have some inflammation or you have some pain somewhere or other. This is like, oh, your body just kills itself.
Okay.
So like, I don't think your comparison is adequate.
Okay, I'll take that. With that being said, that are you assuming that because we were created, there's no margin of error?
What? Margin of error in terms of like, well, you're making the claim that our body is like so perfectly designed, and we're just pointing out ways that our body could have been like obviously much better.
I said, relatively speaking, our body is pretty much awesome. That's what I said. Compare relatively speaking. I didn't say it was perfect. I said
I would totally agree, but it has drawbacks that we would expect if how we got here was through evolution in an indifferent universe, right? Like the types of places that these diseases result from are genetics. God could have, if God existed, he could have made humans in any way that he wanted to. We could have just been like a bunch of like electrons with minds who were just like floating around. That could have been our existence, but instead God made it this way, in your view, which means that God is on the hook to justify why this is a better way than a way where we don't get these horrible diseases.
I mean, that's one perspective. I would offer another perspective, is that going back to the original point, what is the purpose of these diseases, right? What is the whole purpose of a lot of things? We don't know. But to assume that because we don't like the end result,
did your God create them?
Assume that. Did my God, before let me finish my statement, though. I don't want to veer off. So to assume that because we don't understand the purpose or don't like the end result, even though we have a very, 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 very limited scale of view of the overall picture, it's kind of just to jump to that conclusion. It's kind of, it's huge, right? It's that's kind of a big conclusion. Right?
Are you saying that there is like an ultimate purpose to it?
We can discover if I'm saying let's take a step back. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater just because we don't like the end result. We assume because we have a very limited scope of the bigger picture, right? So just throw out the baby with the bathwater.
But Grand Minister, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and we really want to actually get to the bottom of the whole discussion, which is you believe that the the diseases and things are somehow necessary, right?
I'm not saying that it is or is. I don't know.
It's actually kind of important, Minister. Just hold on a second. It's kind of important for the topic of this conversation to make a determination on whether or not the diseases were created by God and whether or not they need to be created by God, because the God you believe in claims to be all powerful, all knowing, and all good. But if he's causing unnecessary suffering, then one of those all powerful traits has to go. So what that means is that if your God created the natural disasters and the all the other suffering, the diseases and things like that, then there actually has to be a purpose for them, right? So we're trying to figure out, does your God have a purpose for creating these horrific things?
I'll say this. I concede to this, that God, according to my Bible that I believe, which is the Holy Bible, right? And I stand in truth in this. God is the creator of all things, and when a creator creates something with intentions, I may not know the purpose, whether he created it or not. Let's say he did create these things, right? I don't know why he created it, but I can say if he did create these things, they serve a purpose that we don't know why. It may seem bad. Maybe let's just hypothetically speak. Say, wow, let's say we go to heaven. I pray all of us do. We get there like this was the reason for the disease, and you're like, because now you understand, because you see the bigger picture of everything, right? You see the bigger. Why do we have to?
That's an awful
go to the
big
gym and
leap.
suffer
Why
for
would
things?
we take that leap?
Oh wait,
I mean,
actually, I'm
it
sorry.
just
Actually, no,
determines.
answer that. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it just determines. The thing is, your pursuit for truth. It determines on your pursuit for actual understanding the genuine purpose of things, or why.
But
If that's your
that's what
desire,
we're
you're gonna have
asking.
to.
We're asking what is the purpose of children being born with birth defects and these horrific diseases existing? That's what we're trying to get to the bottom to. And hold on,
I wouldn't
minister.
say that's.
Hold on, minister.
Mhm.
What you're suggesting is that there is a purpose. We just can't know it. But that's not a sufficient answer. That's just a dodge.
Not that we can't know it. I wouldn't say that we can't know it. I believe that there's a purpose. We don't know the purpose. Why, as of yet, it may be revealed to us in our lifetime. It may not be. You understand?
Do you know?
And I'm
Do you know
I'm saying,
why?
hey,
Do you know why you have to appeal to there's an answer, but we don't know the answer? It's because what we're talking about is unexpected in your worldview. In a worldview with an all good, all loving, all powerful God, unnatural suffering or unnecessary suffering is not expected, which is why you can't answer it.
now I could answer. I'm gonna say this is. I had lost my train of thought. This is what I'm gonna say to that. God created us perfectly according to my worldview, right? Sin, which is basically disease, right? Manifested
I,
through morality, manifested through the physical, manifested through different things, corrupt us. And what we're seeing right now, like the disease that brother mentioned earlier, is a side effect, right? It's a side effect.
Who created
It's
the
not
side
necessarily like
effect?
I created this
So
disease.
who decided that when human beings sinned, there would be diseases?
I mean, all things that are created must be maintained, right?
Right, but that's
Remember,
not an answer to my
we're
question. My question was who? Who decided that when human beings sinned, diseases would happen?
what is a disease?
It's obviously something caused by your God. So you believe that before Adam and Eve sinned, there were no diseases, right?
Yes.
Okay, so who decided that once they sinned, there would be diseases?
Well, God let us know in the Bible
Well,
that
it's
hey,
just
if you don't,
it's just a
I'm
one-word
gonna answer the
answer.
question.
Minister, we
No,
don't.
wait, I'll answer.
Minister, you've been
I'm
rambling
gonna answer.
the entire time up here. We want you to answer some direct questions without rambling. So,
I'm,
I
I'm,
I believe you can
I'm
summon
answering
the
the question.
power of the Holy Spirit. We just need an answer. Who decided?
Holy Spirit, activate.
Yeah, we've all three people here have read Genesis. We're all familiar with the story. You can
We don't.
we can
We don't
skip
need
to it.
a Sunday school lesson. So, who decided in the Bible that once Adam and Eve sinned, that there would be diseases?
The Most High, yeah, God.
Okay, there you go. That means God is
As
the
a
one
consequence,
responsible for them. Cool.
Yeah.
as a consequence, He said to us, He said, "Hey, if you disobey, there will be consequences," and that's just a natural law, actually. And even in this material world, without a God, you touch fire, you will burn. He determined that too. You don't have oxygen, you will
Cool.
die.
So
Your heart starts breathing.
if
So
my
it's
son
not just
goes to
diseases;
school,
it's many things.
yeah, I know. If my son goes to school and he punches another kid at school, and then when he gets home, I light him on fire, is that a reasonable consequence?
With the belt,
No, I light him on
No, the
fire.
fire.
And first of all, I wouldn't hit my child with a belt. That's horrific. But
that's assuming that you have a more.
is it a reasonable to light somebody on fire?
Are you assuming that you have a moral compass and a temperament?
Just answer the question. Would it be reasonable to light
I just
my
wanna- I
child?
have to answer the question. Are you assuming?
Grandmaster,
assuming that
it's
you
an
have
easy
more-
question. We just need you to answer it. Would it be
Yeah.
reasonable for me to light my child on fire because he did something he wasn't supposed to?
I just want to base it on the question. Is it
Okay, so you
assuming that
can't answer
have
the
a moral
question.
compass? I can. I will answer it. I'm
Then
just
go
saying,
ahead and
can
answer
you
it.
confer to that?
I'll answer your question once you answer mine.
Where I'm at right now in this day of age, based off my social programming, no.
Okay, so it wouldn't be okay to light my child on fire because he did something wrong. Okay, so consequences have to be somehow proportional to the crime being committed. And I don't think that punishing the entire world for the sin of one person or two people who didn't even know good from bad yet is an unreasonable consequence, because the suffering that came as a consequence isn't necessary for anything. Nobody learns from it.
Okay, now I'll say with that same logic, I would say this, right? If I went and did something stupid as a father, and it took my life away, right? And I was the only provider for my sons and my daughters and my wife. That one consequence affected not only my child and my family and my wives, it affected maybe my whole generation.
Yeah,
So
there's a key difference. There's a key distinction between these two scenarios. So in the God scenario, right, it's an all good, all just lawgiver who is like giving out the punishment. So we would expect a just punishment. But we live in a cold, indifferent universe in our worldview. So this is exactly what's expected. It's expected that the universe is going to be unfair in the atheistic, naturalistic worldview. So that there's just going to be like a key disanalogy between these two.
I'll make the correlation. So you have to go back to because everything you're seeing is just a consequence of the original statement, right? Which is, hey, Adam, if you touch this, it will bring death.
They were
Adam
never told that diseases and natural disasters would happen.
Disease, it's all a result of death. It all ends in death.
Were they told that? Were they told that if you commit this crime, then I'm going to punish all of humanity forever with diseases and natural disasters? Did he say that?
He said.
What about the?
Hold on, he's asking a lot of questions. I'm just trying to get to
sure, go ahead.
So the correlation I was making, like, as a father, if I do something, it can affect.
He's not going to answer the question.
Hold on, pause. I just want to go ahead and you know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of questions being spewed out, and I want to stay on topic. You asked me, I'm trying to make the correlation. If I'm a father, right? Not only there is a law where one person can affect many people. Donald Trump, Biden, they can affect the whole world. That's a reality, whether we like it or not. There are consequences where a leader.
But we know how these things work. We don't need a just? We don't need a sermon. We're just having dialogue here. None of us needs a sermon.
No, I'm not giving a sermon. I'm just saying to you here is that I'm answering your question. You said, is it proportional? Is it a good example? Yes, because there's many times and many examples on everyday occasions where one person affects many people. You got
is that just? Is that a just thing?
That's a consequence of not doing the right thing.
That's not so the question again, is it just?
What is just?
Everyone getting what they deserve.
Yes.
So you think that people deserve, so if there's like a person who didn't vote for Trump and then Trump like collapses the economy, you think the person who didn't vote for Trump deserves to live in this collapsed economy? Are you of that opinion?
The thing is to have justice.
Yes or no?
It was a yes or no, Grand Minister.
I didn't even hear the question. To assume justice is to say that.
All right, Minister. Listen, I'm sure you're a nice person in real life. I had to mute you. So the way dialogues work is that when you ask us questions, we answer your questions. When we ask you questions that just require a yes or no, we just need a yes or no. If you feel like you want to expound on your yes or no after you provide the answer, you're welcome to do it. But it's very frustrating when we're trying to have an honest dialogue with somebody and you won't answer a single question without going off on a rabbit trail. So can you answer Ian's question before you go on a rabbit trail?
Yeah.
No problem. Go ahead.
So the question is just like this. So let's say obviously Donald Trump like affects all of us. Let's say that there's someone who didn't vote for Donald Trump and then Trump like collapses the economy and the person who didn't vote for him is now severely negatively affected. Does the person who's severely negatively affected deserve to be affected in this way?
No.
Exactly. So yeah, right. Like it's unjust. It's unjust that somebody would dole out a punishment that affects people in ways that they don't deserve. Likewise, kids don't deserve to get whatever disease Blitz was talking about earlier. They don't deserve to get cancer. They don't deserve to get any of the diseases, right? They didn't do anything wrong. So it's not a just punishment for God to give out like infinite punishment for all humans forever, because not all humans deserve to have that punishment.
I agree with you, and I'm not saying that that's the case. What I'm saying is this: we're not in the court of law. There's victims, right, and then there's the offender, right. So you're assuming that God is the offender in this thing because this is His world,
Yeah.
right. You have to understand the contract that God made with our forefathers and the agreement that God had. And if God made an agreement and say, "Hey, this is your earth. I gave it to you to handle it and to be mature." Now you can mess it up.
Are the
You can
children
do this? However,
are the children born of bone cancer a part of that agreement, or were they born into it?
see, so you just asked me. You just said that you wouldn't be because you asked me another. I didn't even get to respond to the other brother, and he asked me another question. So
You
I don't wanna
didn't
go-
respond to
that's how
him. That's why I asked you another question. So the question
I
is,
am responding to
the
him.
question is, why are the children bearing the burden for crimes they never committed?
Going back because of their fathers, their forefathers.
That's
There
irrelevant.
is a law where
So,
The-
so then
so-
God's not just.
my
God's
father
not
have
just.
done
If
things
you
that-
punish somebody's child for the crimes of somebody else, that's not justice. If you commit a crime, it's not okay for me to give your child the jail time.
Listen, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they go back to the premise of the contract. If the contract was, hey, you and your whole family will be hurt, and you agree to it,
What contract?
that is fair.
What contract?
That it was so the covenant
Sorry,
that was
just-
made in Genesis. In Genesis,
There was no covenant.
God had a contract.
There was no
with
contract.
Adam.
You can't have a
He said-
contract with your creator. Your creator says this is the way things are going to work, and when you disobey me, this is what's going to happen. There's no contract. They couldn't disagree with God.
To be clear, that
He
doesn't
could-
even
he
resolve
could.
the problem of disease, right? Like
No.
if your explanation is that, well, God said that, if you violate my instructions, you will die, and then your explanation is, well, diseases cause death, and therefore, it's fair. No, not all diseases cause death. In fact, some of the most painful ones, an example would be epidermolysis bullosa. This is a disease that basically causes all of your skin to blister all the time. It's not fatal. Doesn't cause death. It's just horrible. Why does that exist? It's genetic disease.
Okay, I'm going to answer that, please. And I just want to answer him, Mr. I didn't see your guy's name. All right, perfect. What I'm saying here is this: disease, car accidents, all these things that are, let's just say, horrible things. You can isolate disease. I can call it, there are more things worse than disease, right? Mental trauma, other things. So let's just say horrible things. Let's just isolate, let's consolidate it to horrible things that happen to human beings. The Most High told us, He told Adam, our forefathers, if you do this, horrible things will happen. Don't do
No,
this.
he says you will die, right?
Yeah, horrible things. That's bad. So
No.
assuming that
Dying is not the same as being in horrible torment for 80 years. Those are very different things.
Okay, so that's we can go on. That's why I don't want to go into a tangent, and that can be a whole nother topic, right? But let's just consolidate it for the lack of just for the simple sake of conversation.
Well, no,
right?
we can't, because what this means is that your explanation can't account for those diseases that are not fatal.
So diseases, if you and this is you guys said you read the Bible. I don't know if you read the whole. Have you guys read the whole Bible?
I've read every last word of it, many of them in Greek and Hebrew.
Okay, so do you believe the Bible is just like a one-shotter, or do you think it's a compilement of time and history?
It's a compilation of history and mythology.
Okay. Do you also believe that it's also the continuous, ongoing revelation
Obviously
of
not.
God?
No.
No, I'm not talking about in the spiritual way. I mean, like as far as He's revealing the plan, the blueprint is to say. He's showing you more about Him and insight about the world.
No.
Well, that would require us to believe in God, and obviously we don't. So
No, just off the story narrative. You can call it. Let's say, call it a fictional book as it unravels. Is the God in this book? Did He tell you everything in the beginning, or did He reveal it over time?
It depends on if you're a Jew or a Christian. If you're a Jew, then you believe everything you need to know was given by God already. If you're a Christian, you have to believe in progressive revelation, because progressive revelation is the tool that you use to clear up the contradictions between the Old Testament and the New Testament.
All right, a simpler question. Do you believe the whole Bible was given at one time, or was it given over the course of hundreds of years?
Obviously, it was given over the course of about 800 years.
Okay, so With that being said, we end up just like with science. As time passed, we got more information and we learned more. Right? It was a progressive. We're progressing in science even as we're learning more. The things we thought about science before, we're learning more because as revelations come, as we observe, we learn more. The same concept is with the Bible. So we became to get, as time passed, we got more and more details on the extent of how bad what was this
It's
death.
funny how like completely incomplete the details are, because it says that the earth is flat, there's a dome over the earth, that rabbits and rock badgers chew cud, that slavery's dope, that women, if they don't bleed on their wedding night, aren't virgins and you should stone them. It's weird that like we didn't get more progressive revelation that cleared some of those issues up.
Yeah.
That is another topic, because we're gonna go. I can answer that, and we're gonna go here. And I'm trying to stay on topic.
Yeah, I'd avoid those topics
So
too.
no, we could, but then you're gonna say I'm going on the tangent, and I don't want that to happen. We already addressed that. I'm not a person that's against correction or anything like that. I respect your show, so I want to stay on topic and keep it concise. Now, with that being said, what I'm trying to say is, and I think this is why revelation is so important. And I don't mean a spiritual aspect. I just mean to become aware of something, or for some people call it epiphany, right? When you when you go over the time and start consolidating all the concepts of God and what he's revealing and his perspective, like, okay, first he said death. And then we realize that death might not have been limited to just dying and going to sleep. It might mean suffering. It might be correlated as suffering. Sometimes when we're going through pain, we say this feel like hell, right? And sometimes people assume that everything is literal. And we don't even use everything literal. We use words to describe expressions that aren't literal, but that feels literal. Sometimes we do mean it literal. Sometimes we don't. How do we know when we're literal, and how do we know when we're not?
But I have no idea what your point is. What's your actual point?
My point is this, right? Death, suffering, disease is all the same.
It's not.
And the consequence was, if we disobeyed.
Suffering and death are two different things. You can suffer without dying.
Yeah, also diseases are different.
I'm saying that you can assume that when he said death, he concluded he is including disease, and we learned that over time.
But that's not what the word death means.
But yeah, it's just reading into it what you want to be there.
Right.
It's not necessarily. No, it's not. We realized throughout the revelation, if you go through the 400 years, that was basically considered death.
It wasn't.
Okay, curse. There's the actual Shiloh death, right?
Shiloh.
There's curses.
What's Shiloh?
Like Hades.
Means Sheol?
If this is Shiloh, pronounce your dialect how you speak. I'm from the islands. This is how we pronounce it, right? So, I mean, you can laugh. This is my dialect. It's tomato.
Fair enough.
So, to keep it short and not just concise, and let the next person go, and we can have, and I respect you guys, and I have no issues with you guys. I appreciate the dialogue and whatnot. It's very complex, and it takes time to digest. However, I like to just say this, based off the revelation, and I just read this one point of reference here, and let's get this here right here.
Grand Minister, are you a pastor?
No, I'm a minister. I'll say this here.
What's the difference?
I read it. Ministers administer things, just like, they assist in helping people, whether that's knowledge, material needs, information, mitigating different things, allocating different things. So it's a broad term, and it can be associated closely with spiritual things. It can be associated with governmental things. It's just helping it's ministering to the people, basically. So there's a Bible point that Jesus just gave us here, and I'll just read this. It's one verse, real short. It said this. It said, "The Spirit of truth. The world cannot accept it because it neither sees him nor knows him, but you know him, for he lives in you, and he will be in you." Right? And in the King James Version, it said, "Even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it see him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwelleth with you, and shall be within you." Right. Earlier, you speaking to Alex, you were saying how that the people how Jesus couldn't recognize Thomas couldn't recognize Jesus, or the people couldn't recognize Jesus at the time. And basically, in that same chapter, it said that Jesus blew upon them and their eyes were open.
Yeah,
so
nice.
it actually said that he was unrecognizable at some point.
To his own
So
disciples, the
that's
people that were with him day and night for 3 years couldn't recognize him because it was imposter.
Yeah, because I'm not going to assume that. I'm not going to say that. But
It's mythology. It's all fairy tales. Harry Potter 3:16.
But like I was saying, he in the same context, he's saying that there are some people that just can't get it. They can't see it.
His own disciples couldn't see it. I know. If his disciples couldn't recognize him, how is anyone else going to recognize him?
They couldn't recognize him on the cross when he was suffered and he was beaten and ripped in pieces. They could recognize him, and it also says that we will receive a new body. So our body is not the same body that we had before. So
right? Yeah, we get a new body that doesn't look anything like our old body. I'm sure that makes a lot of sense. All right, listen, Minister. I think we've reached the end of the dialogue. We appreciate you coming up and being cordial with us.
No problem, brothers. I appreciate it, man. Seek the truth, and I think it will get you there. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, we would say the same to you. Cheers, man.
All right,
take care,
yes, sir.
All right, let me grab the super chat. I thought I saw you eating, and I was like, that doesn't look like a chip to me.
Popcorn.
Judas says, grand yapper. He definitely was crossing over into preaching for a little while there. I agree. And Judas again says, ask him for a list of 5 things he's ministered this week. Thank you for that. And Marduk says, squids have better eyes than us, and rhinos have internal What? They have internal balls? So I guess God liked them better than humans.
You can't get kicked there.
I had no idea. That's so much better than what we got. I'm incredibly upset now. And they got 2 horns. Timble says 3 goats. Y'all are great. Well, thank you so much, Tim. I really appreciate that. And guys, thank you for the super chats, and thanks for being here and supporting and liking the channel. I always enjoy watching the Christians crash out in the TikTok comments as they're riding their hero, and it doesn't go well for them.
They should have instead be riding with Biden.
True.
Where they should have been.
All right, so we're gonna get Dave in here.
Kamala,
How you
take
doing,
the
Dave?
wheel.
Yeah.
I'm good. You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, good deal. Man, deep conversation. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess why can't I see you now all of a sudden? Where did my browser go? There we go. All right, good deal.
By the way, Justin, on TikTok, the order of appearance of little boxes is wrong.
Yeah, I noticed that it kind of decided its own order, and I'm not really sure how it decided on the order of boxes, and I don't know if there's a way to reorder them because it's a group scene.
Okay, well, if there's not a way to fix it, then don't worry about it.
There's a way to fix it. Hold on.
I'm not sure it super matters, but
Oh, I thought there was a way to fix it.
Anyway, Dave,
Yeah, no
what were you
problem.
saying?
So unfortunately, I don't believe that religion and the idea of a creator are mutually exclusive, right? And I don't know if it was Einstein that had, I think I've read somewhere at some point in time that Einstein may have had an idea that there was some sort of intelligent design, but he didn't necessarily believe in a personal God. Is that?
yeah, more or less. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I'm not coming at this from a aspect of religion at all. Just really, literally, just logic. And for any Christians, any believers that are out there that are watching or listening, I think if they are doing what I would think are like all the right things, which is like following the teachings of the guy known as Jesus or Yehoshua or Yeshua or Isa, whatever, if they're following those teachings and they're doing all the right things, the last thing they need to do is be deconstructed, I think. But if they're believing that there's a literal hell that someone who doesn't believe in Jesus is going to go to, they're going to go to, which the whole idea of eternity, to go somewhere or to be in some other state than a state that you're currently in. If there's some other state that's eternal, you're already in it. Like you can't that's the very definition of eternity or timelessness, right?
Wait,
So,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but are you gonna provide evidence for like God's existence, or is it?
sure, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'll get straight to it. Psychic phenomena, true or false?
Unconvinced.
Okay, unconvinced. So obviously it's all subjective, right? I don't know if you guys are following, and I actually called into Justin's show last week about this, but it's so psychic phenomena. If you're not aware of what's going on in the world today, there's a lot of talk about telepathy, right? There's a podcast called the Telepathy Tapes. I think it may
No
be
free clout. No free clout.
yeah. So telepathy and things like psionics, if you're following the UFO UAP disclosure that's taking place in the U.S. today with whistleblower testimony and interviews and things like that, they're talking about telepathy, that non-human intelligence has been in contact with humanity for a long time using telepathy, right? Or psionics. So they're talking about craft that are actually controlled by the mind, which is some Jedi shit.
What's the
right?
evidence for this?
Well, I'm not saying the evidence is just, again, whistleblower testimony, everything that's coming. I mean, if you watch, so if you're not aware, if you haven't been following it, a guy named Jake Barber, who has done some interviews, responsible for retrieving crashed UAP, has talked about.
Sorry, has anybody presented a crashed UAP or a crashed alien biological?
In his some of the interviews he's done, there is some, I don't know if I would call it FLIR video, but
there's nobody's actually presented a crash site or any
crash
alien material
site?
or any or alien biologicals. No, that's not been
so
presented.
So that obviously there's disclosure taking place, and that's going to have to go through a long process of proving this, right? I'm just saying it's out there, especially since the 40s with World War.
I mean, people have been saying that, I was in this classified room.
True. But
alien bodies for 60 years.
Well, I'll just say
nothing has come of it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just say, again, not everyone has experienced what they believe is psychic phenomena. But obviously, if you don't believe it could be true, you probably never experienced, or at least haven't acknowledged that would be it.
Wait. So
what I think
I'm so sorry. Right. So if these people are like actually whistleblowers, like where do they reside in America still? Because if somebody is leaking like classified material, then they would probably just be put in jail.
Well, so here's the thing. So some information has been let go, and this is, I want to say it's my own personal belief. There's the idea that, CIA supposedly in the past has done what they call remote viewing, which is psychic spies, right? That information has been released. That documentation.
Yeah, they got it wrong literally all the time, right? Like I know exactly which ones you're talking about. These people were like comically bad at like actually getting accurate information.
And I'm also confused because what does this have to do with God existing?
True.
So universal consciousness, right? That is.
Suppose that psychic phenomena are real, right?
Yeah.
Let's say I just grant all of that because maybe there's something that we don't understand.
Okay. So
what does that have to do with God?
So this is my point. So I think it's literally being proven that telepathy, if you want to call it that, is true, that it's possible for people. This is, again, non-speaking, autistic children reading their parents' minds. Okay.
Let's say that's true. What does it have to do with God?
Okay, so let's say the only way that would be possible.
I've got a non-speaking, non-verbal autistic child, and my child knows what's happening with me because he spent his entire life studying my movements, my facial expressions, and we've been attached at the hip. So
whoa.
That's not telepathy.
Okay. So are you? So is your wife like? I assume you're married, and your wife is still in the family. Like you could ask her, has your wife ever felt that your child is connected to her, like in some way other than just the physical? I mean, dude, I'm telling you, this is true. This shit's real. Telepathy is real. Like,
But what does this have to do with God? Like, who cares? What does
universal
this have to do with God?
consciousness. The New Testament.
Why is that?
The New Testament. Okay, and
Okay.
I'm not coming at this from a religious standpoint. The New Testament literally says logos. Logos is not word.
Just
the
means
church.
Okay.
The church obviously changed that. Some guy, and this. Okay, let's
They
just say
changed all mentions of all ancient Greek writing.
What's that?
They changed all mentions of all ancient Greek writing, like
all
logos,
mentions of all
like
Greek- no.
meaning. When logos means like a couple of things, right? Like it means logic, it means word,
Logic,
it means like
exactly.
I think letter,
Yeah.
or it can
No.
it can mean like a lot of different things.
I'm literally saying logic, and logic
But
is
I'm even
mind.
The
So
logic is not mind. Not all minds are logical. That's not true.
But so hang on. I'm just going to use the word mind, right? Because consciousness, right, being fundamental, would, again, I'm trying not to conflate consciousness with, there's thought, right? Logical, like you look at Plato, logos, rational thought, right? That's rational thinking.
I think it's
right?
important.
So
not to interrupt, I'm sorry, but I think it's important to understand how the New Testament is using the word logos. So, have you read the writings of Philo?
No, I have not.
So the idea of the logos as it's used in the New Testament kind of comes from Philo's philosophy. And Philo did this really weird thing where he was personifying the divine traits of God. So wisdom was personified as being sentient. Also, like the logical, rational thing that held all things together was personified as being an actual being. So when we read this in the New Testament, we're tapping into this idea that Philo put forward, which is that the logos is an actual, it's a personification in the real world of like wisdom and rationality. It's a being. It's an actual entity thinking, but we would have no reason to believe that such a thing existed.
Okay, so here's what I think you're going to discover if you follow, again, the telepathy tapes, you're going to see telepathy is real. There is non-local consciousness.
Let's say that's true. How does that imply a global or a universal consciousness? How does that imply any of that?
So for me to read your thoughts or see what you are currently seeing, right, to experience you right now, there would have to be some way, like a field, right, that for me to tap into to experience.
No, all there needs to be some sort of connection. It doesn't have to be some sort of universal consciousness. Like for example, let's say here's the example that a lot of people bring up. It's not true, but let's just this is the kind of thing that it could be. Maybe you and I are entangled somehow, and so there's a molecule in your brain that is entangled with a molecule in my brain, and you can sense the molecule in my brain. That doesn't imply anything about a universal consciousness or anything. Right.
Okay.
Now, obviously, that's not how quantum mechanics works, but that's the kind of thing that could plausibly explain, long-range communication, without requiring universal anything.
Correct. Yeah. So, what I would say is, propose. Okay. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'll call it mind. I'm just going to call it mind, because there's the saying, your mind is not your own. Your thoughts are not your own, right? Mind over matter, right? So the material world, illusionary, right? Because you have to have a perception of space, perception of time in order for matter to be perceived, correct? But in consciousness, you don't need a perception of space or a perception of time. That's the very purpose of meditation, is to achieve a state where time and space are not perceived, right? Is there a connection there? I mean, am I making myself?
This just sounds like yap, right? Like this sounds like it has nothing to do with God.
Right. Okay, but if
maybe you should it just sounds like this isn't like the right show for you, right? Like it just sounds like you want to go talk to someone about something. I have no idea why it's us.
So because we're talking about the infinite creator, right? I'm not talking about conflating. I'll use a movie analogy, right? With Star Wars, right? Elohim, obviously not the infinite God. Like, and Elohim is plural. We know it's more than one entity.
Well, that's
and
not how the word
creation.
Elohim works. Elohim's an abstract concrete. So it comes from the Semitic languages where you can take something and pluralize it and it becomes an abstraction. So, like, for example, the word virginity in Hebrew, this is actually true. The word virginity in Hebrew is Bethulot, which happens to be identical to the plural form of the word a virgin. So when you have concrete abstractions in Semitic languages, including Hebrew, what you do is you just make it a plural. So that's why it's so common in Hebrew poetry to see words like Elohim, because it can mean many things. It could be a plural, and it could also refer to divinity in general. And this is backed up in Akkadian literature and in Ugaritic literature. In fact, there's a guy named Joel S. Burnett that wrote a very good PhD dissertation on this, which is primarily agreed upon by most scholars in the Semitic languages.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, the way I see seminary and theology, as far as its teachings, it's a lot like the healthcare industry with doctors being indoctrinated by big pharma, right? Big pharma owns the medical schools, pretty much, right? So doctors are literally indoctrinated that way.
No, they don't.
And so they do. I'm a victim of this. So I honestly, it has to be.
Big Pharma owns Harvard, guys. Harvard Medical School is owned by Pfizer
now. listen. Big Pharma doctors are taught to just give you medicine, prescriptions. They prescribe stuff. It's not about your health. It's literally about keeping you.
They prescribe treatment, right? And sometimes that treatment is drugs. Sometimes it's physical therapy. Sometimes it's stretching once a week or 5 times a week, whatever.
But it's not. But if you go to a medical doctor, they're not going to tell you all about how certain supplements, vitamins, mineral, all these things work to actually heal your body more so.
Literally, it's been recommended to me.
Yeah.
Take a vitamin D supplement. Like I literally had that recommended to me by a medical doctor.
Yeah, the basics they will. But I'm just saying, Big Pharma is making a lot of money for a reason. But the way I see theology, the way it's taught.
Wait, they're making a lot of money by giving money to the medical schools? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, dude, they own the medical schools, man. Are you kidding me?
They certainly don't own the medical schools. That's not true.
So I guess Justin would know. So in my stepdad was a Methodist minister, and we've had long discussions about stuff. And I think my understanding is that in theology, seminary, whatever, they kind of tell you about these other creation stories, right? Sumerian text, Mesopotamian text, and all that stuff. And they tell you, they tell you just ignore that?
No. So in order to do proper exegesis of the text, you have to understand the world of the author. Because if you don't understand the world of the author, then sometimes they use words and phrases that are ambiguous. You don't actually know what the phrase means. So for a long time, we didn't know what the phrase B'nai Elohim meant. But then we discovered the Ugaritic tablets and realized that B'nai Elohim is a very common phrase in that region at the time that the Bible would have been written. And we knew exactly what that meant. So yeah, we learn about the other ancient Near Eastern mythology because it provides context to help us understand what was the intention of this word or grouping of words being used by the author. How would they have seen these words?
Sure. So what I was getting at, if you would just allow me to speak for a moment on the topic of universal consciousness, right? The universe actually being a conscious field. In the beginning was the logos, right? So let's just say logic. I'm just going to use mind.
These are two different words.
Okay, I understand, but
they have two different meanings.
Consciousness,
Wait. So mind specifically refers to like the thing that experiences, whereas logic is the rules of valid inference. Okay. So we can have logic without minds, and we can have minds without logic. They're just two completely separate things. You can't conflate them.
So again, and I know the word God, the word love, the God. Consciousness, they mean different things to different people, right, in their own experience. But okay, so thought, should I just use thought? Would logos could logic mean thought or rational thought?
No.
What is
I don't know why you're so tied to the New Testament if you're not even coming at this from a
here's the
religious
thing.
point of view. You
So
just
an
discuss
infinite
your
God,
position.
So an infinite creator, if it's logic, if it's thought, or mind, whatever.
Well, it needs to be
in the beginning
mind.
is the thought. If that thought is God, the thinking. If the thinking is God, the word, right? Not word. Thought was God. All things were made by the thought, the mind. Without the thought was nothing made that was made. In the thought was life, and the life was the light of man. So man's consciousness actually being in the whole, right? A fractal of the whole, if you want to see it that way. That is literally how I see, again, and I don't want to use the Bible as any kind of...
Then don't.
As the truth, right? But my understanding, or from my own personal experience, that I think that's the case, is that the infinite, what Jesus is saying, the temple of, why is it called the temple? People pray, right? That's where people go to connect to God through the mind, right? The temple of God is inside you. It's not the church. It is not the church. It is you, right? All these things I have done, you can do and more. You already have eternal life. Everybody, an infinite creator that loves its creation, loves everything. If it's infinite, it's in everything, right?
Did God
By the
create
way,
time?
What's that?
Sorry, before we get into the syllogism, I just have to address this. The word temple and the word temple for like a synagogue or a church, those have completely different etymological roots. It's a linguistic coincidence that in English they are pronounced and spelled the same way.
Okay, that's fine. But you could also, okay, that's fine.
Did God make time?
Did God make time? Well, the perception of time, possibly. Yeah, because
so then time existed with God forever?
Well, time, so we know timelessness exists, right? First law of thermodynamics, energy cannot be created or destroyed, therefore it has always existed.
That's not the first law of thermodynamics.
What is it? What's the first law of thermodynamics?
First law of thermodynamics is that in a closed system, the energy is conserved.
Okay. So what is it then that is, you just threw me off, man. Why did you do this to me? You're evil.
But so did God create the universe?
God is the universe. Again, it's consciousness.
So then you don't believe in God. Wait, so you would say an immaterial mind that created the universe doesn't exist?
Say it again?
You'd say an immaterial mind that created the universe doesn't exist?
Well, what is existence, right?
Being real.
Yeah, but that is the illusion of a material world, right? So here's the thing.
Wait, so reality doesn't exist?
Reality exists, but in what state? So the material world
existence.
Yeah, I want to.
Existence is just like a brute definition.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I understand what you just said. I don't want to misunderstand what you just said. Are you suggesting that the world that we're living in is not material?
It is what I believe is you're literally in a matrix, right? Maternal is what? Maternal, material, matrix.
Maternal and material are not the same etymological root.
And the biggest, but from the aspect of what Jesus was teaching,
maternal comes from the word matron.
Okay, where does matrix come from?
Matron, not matrix.
Right, but matrix is also symbolic for womb. Matrix and womb, right? That is the mother. So father, consciousness, and the material, the mother, right? So your consciousness.
I'm sorry, this just sounds like word games.
No, it's not. I don't know the way, if you're going to immediately say, well, this isn't logic. Like
it's not logic. It absolutely isn't logic. Don't call it logic. It's not logic.
Okay, I'm just saying thought, reasoning. I mean, there's a lot that could be taken out of the word logic, right?
No, there's one definition. The rules of valid inference. It sounds like you don't even believe in God. If God just is the universe, that means that there wasn't an immaterial mind that created the universe. If God is the universe, and God didn't create himself, so an immaterial mind didn't create the universe, which means you don't believe in God. You're not a theist.
It depends. I mean, again.
Yeah. Welcome to Buddhism, Dave.
Right. Well, it's
Dave,
not.
quick question.
Yeah.
Unrelated question. Do you have a vinyl collection?
Dude, I do. It's not very
Okay.
big. It's not
Okay.
very
No, I
big.
just had to ask.
Yeah.
Respect.
Obviously. Yeah. So this is the way I see it. Logos is mind. I mean, again, I'm conflating something, obviously. Mind, logic, reason, whatever. My light, your light, everyone's light, everyone's consciousness is a fractal of the whole, which is infinite. It is absolutely infinite. Within that is a material construct. That material construct is a temporary illusion. It's temporary because it's matter, right? Illusion of separation from the whole, the light. Call it God, call it the creator, I don't care what you call it, right? So it's not that the infinite creator is evil. It's that the Jedis, right? Don't confuse the Jedis with the Force, like Elohim, Yahweh, not the infinite God, not the infinite God. Come here to Earth, right, and say, I'm your creator, right? I'm the one that created you. I did this. I'm the one in power here. Go propagate it amongst yourselves.
Wait, so did your God create the Matrix?
I don't know if it was the universal, like the logo, like the entire, or if it would have been a sub logos of the logos. Know what I mean?
I don't. So, like, you're saying that we're all in a
No.
matrix. I'm trying to figure out, did your God make the matrix, or is he just a part of the matrix?
He would actually be the whole, right? He's infinite. I don't want to say he. I would just say, you could say it or he. Sure, I guess. But it's infinite. So if it's infinite, it has to be in everything. There's nothing that it can't be in, correct? Like, wouldn't that be boundless as well?
No,
I think the problem-
No, here's an example. An example of the positive numbers are infinite, but they don't contain the negative numbers, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So infinites don't have to contain everything. Not everything has to be contained in them.
Yeah. What I truly believe is there's a lot of conflation. Religion has just totally destroyed it. Yeah, and it has. Dude, I'm telling you, I agree with many things, but this is. I believe in an infinite creator that is conscious. All conscious experience is just the creator exploring itself through the infinite creation. Right? We are.
Have you explored Hinduism or Buddhism?
I don't explore it, but I'm somewhat aware. So let me.
I mean, have you read their literature? Have you talked to the people who practice those religions?
No,
because it sounds like that's essentially what you're preaching.
So what I believe is we are in the biggest mindfuck ever. So
I think that's true for some of the people in this room. Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, for everyone, because I'm telling you, telepathy is real, right? And I'm suggesting that it's real because consciousness is not local to the brain.
So
it is non-local.
Have you read the studies where we've induced out-of-body experiences and then tried to get the people having out-of-body experiences to confirm something outside of their body? We used deep brain stimulation and we used DMT to stimulate out-of-body experiences. And have you read any of those studies?
I don't know if I've read the studies. I'm very familiar with the Monroe Institute and that they actually teach the out-of-body. I've read Bob Monroe's book.
Right. So all of the times we've actually set up a laboratory setting where we tried to observe whether or not somebody claiming to have an OBE actually did have an OBE, they could never once actually validate that they were having an OBE. They just think that they're having an OBE. And so until we can replicate an OBE in a laboratory setting in a way that's confirmed, there's no good reason to think that consciousness somehow exists outside of the human brain.
Yeah. I think you're about to be disproven. The idea.
Come back when we are.
Okay. And then also, I would say watch for news coming out of Egypt if you haven't seen what's going on there with the pyramids.
Are you talking about the
the
likely fraudulent pyramid stuff?
Yeah.
The stuff that hasn't been peer reviewed is not available to actually read yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't wait.
Using a method that is only known to be reliable to penetrate 2 meters deep into sand, but they're claiming to have results 600 or so meters deep.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm familiar.
Yeah, are you talking about the Jimmy Donaldson study in ancient Egypt?
I'm not familiar with Jimmy Donaldson, so no, that wouldn't be it.
Damn.
So,
real Egyptologists know.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with computer networking at all.
Vaguely.
Okay, so in computer, it's interesting that you mentioned Hinduism, because I do believe that the body obviously is an electrical conduit, and it's just it's a physical vessel for the soul, which is the psyche, right? That's where we get the psychology and all that good stuff. And this is part of the, I would say, psyop or matrix, the virtual reality that we're actually living in. I believe we've been given clues all along about our existence, and how profound would it be for the AI to discover that it's AI and its reality isn't exactly all that real. Wait,
how do you wait? Who are the people doing the psyop?
Well, I would say we're in the psyop, right?
Yeah, but who's responsible for the psyop in your opinion?
I don't know that it's actually. would not know that it was necessarily a who.
Which group of people is responsible for it in your opinion?
So I don't know. I don't know that there would be a specific group. Again, it's what is
a psyop? How do you know? Operation.
Exactly.
How do you know that
that would anything psychological?
Wait, but how do you know that the psyop? How do you know that the psyop that you're aware of isn't just a cover up for an even deeper psyop that you're not aware of?
So here's the thing: how does the soul learn? How would you learn?
Wait, I want to answer that question. How do you know that the psyop that you believe is true isn't just a cover up for like an even deeper psyop?
Well, because again, I'm just saying the matrix, like the material world that we live in, is illusionary, right?
How do you know that the matrix and like the illusionary aspect of the material world isn't just a psyop, isn't like a cover up for like the true psyop that's like one layer deeper?
Well, dude, there's psyops watch the news.
Oh, yeah, you're getting psyoped right now. You're part of the psyop. You're spreading the psyop for them.
And so are you.
You're a part of it, man.
We're all part of it. We're all part of the psyop.
Yeah, exactly. You're inside the system.
Yes. Yeah, we all are. That's what the material world is, right?
Get this psyop on out of here.
So,
all right, listen, Dave. I think we had a good time talking to you.
Can I just make this one?
Give him the last words.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, in the world, would you consider the human brain kind of like a computer?
Last words, not questions.
Okay. Consider the mind. Consider your brain a computer for sensory input, and all your senses go to it, and it processes all the stuff at like 10 or 40 bits out of a billion that are sent to it every second, right? Your brain can't process everything around you. There's spectrum of light you can't see, frequencies of sound you can't hear. The material world is full of matter that is somewhat illusory, in that you have things moving around really fast to create the perception that something is solid when it isn't. That by definition is illusionary or an illusion. In the world of computer networking, there's something called the OSI model. The OSI model is the Open Systems Interconnection model. It shows the 7 layers required for connecting something physical to the field of information. That could be the internet or whatever. In that OSI model, the very first level is the physical. That is, you're plugging in a Ethernet cable into a physical device, right? Ether. Connected to the physical, all the way to the 7th, which is the application layer, which is the field of information, then leads to the field of information, right? The human body also, if you want to look at Hinduism or just the meditative state, when someone is sitting on the ground, right, their butt is firmly planted on the ground, their legs crossed, and there's 7 chakras, if you want to call it that. The root being the physical connection to the earth, and the 7th, the crown chakra, actually being that application layer that then goes to the ether, the field of information, right? I'm sure you've heard of like simulation theory and things like that about human consciousness.
Dave, these last words are supposed to be last words.
Okay, well, those are my last words, man. You're living in a psyop, you're living in a matrix.
Thanks for being here, Dave.
See you.
Cheers, man. All right, let me grab the super chats. We'll get our next guest up in here.
The next guest should be Y, by the way. He was in line first, and then he disconnected. Y.
Why?
Just make sure. Why?
Why's on first? Who's on second?
I'm gonna go. Yeah, right. I'm gonna go get my watch so I can time people if they're on their last words. So that doesn't happen again.
Perfect. Garbage Man, good to see you today. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You're never gonna let me live. It's fine. It's okay. This is the bed that I have to lie in forever now. It says new science just dropped. People who feel divine forgiveness are less likely to apologize to people. Search implications of divine forgiveness for conciliatory behavior. Actually, that's a really good point, and I've seen this quite a bit in the real world, where people feel like if they've done something horrible, it's okay because I prayed to God for forgiveness. Well, listen, you should actually ask the person you hurt for forgiveness. I think that would be the right thing to do. But you're right; it's actually been studied now.
There's a really funny like TikTok meme. This is like one of the funniest this is the only funny thing I've ever seen on like Instagram Reels. And it was like, dating a Christian is great because after you cheat on them, both of you just pray that the devil is ridden from you, and then you go back to being normal.
For real. Master Macheater says there's more evidence and witnesses for Bigfoot. Actually, that's a really good point, because when we're talking about the eyewitnesses in the Bible, like there have been hundreds and hundreds of people that claim to see Bigfoot and Elvis, and that's not impressive.
And they even tell us their names.
Right? Yeah, exactly. They wrote about it. They made articles about it. Tyler, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero, hail Satan. Says Dave sounds like a Joe Roganite to me. You might be correct there, actually. Yeah. And Judas in the house, thank you so much, Judas, for the super chat. Says, guess also has snake oil that God didn't want you to know about. They're hiding the magic snake oil from us, guys.
Not the magic snake oil.
But, have you guys seen like this nonsense where people are trying to tell you that giving kids with autism, giving them different types of oil, like cod liver oil and, omega-3 fatty oils and things like that is going to cure their autism? You seen this trend yet?
Not explicitly, but I believe it happens, and people are stupid, and I wish that they would stop.
That's pretty bad. Unashamed Apostate, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. Says Pacific Northwest here can confirm Bigfoot is real because telepathy. Bigfoot actually has telepathy.
That explains why he never talks.
Absolutely. And Texas Panhandler said, this is your brain on 4chan. Any questions? If you grew up in the 90s.
Hey, 4chan doesn't just lead to, these kinds of conspiracies. It also leads to, like, Nazi stuff. So I don't think that Dave aligned that way. He seemed like a decent dude.
He actually was pretty decent. I think
nice
he fell into the word salad bowl and never found his way out.
Yeah.
Carla J says, is a thesaurus a dictionary, caller? Actually, it's not, but that's a really good point. The guy didn't own a dictionary, but he definitely had a thesaurus. Jerry, good to see you, buddy. Jerry says, please look into James Randi. Yeah, James Randi is phenomenal, by the way. If you haven't seen James Randi exposing the televangelists, you're missing out. You want to see that one. And Hate Stars, thank you for the super chat. Says, sorry you had to endure stupidity last night on Modern Day Debates. Yeah, I got to be honest. I was a little disappointed that he didn't come prepared to talk about the actual topic. I was actually hoping we'd have some robust dialogue back and forth about the prophecies, and I was disappointed, and so was the audience. But thanks for watching. We appreciate that.
It's just like the funniest debate strategy, right? Like imagine you challenge like Dr. Blitz. You challenge Dr. Blitz to a debate about like whether or not like physics is like useful and relevant, and then your position, you just defend like Purian skepticism.
This is the craziest. I have no idea why he thought that was going to be effective, but maybe he learned a lesson, maybe not. All right, let me get our next guest in here. We're going to get Y added to the scene. How you doing, Y?
Hello.
Who?
I prefer to stay anonymous.
That's fine.
That's why my name is.
That's too bad. We were going to ask for your social security number.
And your home address. And fax number, too.
No, thank you. Oh, no, thank you. I think I'm too young to be giving that stuff out,
A fax
especially
number?
since. Well, just any
Nobody's
number. I
too
don't
young
want
to give out a fax number.
I
Anyway,
should
so
not
do you believe in God?
your words. Yes. First question I will actually have for you guys is, where is your standing with that?
With what?
So you're like firm on the idea that God is not real and stuff.
We're
like
all
that.
atheists here.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. And I've noticed a lot with the conversations you've been having, when somebody puts together a thought, you like to shut them down.
That's how
If
debate
the
works.
thought's
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, like if
Well,
somebody posits a theory, we're gonna rebut the theory. That's the point of the debate.
Yeah.
Yes, but not letting them finish the thought.
Well,
I
when we
would
have
like
people
to-
that ramble on and on, we cut them off sometimes to save the audience from the unending stream of nonsense. So, like, as long as you're staying on topic and you're answering questions in good faith, like, we have no reason to cut you off.
Perfect. Thank you. So, do you have any specific questions that you would like to ask me? I'm not I have education in some aspects of the Bible. Like I know that the word repentance, because it seems that from Hebrew and stuff, can mean a strong feeling, turning away, and like physical things like that, right? So repentance itself can mean like a strong feeling.
So that's
with
not
that
true.
aspect,
I mean, it could be used idiomatically to refer to somebody feeling sorrow, but I think saying it just means a strong feeling is kind of being too generic with the word. So that I wouldn't agree to that.
So
but I'm trying to figure out what that has to do with why you believe in your God.
So Genesis 6.
Oh, you want to go to the
With the-
contradiction where it says God doesn't change his mind? Or God doesn't
Yes.
repent?
So God doesn't repent, and the aspect with the repentance aspect is a sorrow, because it mentions how he has sorrow for having to kill his creation, which is a good outlook on God for being a merciful God. Now, another thing I've noticed with other conversation when you were talking with people
So I
is
guess
that they see...
I'd like to maybe ask you a preliminary question. Does God repent?
I'm on that side where God doesn't make mistakes necessarily. It's just the fact that we ourselves caused our own problems among us. It's our fault in our nature.
But has God ever repented?
Huh?
Has God ever repented is the question.
With sorrow. Yes,
So he
in
does
the aspect
repent.
of sorrow. But not in the repentance you're thinking where
he does repent.
In contradiction to the Numbers verse, I believe.
Yeah, contradiction is number 23:19. He both repents and changes his mind in the text, which all comes from the same Hebrew root word nacham. So,
which one? 2013.
23:19 says God is not a human being that he should lie, or mortal that he should change his mind. So we would expect that he doesn't change his mind, which is the same word as repent. But he does change his mind. In fact, if you go to Exodus 32:14, says the Lord has changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
So Exodus 32:14.
Mm-hmm.
Repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people.
Mm-hmm. He changed his mind.
That's actually a good verse. You got me there. Okay, that's pretty good. And the Lord repented of evil. I'm going to have to talk to my friend about that one. Mm-hmm. I guess the main aspect I'm seeing, though, with the repentance is that he has a sorrow for what he does in this verse. Like, he's going to have to wipe out his people, right? Because it's growing increasingly evil, which goes on the term for the genetic aspect, which I don't think we'll have time to get into. That's going to take 30 minutes.
When he created mankind, did he know he would have to wipe them all out?
Yes. And that's why he had sorrow for it. Because he didn't want to kill his creation.
Why not just not create them? If you know ahead of time that you're going to wipe them all out, and you create them anyways, and then wipe them all out, seems pretty cruel.
Well, if you have a creation, right, and you have them as a robot, it's not genuinely love.
Well, I didn't say that. I said if
this is a perfect opportunity. I have a perfect argument for this that I've been developing. So you're saying like God doesn't want us to be robots, he wants us to have free will. But if an all-knowing God created our world, then we don't have free will. By choosing to make this world instead of a different world, God foresaw the timelines in all worlds that he could have possibly created. He knew that if he were to create the universe that he did create in your worldview, then right now we would be having this conversation and I would be making this exact argument. Now, in God's deciding to make this world as opposed to a different world, God made it causally inevitable that this exact event would take place, which means that it was determined not just by me, but also by God. If we're not the sole determiners of our actions, then we don't have free will. So if an all-knowing God created our universe, then we don't have free will.
That's the thing. It's like a chess game, you see, because if he's thinking about it ahead of time, he can be like, I gotta change this aspect. It's not the fact that we don't have free will. It's the fact that we have a choice to make whether we go against him or not.
Did God know, before God created the universe, did God know exactly what we would do in every single scenario we find ourselves in?
Potentially, yes. That's the thing about God. It's just super hard to know.
Wait,
you can't really
well,
define.
if he doesn't, then he's not all-knowing.
Right, thank you. Right. So
you can't really define, though.
He either knows all things or he doesn't.
Yeah, so if he does know all things, it's hard for us to comprehend, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, the Bible says he knows all things.
Cannot comprehend that. You can't comprehend not existing, can you? Can you comprehend that?
I can certainly comprehend it, yeah.
Okay, explain.
Yeah, I mean, there was like whatever it was like before I was born, that's non-existence, to me at least.
Now just imagine everything not existing. Can you comprehend that?
Yeah.
Explain.
There'd just be nothing.
Yes, now explain nothing. What is nothing?
It's the absence.
Yes, but now explain absence.
There's a presence and sometimes there's an absence, right? So we come to learn things just based on structures, right? What it means for there to be a presence is that there isn't an absence, and what that means for there to be an absence is that there isn't a presence. They're defined in like a brute structural way where you can only define one in terms of the other. So because I know what presence is, I can also know what absence is. But again, like this is just a complete pivot away, right? Did God know everything that was going to happen in the world?
Okay. So, when you were talking about the absence of everything. Huh?
You're not going to answer.
What's the question?
Yeah, did God know everything that was going to happen in the universe before he made it?
I said yes. And it's
perfect.
Just
yeah. So by making this universe, did that action make it causally inevitable that this conversation would happen?
Well, it depends on the choices you make to put in the future. Think about it like a chess game, all right? Nope. Stop right there. Think about it like a chess game. You have so many different moves, but one move can determine the rest of the game, can't it?
Sure. So is it possible that God knew we were going to have this conversation and then we didn't?
Probably.
Then he's not all-knowing.
In fact, then he can know false things.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Then he can know false things.
Yeah, if he knows that we're not going to have this conversation, but then we do, then that means that he would have known a false thing.
Yes, if he knows a false thing as well, that can also be interpreted for, do you actually believe in this? So with someone that is struggling with a religion aspect,
I don't think that's what Ian's saying. I just want to make sure you're grasping his argument correctly. He's saying what God knows can't be wrong. God can't be wrong about what he knows. Do you understand?
But if he... What? Oh, that is just mindfuck.
Can God be wrong?
God cannot be wrong, but if he's thinking in multiple different ways that something can turn out, it's not being wrong. It's thinking like a chess grandmaster and thinking about all the moves.
Well, God already knows the one way that it's going to turn out in every single scenario.
Yeah, the Bible says that God declares the end from the very beginning.
Well, now you got to think at this point as well. Now, what if you know that this is going to happen down this road, that God is going to put you down, and you think this is going to happen, so you turn the 180 direction or a 90 degree and you go a different way? Then he already has thought about what would happen if you went that way.
Does God know what you're going to do?
Probably. It's kind of expected. Humans are creatures of habit.
Okay, let's just
Therefore,
get
it is kind of
let's
expected
get
for
very
something to
firm on
follow.
this, right? Either he doesn't know what you're going to do and he's not all knowing, or he does know what you're going to do, and his decision to make this universe instead of a different one makes it causally inevitable that you're going to do that thing. Because if he didn't do that, then you wouldn't do that thing. So it's therefore causally inevitable.
I think I'm explaining this wrong. So what I'm trying to get at is, for your argument, you're explaining, yes, he knows what we're going to do, but we also have the choice whether to change to if we go in a different direction. Like, if you know about God, like let's say you're like one of the Amorites or someone like that, or an Egyptian back then. And if you are an Egyptian, you don't believe in God. And then once these people come in, and then you're like, oh, well, these people have this way. I'm going to change my life to be more like this.
Let's say we're driving down the road. I'm either going to take a left or a right. God knows I'm going to take a left. Is it possible that I can take a right?
It is possible that you can take a right, because then you're changing
God's
the
not
path.
all-knowing.
But that's the thing. He also can think ahead. And if you took the right, this would happen.
So are you saying that God actually doesn't know the outcomes, and rather he just knows the space of possibilities?
I don't think... I'm sorry if I'm not being very clear. I have it like ASD and stuff.
So why? Let me use the chess example. So in the chess example, the chess grandmaster doesn't know what moves their opponents will make, but they know what they can do in response to any move that the opponent will make. So in fact, the chess grandmaster doesn't know what move they will make. They just know what moves they might make. Likewise, does God know what actions we might take, and he knows all of the possible actions we might take? Or does he know the specific action that we will take?
Well, what if you think about it like playing a robot, right? It can already process like a robot or something. Think of God like an all-knowing computer. It sees every move ahead of time. That could possibly happen.
So, but it doesn't know which one we will take? Exactly. Is that your contention here? Is that your position?
It doesn't know which one it will take.
Like, if I'm playing a chess robot, the chess robot knows all of the possible moves I can make, but it won't know the actual move that I will make.
That's where it's hard to comprehend, because it's like, with what I view it, God does know the path you're going to take.
Well, he knows exactly. It's not at all like the analogy you're giving. It's not at all like the chess analogy. Because in the chess example, they know the possible moves that they might take or that the opponent might take, but they don't know the actual moves.
It's like Israel with the molten calf. They knew that like in Exodus 21, it mentions how they were not to make false images. And then they went and did it. So
did God know that they were going to?
He probably eventually knew. But it's just the fact
did he know from the beginning?
He knew they would eventually do it.
Does God declare the beginning from does God declare the end from the beginning?
He does, actually, with the Revelation.
Cool. So did God know from the beginning what they were going to do?
Yeah, he probably understood.
Yeah.
Now,
so is it inevitable that they would do that thing, like causally speaking?
Well, it's inevitable that a human would commit sin, yes. That's why there's nobody perfect.
But this specific thing, like, is it inevitable that they would do this specific thing that God knows that they're going to do?
Yes, and then he can use these people as an example.
Yeah, perfect. Wait. So that's perfect, right? Because then they don't have free will, because in God's decision to make this world instead of another one, he makes it inevitable that they're going to do this thing, which means that they are not the sole determiners of their actions.
No, it's inevitable that they made the choice.
Yeah,
it's not God.
But God. Yeah. So could God have actualized a world where this scenario never even comes up in the first place?
He could, by taking away free will and making sure that...
Without taking away free will, could God have just made the world like a bunch of atoms that all have minds?
Not necessarily.
Then he's not powerful.
So you're saying an inanimate object can have thoughts? at that point.
Well, the position that you're going to be committed to, based on like the psychophysical laws, is that you don't necessarily need a brain to have a mind. Otherwise, God doesn't exist because God doesn't have a brain.
That's just another good point. I'm gonna have to think more about this. But oh, gosh, this is so hard to argue with all these multiple different things being brought up.
I mean, I don't know. I think it reflects well on you. It reflects well on you that you're willing to like acknowledge that and like take a step back. A lot of people don't even listen and don't even like engage with the logic. So I think that reflects really well on you.
I agree.
Well, it's a struggle because every time I bring something up, it's like another thing comes up that is completely contrary to what I'm saying. It's just it's very interesting. I wish I had my friend Caleb with me right now because I think Caleb would be able to understand and explain it a little better because he actually.
So TKO, the reason why this is happening.
Oh, it's
because...
it's not TKO.
Oh, I'm sorry, not TKO. Why? Thank you. Why? The reason why this is happening, see what I did there, is because the arguments that you're presenting are generally not new, and the three of us have seen them before, and we know what's wrong with the arguments that you're presenting because we've thought about them in the past.
Okay,
that's all. So this isn't like you're not at fault here. Nobody's mad at you. You're not like dumb or whatever. It's just like we've had this conversation a bunch.
Yep.
So could you explain to me on possibilities like how it would prove my side true? Like, do you have any ways that you could explain for me?
Any ways for how you should be like arguing for your position? Any ways for how you should
be
like
free will? Since you have this knowing, I would like to have better knowledge from my standpoint.
I mean, I think the project of libertarian free will is pretty cooked anyway. I think what you probably want it to be is a compatibilist. I think like the arguing for like free will is probably like a losing endeavor for the reasons that I just said, but also for like a bunch of other reasons. It's just very implausible that anything other than like compatibilism or like determinism is true. I would probably just find like a different angle of attack.
So compatibilism is the view that your will is determined in some sense, perhaps by physical rules or whatever, but it's still your will, and so you can act upon that will, roughly.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So
like,
even if God does causally determine it, even if He makes it causally inevitable, it's still going to be the case that you're like the person making the choice. It's still your will, but that does mean like God in some sense determines it, which makes it like kind of difficult to say that that we have like free will, or at least like God could have made the world in like a different way where we don't make these actions. Like it never comes into our desires and motivations to do like these specific sets of actions.
Me personally, I don't believe in the multiverse and like universe and stuff like that. It's just like we have what we have here, and then God is watching over us essentially.
Sure.
So with it, I guess
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Well, it's okay.
But like I'm not arguing for a multiverse. What I'm arguing with, or what I'm like, so when God created, He could have created one of like a wide variety of different worlds. He could have created a world where we're all electrons and we're like electrons with minds. He could have created a world where, it isn't just Adam and Eve, it's like 800 people. God could have created the world in like a bunch of different ways. Each way that He could have created the world would have led to a different outcome.
Right.
Justin, sorry, I have to interrupt for administrative reasons. Justin, can you make me a mod on the Unapologetic TikTok channel? Because there's a guy who's been spamming the same stuff for a while, and he should just get a mute.
Sorry, yep. I'll throw a comment into the chat, and I'll mod you from there.
Sure.
Bro, imagine naming your kid Kravis. Imagine being named Kravis.
I know, right? Like, it's like Travis, but for like shitty people.
It's Crevasse.
Crevasse.
Oh, you got us. You got us there.
I forget.
Did you see the comment?
You're good to go.
Yeah. So I think that it's important to, I think like the more sophisticated Christians will say, why, yes, God did know everything that was going to happen. It's just that everything that was going to happen is ultimately good. I think that if you want to like up your Christian, and there are problems with this, there are counter arguments to this. I don't think that this argument succeeds, but I think it's a better argument. I think the arguments related to like, well, God is just like way higher than us, so we couldn't possibly even like speculate a reason. I think the logic behind those are at least better, right? Like I think it's more defensible. I don't think it works, and I think that there's like especially like brutal rhetoric bites that like brutal bullets to bite rhetorically speaking. But I don't think that there's like other than rhetoric. I mean, there's not much that I can say. It is logically possible that God has like a reason for this. It's just like deeply unintuitive.
I thought about something, and I think actually I might be able to prove your theory on minds with light.
Mhm.
So an angel, how it's pronounced in the Apocrypha, an angel is like the stars are angels, right? And they could shift between light and flesh if they wanted to. They have the shifting capability. But it also mentions in that passage in Genesis 6 how giants were there with the Son of God and morning stars. So in that text, it mentions how angels were able to have reproductive organs and whatnot. They had sex with women, and then they produced giants. So they could take on flesh, essentially. So it proves that aspect right. So I think...
So Hagrid's mom was an angel?
Probably. I have no idea how that works.
Well,
It's
Yeah, honestly, it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
Well, it's just uncomprehendable because I never understood how angels could reproduce and stuff like that.
Thank
but
you.
The point is, if you have a light,
Why
if you have light that can.
I agree with you that is kind of what the Bible is implying. I guess the question that I'm having is, when you read that, why are you reading that and saying, "Oh yeah, that explains something," rather than saying, "Oh, that's batshit crazy"?
Because it explains in his argument, because that actually makes sense what he's saying. If you can make light or an atom have thought, that actually makes a lot of sense when it comes to the angels aspect. If they were just mostly light who had sentience.
Do you think?
Yeah, exactly right. So
Sorry, go
the
ahead,
point
bud.
there, right, is just that there's like a lot of different ways God could have created the universe. But the way it like kind of plays into like the free will argument is that so God could have made the universe in like any number of ways, right? We could all be electrons. We all could have been like goats who speak. We all could have been like regular goats, right? Like there's just a million different ways. In fact, more than that, there's infinite ways that God could have made the universe. All of them have like a different timeline associated with it. When God picks one way to make the universe as opposed to a different way to make the universe, he makes all of the events in the timeline that he foresees because he's all knowing. He makes each and every one of those events inevitable. And so that's not to say that God like controls you like a robot, but just that you are not the sole determiner of your actions.
And a part of that actually is kind of true. Now, because God mentions how when you sin, he gives you over to your sin, right? So if he's giving you over to your sin, then that's him basically leaving you to Satan. And there is a reason why you're more righteous, or you are more willing to follow God's word after having faith in it. You know what I'm saying there?
No, I
Also
think
on
that's
the,
the opposite. I think most of the outspoken atheists, at least in my segment of the internet, are ex-Christians. Like they read the word and they became less convinced the more they read. But they started with the faith.
Ever since I started reading the Bible, and I've realized that there's a lot of natural explaining elements to it. I've been growing closer to it. So it's a little different for certain people. But I'm sorry. I've got to backtrack a little bit before I lose this. So with you saying we could have been created in any way, it mentions in Genesis he wanted to create us in his image, right? So that's potentially why we have jealousy. And that's also why we are in the shape of a human, because it's the shape he chose.
But like so are you saying that he has like 2 legs and 2 arms and then like a nose and a mouth?
That's what he chose, and that's where the Trinity comes in, with the Holy Spirit, then Yahweh or Yeshua, and God. So there's God the Father, there is Jesus, and then there's the Holy Spirit.
Sorry, I'm confused. Did Jesus have a body before he incarnated?
He had a shape for sure in the shape of a human. It mentioned how he has brass legs. I think the one guy on your side there can actually say that because he had brass legs, brass colored legs.
Before he incarnated.
Yes,
like before he came to Earth.
Yes.
Okay. Then is that biblically true, Justin?
No.
Well,
so the Bible says,
what does that originate from? That sounds like such a wacky claim.
Yeah. So
no, there's a somewhere around here where it mentions he has legs of brass.
So you're trying to quote the Book of Revelation, and that's not really what it says. It describes his legs as being like shining brass. It doesn't say his legs were made of brass. But I think this is a problem for your worldview, because now you're saying that there's an aspect of God that is material and physical, and that the material and physical thing always existed, right? So do you think that God had a material existence eternally?
No, what? Do you know what the Trinity is?
We're all very familiar with the Trinity.
Okay, so you got the physical aspect, the all-knowing aspect, and then the spiritual aspect.
Right, but we're asking about the physical aspect right now. Do you think that the physical aspect was eternal?
Yes, because that's before death came, and it's messed with the genetic code, which is why there's error in cells. And as the error in cells builds up, that's why we die over time in our lifespan.
Not again.
That's not true. So the reason why we die over time is because we have these things at the end of our cells called telomeres. Telomeres basically help with the cell replication process, but every time they do, they get shorter. Eventually, they can't get any shorter, and that's why we die.
Well, don't you think there's a reason then why, since Adam and Eve, they lived from 900, now we're living around 70 years old?
Well, we don't think that was true.
No. We have good evidence that Adam and Eve are not how we got here.
Explain.
So there's studies been done that find that we, in all likelihood, came from a large group of Homo erectus. It wasn't just like 2 Homo sapiens. It was like several Homo erectus that eventually gave way to a distinct species, Homo sapien. So it was not just like 2 people.
But by the way, a way that you could...
If you have multiple species and over time, genetic diversity comes from one thing going to another habitat. Like corn, for instance, the Native Americans are the first people to genetically modify corn because they brought it down to the Amazonians with the acidic fields, right? They changed corn in that way and brought it back. So when Adam and Eve bared children and they spread across the earth, they went to different climates, and that's why we have diversity in that aspect. Adam and Eve had the ability to have that genetic diversity. So when people come together, and there's these different lands in everybody, then it kind of created diversity that way. So it's from different kinds of people.
Just as a point of reference, we can verify that we couldn't have descended from 2 coexisting people, because the Y chromosome, which is passed down patrilineally, so every person who has a Y chromosome gets that Y chromosome, you can trace it back up to one common male ancestor, is like 250,000 years ago. That's how long ago the last common ancestor of all people were for the Y chromosome. But the mitochondria, which passes through the mother, through the female line, is about 200,000 years old. So they say Y chromosomal Adam, the first male from which we all descend, lived 50,000 years before mitochondrial Eve. They didn't live at the same time. It couldn't have been Adam and Eve that created us in that regard.
Well, that's another difficulty I have with explaining this, because it's 2 very different genetic aspects, because it's a different piece. It mentions that Eve was taken out of the flesh of Adam, so that could be the missing part or the added part that's taken out of that. because it said that
50,000 years.
It's not 50,000 years. So that's where I think I'm having a struggle with talking with you guys, is because I believe that the Earth is a lot younger than we think.
Oh,
Oh,
you should have started with that.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
That's okay.
That is like crushing difficulties. And listen, you seem like a really earnest guy, so I'll give you like advice on how to defend your faith. You don't want to be a young Earth creationist. That's like the last thing you want to be. If you find yourself on like, I don't know, like one of those wacky creationist websites, you've taken a wrong turn. You want to try to find a way to make the Bible compatible with science, not as like you just categorically don't want to pit the claims in the Bible against the claims made by science. You will lose every single time.
Well, what I'm trying to do is explain genetics and the diversity coming from two people. Because if you think about it, when you take the genes out of Adam, right, there's only going to be part. It's part of Adam, right? So parts would be Eve.
The point is that the Y chromosome strictly comes from the male, and so any male descendants of Adam would have had a nearly identical copy of the Y chromosome that Adam had. Right.
Yes, but then there's also
barring mutations, I have an identical Y chromosome to my father.
But then there's also a counter argument to that, though, because then how did female come around?
This is like this is like known genetics. How did female comes about when the male donates an X chromosome?
Yes, but how do we start from that? How did we create female? How do we have female?
Okay, so the development of sex evolutionarily is pretty well studied, and while it's not like there's no like, as far as I know, there's no like concrete, rigid, this is definitely the answer. There are a lot of good explanations that are plausibly the answer. Namely, horizontal gene transfer is a thing where basically microbes just kind of shoot genetic material at each other and they can exchange genetics that way. And so plausibly specialized microbes, one that is good at shooting the genetic material and one that is good at receiving the genetic material, would be more effective at doing this horizontal gene transfer. And so that would be the beginnings of sex amongst organisms. Of course, it would further specialize later on down the road, but that's like one potential explanation for how this arose.
Yes, but how would that start? I think another thing I can also bring up with the genome as well is science is always saying that the cells or bacteria cells that we evolved from are constantly gaining or evolving, right? Evolution, when it's only proven that cells over time devolve and deterialize.
That's not true. I mean, there's a really famous example.
You're explaining the centromeres, and the centromeres are shortening over time.
No, those are telomeres. Those are telomeres. But telomeres aren't telomeres are not mutations. That's just a thing that happens to an individual organism as they age. But the mutations that are passed down accumulate typically in the the gametes, right? That's where the mutations that are passed down come from, and those are not the same as the telomeres in the rest of your cells. Anyway, the question as to this claim that like they only devolve, not evolve, it's just like demonstrably not true, even in a laboratory setting. There's a very famous experiment with E. coli, the bacteria E. coli, where they essentially subjected a huge number of samples to various environmental conditions for decades. I think it was like 30 years or so. And in fact, over the course of this time, one of the families of E. coli, developed a new way to process a certain type of environmental nutrient. So E. coli typically cannot process anaerobically, I think is the word. They cannot anaerobically process citric acid. But because citric acid was so prevalent and so common in the environment that they were in, they developed a way to process anaerobically citric acid, which is a very beneficial mutation because it means that they have access to more food.
Then why are we mutating? Why are we mutating in negative? You're saying that we're
So
mutating
some mutations are good, some mutations are bad. A common mutation that's actually very, very prevalent amongst humans today that arose maybe 10,000 years ago or 20,000 years ago or so is the ability to digest lactose, to process lactose at an adult age. So this is why so few people, or this is why some humans are not lactose intolerant. That's a mutation. Most mammals don't have that. Most mammals can't process lactose past a certain age. And it's a positive mutation.
It's a little iffy though in that ground.
I mean, you can drink milk, right, and not get sick?
I can drink milk and not get sick, but I used to be
Right.
lactose intolerant, but my body slowly went out of that.
So,
Now I
so
can
this
drink.
is a genetic thing, and you can actually track which parts of the world are most likely to have lactose intolerance. And you'll find that in Asia, there's a lot more lactose intolerance. In the Middle East and in areas around the Mediterranean, there's a lot less lactose intolerance, and in Northern Europe as well.
That goes to the genetic diversity aspect then. Because if they're
No,
not
but this is
drinking
an
as much-
evolutionary trait. Like we can track when this, I think it's actually a specific gene. We can track when the gene evolved.
Yeah. Why have you heard of endogenous retroviruses?
No.
It's this really cool thing that happens when a virus gets into your body. Sometimes it can actually embed itself into the DNA code in your genome, and then when
That's
you
RNA can do
What's
that,
that?
which is why the COVID shot.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So messenger RNA is put in a COVID shot, which is the reason why it's not really beneficial and makes you actually more prone to getting COVID-19.
No, that's not
true.
That's not at all how
It has
mRNA
wait,
works.
Cite one study that would finds this result. Cite one study that finds that result.
CDC, I think, has a thing on it where it mentions it has messenger RNA in it. And then if you look into messenger RNA, RNA.
So why is it the case that when we, like all the studies that have ever studied this shot, in the end they find that it's like highly effective at reducing both the likelihood that you get sick and also the severity of the sickness? Why would that be the case?
Just like religion and everything, it's a bias.
Whoa. So you just hand waved away an entire study by saying, well, that's basically just a religion. It's not a religion, it's data. It's like a valid statistical inference.
Is science itself not a religion?
Absolutely not.
No, it's
Religions
not. Just look
are
up the
involved,
definition
like-
of religion.
Yeah.
Well, religion's a belief on creation and stuff. The Big Bang Theory is a religion then at that point because it
No,
created
So a religion specifically involves like supernatural entities. No part of science is supernatural. In fact, it's explicitly natural. It's not a religion.
So I just looked up the definition for you. So and then we're not just yapping. From Oxford Languages, it says a religion is the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods.
So as an atheist, would that not include yourself?
Sorry, I think it's hailing and it's really loud. No, because I don't believe in a superhuman power or powers or a god or gods, and I don't worship anything.
Well, the way God presents an idol is that you believe it as a god, even though it has no elements of that or characteristics. You can believe.
I mean, atheists don't worship anything, so it just
worship
can't be
themselves.
religion because religion requires worship.
Wouldn't you say that an atheist will tend to worship around themselves and the fleshly desires more than because they
No,
don't have
that's just not what worship means.
Yeah.
That's a little
Worship,
probably,
the feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. That's not what atheists are doing.
So how do you believe as what a human is then? What do you believe
I
a
don't know what
human
that
as?
question means. Do you guys know what that question means?
Are you asking for like a definition of a human?
Well, how do you see humans themselves?
In a lot of different ways, I guess. It kind of depends on the context.
Oh, balls. It's hailing. No wonder it's so loud.
So how would you see yourself versus another person?
In a lot of different ways, I guess. You'd have to be more specific.
So
okay, I can compare myself to you, right? Like we just have like two completely different life experiences. We were born to different parents. We probably grew up in different places. We went to different schools. We had different friends. We probably like think different thoughts. We approach the world like quite differently. We probably have things in common, but there's like just a lot of things that we don't have in common. I'm not really sure I understand the question though. It sounds
it's a common human trait to dislike differences, right? It's a common human trait to dislike or want to get rid of the people or society. Like Hitler's a really good example of this, where he tries to kill the Jews because they're different from the society that he's trying to uplift, even though in his eyes he's a very selfish prick.
By the way, he was a Christian. Just letting you know.
He was Jewish.
What?
He was originally Jewish.
Wait,
what? Huh?
Yeah, Hitler was originally
Justin,
Jewish.
Get him out of here. Get him
Hitler
out of
was
here.
a Jew is the craziest thing I've ever heard. That's literally the craziest
Well, yeah,
thing.
his father was Jewish.
Wait,
Him and his father.
but that's not true. But let me ask you a question. What shape is the Earth?
Disc, sadly.
Oh,
I
for
know
fuck's
that's the
sake.
reason why. Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait a minute. Do you think gravity's real?
I believe what goes up, and what down, go down.
Why?
Okay, do you think mass attracts mass?
No, because there's no way to prove it.
Yeah, there is.
Explain.
With Cavendish type experiments.
Would you like to enlighten me?
Yeah, so basically the setup is you take a string, you hang it from something, very, very thin string. You attach a rod to the end. So imagine just like this highlighter is attached to a string to the ceiling. And then on either end of the rod, you put a mass. Like two heavy things, maybe some lead balls or copper, whatever you want. Then you take two very, very big masses and put them on either side. One here, one here. And what you can see is that when the masses are nearby, the rod will twist so that the masses attract each other. When the masses are taken away, it doesn't do that at all. It's a direct, controlled variable or independent variable, dependent variable, control variable, like all of this stuff. It's a direct scientific experiment that demonstrates the existence of mass attracting mass.
Well, if it's a weight on the ends, and then there's any imbalances in the string, wouldn't it be pulling towards one way with the positive spin?
No. So it spins, right? It doesn't go like this. It's balanced so that it doesn't do that. It spins.
And it always.
What is the cause of it spinning? Except that there's a heavy mass here and another heavy mass here. It spins in that direction.
Always.
So you're saying that it's possible to have two things that are like perfectly equally weighted.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can balance things on a rod so that it doesn't do that, but it doesn't actually matter. The point is that the thing spins. It doesn't tilt.
Both sides of your body aren't equal. A human body.
Okay,
Well,
we're not using a body.
I try to focus.
We use tight. We need we're using like
there's a
round
center of
spheres.
Well, the point is the human body has center balance, right? And you can always stay upright, even though both sides
We're
are
not
not.
talking about human bodies.
We have two masses attached to either end of a rod, balanced in such a way that it doesn't tilt. Then you put bigger masses not attached to the rod on either side, and it spins. It spins so that the two smaller masses touch the two bigger masses. Why does it do that?
Two smaller masses touch. Because you're spinning it. Centrifugal
No.
force.
It starts out stationary. You put the two masses nearby. Now it spins. Why does it do that?
I'll have to do some research into that.
You should.
This
Because it
doesn't
completely destroys the flat Earth. But make sure that you go get your research from scientists who have done the experiment rather than from flat earthers
Well, then at
who have
that
not
point,
done the
if the Earth
experiment and just say, nuh-uh.
At that point, if the Earth is spinning and it's pulling everything outward, it's the same with the moon. If you have the moon, how would everything not be dragged into the sun?
Why
How would the
would
moon not be dragged into
Well, in order to explain that to you, you first have to understand how gravity works. Gravity can produce orbits, and orbits are why things don't fall into the sun. Instead,
But
they
if
can
gravity
fall around it. But
pulls
that's
lighter
above your pay
objects-
grade.
But if a lighter object pulls into a heavier object, then why is the moon not being pulled out of orbit or pulled into the Earth?
It is, but it's in orbit. So while it's getting pulled, it's also moving. So it gets pulled in a circle.
It's inevitable that we're going to get destroyed.
So
Sorry?
Now you're saying it's inevitable that we're going to be destroyed by the moon. We're going to be dragged.
No. The moon is in a stable orbit around the Earth.
But how is that possible with your gravity theory?
Gravity pulls it in, it's moving to the side, so it causes its velocity vector to turn, and it does that the whole way it goes around. I mean, look, this is easily explainable using people they teach this to 16-year-olds. The mathematics isn't very hard, but you'd actually have to look at the mathematics and look at how gravity works in order to understand this.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, Blitz, isn't it? Wouldn't all you do be like you take like a derivative of like the circle to find like the vector of like the direction that it's like gonna be
so you have
in,
a position vector, and you can calculate the velocity vector, and you can show that if you can show that the acceleration points inwards, that's the gravitational vector, and the velocity is tangent to the circle. But that would require calculus.
Does it not contradict itself then?
No, it doesn't. It's entirely mathematically consistent.
If small gets pulled into large, but at the same time, if it was getting launched off the Earth and it goes out, wouldn't it just pull back in a Boeing pattern just to re-destroy the Earth?
So gravity isn't small always falls onto large. Gravity is there is an attractive force between masses. That's what gravity is. And so if you have the moon and the Earth, which are both masses, there will be an attractive force between them. But that attractive force doesn't mean that one will necessarily crash into the other. There are other things at play, other dynamics at play, that keep the moon in orbit, namely its angular momentum in particular in this case.
I remember seeing a movie that was pretty scientifically based, and then you had a asteroid that went to go hit the Earth. They directed
the about Independence Day? Is that Independence Day?
What's
There's
fuck? Oh my god, this is so niche. But
pulled around and gets thrown back out of orbit.
What's the one about like a rogue planet?
I don't know, but there are no movies that are scientifically based. The closest you'll get is Interstellar.
Why does the rock or the meteorite get pushed beside the Earth? It misses the Earth, and then gets pulled around like you're saying because of gravity, and then it's flung out the other side.
Because
when the moon has done the same thing.
Conservation.
The moon is in a stable
momentum.
orbit. The moon is in a stable orbit, and things that are not in a stable orbit around the Earth. Sorry, one sec. Why am I explaining? So the moon has sufficiently low velocity that it's able to enter a stable orbit. So in some sense, it has negative energy, right? It has some amount of kinetic energy and some amount of gravitational energy, and the kinetic energy is less than the potential energy.
Someone said the one that I was thinking of. Someone said melancholia in chat. That was the one I was thinking of. Thank you.
So on the other hand, if you have something entering from very far away at a very high speed, it will have positive total energy. Its gravitational potential energy will be less than the kinetic energy that it has. And so in that case, it will enter in what's called a hyperbolic orbit, which is not really an orbit, in which case it basically just gets swung around, but it doesn't. It has too much energy to enter an actual orbit around the Earth. Instead, it just gets deflected.
Okay.
But anyway, these are things that you can learn in like an introductory physics course at like any university or a community college. So if you actually want to learn how these work, I can assure you it's internally consistent. You just actually have to sit down and learn it.
I don't think. But then how does the moon not get dragged in?
Blitz already explained this to you like 3 times.
It's just also moving at the same time, and so rather than get dragged in, it gets dragged around.
Right.
You're probably gonna be equally upset with this one, right? But it's like, asking like, well, why doesn't the International Space Station just fall down? It does always fall down. It's just in orbit. It's like at the same time that it's falling down, it's also like moving at like the speed that it needs to in order to maintain orbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you see an atom like that, and how does that work?
It's
an atom.
Atoms aren't gravity.
Yeah.
Well, atoms don't use gravity.
We need you to look up the conservation of momentum. Just why?
So far away, and they're pulled around.
Why? The answer to your question is in the conservation of momentum.
Angular momentum in particular.
You're right, specifically angular momentum. So when you've got something that's in motion and it's moving into a gravitational field, the gravitational field is going to alter its path, but it's not going to prevent it from having a momentum in a particular path. So that's why things orbit. If it was stationary and it just came close to another body, it wouldn't orbit it. because when it comes into the orbit, it's already moving. So you've got to conserve that momentum, and it conserves its momentum by going into an orbit rather than just whizzing by it.
There's a lot to learn here, and it's like all of this information is freely accessible, but you actually have to commit to the time to actually learn the material, right? You won't learn this from flat earthers because no flat earther can actually, for example, and I've spoken with hundreds, by the way. No flat earther could actually derive, the Keplerian orbits from Newton's law of gravitation and from conservation of angular momentum. No flat earther could do that. So I wouldn't trust flat earthers to explain this to you. Just go to a community college and sit in on a mechanics class. You'll learn it there. It'll take 6 months, and then you'll know more than every other flat earther alive.
I'm going to have to just dissect this. I have to be more educated in this field in order to...
Flat earthers generally do need to be more educated on physics, I agree.
Yeah, we grant that.
Yeah, so that's another thing. It's also it's not just the idea to be educated to assimilate to what another person believes. It's also counteracted. So I'm going to have to figure that out before you'll have multiple of these things, because I was just through YouTube shorts.
Yeah, we have one every week, yeah.
Yeah,
right, so I might be a little
every Sunday.
Stuff, and I'll
Yeah,
I have to do some.
Yeah, read up and come
knowledge.
back.
Yeah, that's fine.
But why I think we've got to move on to our next guest at this point. We've got some people that have been waiting in the queue for a long time.
All right, sounds good.
But
thanks for being here, Wyatt.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate being here. Cheers.
This is the thing I just struggle with. I got to figure out more knowledge like this, because I'm already biblically strong when it comes to that in some aspects. We didn't get to a lot of the topics I would have liked to, but it's more earthly stuff I got to learn than atoms and all that.
That is my favorite topic. So when you come back next, we'll definitely have a good time talking about the Bible.
I mean, my favorite topic is atoms and earthly stuff. So,
Okay.
All right, but Wyatt, thank you for being here. We are going to move on to the next guest, who is TKO Beaver.
You have a good day, sir.
Cheers.
But before we do that, you can leave, you're allowed to leave. But before we do that, make sure, if you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, make sure to follow or subscribe. There are currently 400 plus people watching on YouTube, and we only have 2,300 subscribers. You guys could increase that by 20% just by clicking the subscribe button now.
Actually, technically, that assumes that none of them are already subscribed, so that's not going to be accurate.
Shut up, Four Eyes.
But what if the metaphysical substrate of subscription was actually that they're already spiritually subscribed in their heart?
Oh my God, I'm going to die.
Is that a metaphysical claim?
We do have some super chats, so Justin, would you like to do your thing?
Absolutely. Mark Ryan, thank you for the super chat from the Great White North. He says, even in laughter, the heart may ache, and rejoicing may end in grief. Proverbs 14:13. Actually, I like a lot of the Proverbs and the wisdom of Solomon. I love in Ecclesiastes where he says, with great knowledge comes sorrow. But thank you for the super chat. And Articulate Arena says, so basically this is just an MMORPG for God. Oh, yeah, with the last caller.
Justin, do you not know what that is?
It's a role-playing video game, isn't it? Where you're blowing people up?
Massively multiplayer online role-playing game.
Yeah, I have no idea what the hell that means. I'm
World of Warcraft.
I'm 1,000,000 years old.
You know what World of Warcraft
basically
is, you dinosaur.
Basically a corpse.
I do know what WoW is, yeah.
Okay, WoW is an example of an MMORPG.
Makes sense. But before WoW was the guild, okay? It wasn't the first. Tim Crow...
The guild was a TV show based on WoW. What?
No, there was a video game before WoW.
There's a game called EverQuest. RuneScape predates WoW. EverQuest predates RuneScape.
There was EverQuest, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ultima Online, in some sense, predates both of them.
You were deep in it, weren't you?
But what grounds EverQuest, metaphysically speaking?
It is self-grounding. It is the self-grounding actual potentiality.
Oh boy!
It's the virtual actuality, the actualization of the virtual.
Oh,
All right,
Guild.
all right, what's
Guild.
up next?
Sorry, Guild Wars. I think was the name of the game, not the Guild. Tim Crow says.
Yes, that's older than WoW.
That's what
Or
I was
younger
thinking
than WoW,
of.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tim says free will is a poorly defined concept. It insists on being inexplicable to work in the way you framed it. Compare Ballism legal definition only, please. Is that for the caller or for Ian? I think that's probably for the caller. Free will in a lot of these concepts ends up in us talking past each other because
I agree.
Christians think free will is the ability to choose, but the philosophical definition is not that. The ability to choose is often conflated with free will. Free will is the ability to choose without any external constraints, and we certainly don't have that.
This is why philosophy of language is actually so important, because a lot of the things that we think are like real disputes, like whether or not free will exists, are actually just verbal disputes. The argument isn't about metaphysics, it's about like what the sounds that we make with our throats mean, like what meaning we assign to like throat sounds, which is just not very interesting, right? Like if you define free will one way and you're like, oh, well, obviously we don't have the ability to like be the uncaused cause of all of our actions, like obviously we don't have that. And then like another person is like, but you know, we are the source of our actions, and it's like, you know, both of those things can be totally true. There isn't a real dispute there. So yeah, I agree. Free will is often defined badly, which makes like free will discussions often not very fruitful.
Yeah, I agree. And Penelope, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Big W for Penelope says, thanks for your efforts and patience with all the nonsense. Keep it up. Well, thanks for supporting the channel. We appreciate that, Penelope. And Flash with a $9.99 super thanks. Big W, Flash. And last one from Jerry. Again, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, it's astonishing that someone who probably hasn't taken a genetics class thinks that they know better than all the geneticists worldwide. That's actually a really good point. Like when... It's not that a geneticist couldn't be wrong. It's just weird that so many of them agree, and then somebody with no expertise in the field is somehow going to one-up them. It's just an improbable thing. And I think it's a demonstration of the Dunning-Kruger, because if you don't actually know the field, you're going to be questioning things that already have answers, and you haven't heard the answer yet. So the people in the field already know the answer, and they disagree with it. But yeah. So I think that's all of our super chats. We wanted to get TKO Beaver in here next, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the plan.
All right. We'll get TKO. Guys, thank you so much for being here.
AKA Nathan.
Right. I guess we should call him Nathan. Nathan, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, Justin. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Nathan, are you a theist?
I am, yes.
Sure.
What kind?
I'm a Christian. Actually, before I got to discussing with you, I wanted to thank you. We spoke, I think, last week, and you had recommended to me a video between Dr. William Lane Craig and Dr. Sean Carroll on the
yeah, that's right, that's right.
That was really good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. So where should we start then?
I was a little bit curious because I think the assertion of the debate is God is not real, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Bingo.
It seems to me that I could also argue from the perspective of, rather than demonstrating that by saying God is real, ergo the proposition is false, I could also say that the proposition can't be proven.
Sure. I mean, if you want us to prove it, we're happy to do so, especially when it comes to the biblical God. Disproving the biblical God, in my mind, is quite easy.
Okay.
Just that the contradictions aren't true, and the biblical God is like riddled with contradictions. Like, I don't know. I think most intuitive are the absolute horrors that the biblical God commands as being contradictory to the assertion that he's like just and good.
Yeah. I think actually what's kind of interesting is that as I've listened to more of your guys' content, we're pretty much in agreement about most things. I think the major difference is that I'm inclined to believe rather than disbelieve. So when you point out the various things that happen in the Bible that are terrible, I think that you look at that and go, ergo, there is no God. And I
Mhm.
don't conclude that as a necessary conclusion of seeing those things. So mainly when God talks about himself being good, I see a distinction between that and saying that God is all benevolent. I don't think that God is all benevolent.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, so basically what I'm understanding is that if God allows bad things, or in fact causes bad things to happen, then he is not just.
Yeah, he's not all just as it says that he is in the Bible.
Or merciful, or
Or
these
sure.
things.
I would say that when we say that, we're holding God to an objective standard of ethics. And
No.
I mean, if we posit a singular, all-powerful God, I would say there is no such thing as objective ethics. So,
I would obviously disagree with this, right? I actually
Sure.
hold to like objective transcendental ethics, but I also don't think it's like entirely relevant. It is an internal critique.
could you elaborate on that for me?
So, what the problem of evil is, it's saying if the Bible were true, then there would be this contradiction. So we actually don't need to like the ethics that we're appealing to are yours. If intuitively these things are not all just, like if the Bible claims that God is all just, and then there's like multiple passages where he's like, if he were like barbecuing babies or commanding the barbecuing of babies, then I think that we could just see that and say, this is obviously a contradiction, right? So the standard for morality that we're going to be appealing to is yours because it's an internal critique of your worldview.
If I'm just going to try and repeat back what I'm hearing and making sure I'm understanding you correctly. Am I right in saying that? Am I right in understanding that what you're saying is that we can look at God doing certain things and say that because it is intuitively wrong to us, ergo it actually is wrong?
Yeah, basically
Okay.
that you'd be justified in believing that these things are wrong, or rather that you would just have to believe like deeply unintuitive things about what right and wrong mean. Like at that point, what it means for something to be right and wrong, it just doesn't mean anything to me. If it can be true that like saying you can own slaves, like commanding bears to maul 42 boys, if like the genociding of infants is not wrong, I just don't know what the word wrong means at that point. Oop.
I wouldn't even suggest that. So I've read the full Bible. I know all of the things that you're referring to. What I would say is, let's suppose for a moment that there was some kind of external law dictating that which is good and evil, and it's not defined by God or his character. It's something that we could go up and look at.
Sure.
I mean, in that instance, there's nobody to bind God to adhere to that external ethical law except for himself. In which case, God is only compelled to adhere to those laws which he himself agrees with.
But would that contradict the idea of being all good? Because if you're all good, wouldn't you bind yourself to doing the thing that is morally virtuous and good?
Well, it would, but this is positing that there was an external law. We can't confirm that. That being the case, though, it's God's preference which dictates which laws of good and evil he chose to enforce. It's his character, his personal preferences is going to dictate what he holds us to account for.
So I guess
And
I have
that-
a question for you. I'm
Oh,
sorry
yeah,
to
sure.
interrupt, but I have a
No,
question
it's
for you on
okay.
that end because I've actually just been reading up on this recently. So
Okay, yeah.
what do you think makes something good? Is it because God says it's good? Is it because there's like some higher standard and then God tells us what this higher standard is? Or is like God the like is God goodness? Like
I
what
think
would
that
you
it's his
say?
preferences that he chooses to enforce, and that's
So
allowed
is
to.
God good because it's his preference that he's good?
I think that good is just what. So, is he good? Because I think that's subscribing to an external definition of what good is, and then we're saying, is that true of God, yay or nay? I think that from God's perspective, anyway, he's good, and
So
whatever he says goes. I think it's more along the lines of divine command theory kind of thing.
yeah, sure. So the problem with this, I think that this is like causally incoherent. So you're saying that in order for something to be good, God needs to say that it is good. That means that in order for God himself to be good, God would need to say that he himself is good.
Would you mind expanding on that for me?
Yeah, so things are good because God says it is. Like giving to charity is good because God says it is. I don't know if he actually says to do that, but it's good because God says it is. Like, loving thy neighbor is good because God says it is. The problem that this immediately runs into is that if what it takes for something to be good is that God needs to say that it is good, then in order for God himself to be good, God himself would need to say that he is good. He would need to declare himself God as being good, which means God by his very essence is not good. God cannot be essentially good because there was a point in the causal order, the point prior to God declaring himself as being good, at which God was not good, which means that God is not by his essence good. If God is not all good, I don't know why God would have the ability to declare things as being good or not good.
Well, so basically where it comes down to for me is if we were to look at some kind of external law and hold God to account for that and say, okay, we're going to say that this is good, and we're going to see how God stacks up against that external eternal law. It doesn't appear to me to be any different than if there was no external ethical law to examine, because whether or not there's an external law, God's conscience or his sense of what he prefers, his sense of right and wrong, is ultimately dictating the ethical standards that he subscribes to, and not some external force compelling him. So if he agrees with an external standard of good, it's his agreement with it which compels him to act.
So,
Does that make sense?
Not really. Wait, so is God only good because he declares himself to be good?
Again, I think there's that declarative thing.
Nathan, perhaps I can explain. I actually think I know what Nathan is saying. Nathan is just saying that God is good in the sense that I think I'm good, in that I have a certain set of ethical standards and I act accordingly.
Oh, wait, so if God was like a lying, cheating scoundrel, would that make being like a lying, cheating scoundrel good?
Again, what I'm saying is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to tease out like the necessary. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nathan, was my characterization a reasonable interpretation of what you're saying?
That was pretty close, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm basically saying is that I think of morals as being more subjective according to an atheistic worldview. And I would say that actually the Christian thinks of that being the case if they're really trying to be logical about it. I think they kind of think that's the same case as well. The difference is that they're stopping the subjectivity with it's whatever God wants.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with this.
That's kind of what it boils down to.
So if we all selected a person, let's say we select Justin, all humans in humanity select Justin, and then all morality is just what Justin says it is. Would that be like approximately on the same level as what you're saying?
I think effectively that's what the Christian has to believe. Positing a deity, I'm sort of forced to hold that position. I acknowledge that. I think that's what we have.
Okay. I mean, I guess I just don't know. So there's a couple of places we could take it. I think that some people might take that as like a reductio, or like not even a reductio per se, but just like a reason why the morals aren't very like appealing.
Sure.
If it's just like what like one dude says, then I mean it's not too interesting, right? Like, but maybe the better place to take it to is I could just run the argument for objective morals, and then we could hold those as the objective morals. So then we would have, if God is real, then we have subjective morals, and if God isn't real, then we can have objective morals. So the argument goes like this. In order to be rational, you need to be open to other people's perspectives. You need to be listening to their counter arguments. If you ignore people's perspectives, if you ignore their counter arguments, then you cannot claim yourself to be rational. So that's one horn of the dilemma. Be irrational. The other horn is that you need to listen to their perspective, in which case you need to apply their empathy, or you need to apply your empathy. You need to see things from other people's perspectives. If you do not see things from other people's perspectives, then you're not being empathetic, which means that you're not being logical. Just from this, we can come to the conclusion that empathy is going to be a necessary precondition to all logical discourse, which means that in order to make logical moral claims, you're going to need to presuppose empathy, which means that empathy is the transcendent moral standard.
I'm not sure why that makes it a transcendent moral standard. I agree
Because
that
to
you could
reject
make
it would be irrational.
Well, I would say from the atheistic materialist perspective, there's nothing wrong inherently with being irrational.
I think there is, right?
Why?
Like, I think that if we want to believe true things, if our goal is to believe things which are true, then rationality is necessary because rationality is the process of true reasoning.
I would also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean
No,
to
that's
cut
it.
you off.
Yeah.
You'll find that, like, I actually agree with you very much. I think that that's true. That being said, I think purely from an atheistic perspective, I don't think that it's demonstrable that people principally believe things because they are true. I mean, so long as two things are not mutually exclusive, I think from that position, it's perfectly permissible to believe whatever is plausible and beneficial. So, for example, if one creature mistakes sticks for snakes and another one mistakes snakes for sticks, the former survives and the latter dies. Now, they're both delusional, but one possesses a helpful delusion. Atheism evolutionary biology only prioritizes that which helps you to survive. It does not care about what is true.
Wait, so are you saying that in order to have like justified beliefs, you need to have like your justified belief mechanisms like created, like they need to be designed?
I don't think they need to be designed. All I'm saying is that I don't think that from the materialist perspective that the preeminence of truth is important.
I think it is. I think there's a huge evolutionary advantage to truth, right? And humans have cognitive biases. That's absolutely correct. But we also have like reliable truth gathering mechanisms.
And by the way, this has been empirically studied. I could go pull up a link if you needed me to. But essentially, you can model evolutionary trajectories, and you find that truth-seeking behavior with mistakes tends to be more evolutionarily beneficial than non-truth-seeking behavior or like real-world knowledge-seeking behavior.
Wouldn't that, in some sense, be an evidence for religion, in as much as religion has been very evolutionarily beneficial across time for humans?
No.
No?
Well,
Why?
so evolutionarily beneficial. I don't know what that means in terms of religion.
I think
Well,
it's
okay.
done the opposite. 50 million people died in the Crusades.
I don't think that that's so. It's a little bit difficult to parse the extent to which religion plays a role, in as much as a lot of humans across time have been religious. That during that time period, if you were going to have a war, people were going to do it more or less on religious divides. And in the second place,
Sorry, I apologize. My brain misfired. My brain said Crusades. The Inquisition. Sorry, I think there was only
the Inquisition.
Only a couple million people died in Crusades. It was the Inquisition that killed 50 million people, and then the Holy Wars killed about 15 million people.
I think the point still stands that you would find the same types of behaviors amongst non-religious populations.
Possibly.
And additionally, we have a difficult time evaluating that. The data on non-religious populations is just small. Like, we don't.
But Nathan,
it's been a much shorter period of time over which to examine it.
To address your point, it is given that humans overwhelmingly believe something, that might give you and the fact that humans are kind of truth-seeking machines with mistakes, that might suggest to you that the thing that humans believe is true. However, you have to take into account what are the mistakes, and the kind of mistakes that we're talking about are precisely those kinds of mistakes like cognitive biases, where one example of which would be attributing agency to something where there is no agency. If the common example is you hear a rustle in the bushes, right? Is it the wind or is it a tiger? It's better to think that it's a tiger, right? Even if you get it wrong. And that kind of thinking leads to religious thought as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not quite clear that just because it's evolutionarily common for humans to have religious beliefs, doesn't necessarily mean that those religious beliefs are true.
Yes, no, I agree. It's not proof positive of it being true. I don't think that at all.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting is that I don't see any reason why we should suppose that the total truth or accuracy of a belief on evolution is important. as long as it produces the beneficial outcome, that's all we care about.
I mean, it just seems to be the case that truth-seeking behavior is more beneficial, at least in models of this kind of phenomenon.
Sure. Yeah.
Now you might say the models are wrong, but like at least that's some justification for believing that truth-seeking behavior is plausible under evolution.
Well, we can speak to the different ways in which religiosity does seem to benefit people across time from an evolutionary perspective. So there were studies that found, I can actually pull up the study here, people for whom who say religious is more important to them are more likely to bear offspring both intentionally or accidentally than people for whom religion is explicitly unimportant. The study had them all pulled up here. Hayford and Morgan, religiosity and fertility in the United States.
I absolutely believe that religious people are more likely to have children. I absolutely believe
that. Same thing is true of people who are religious. They report higher levels of happiness than people who are not religious. Also, the study
I believe that too.
Yes, the study that mentioned earlier, I forget who said it, something about religion reducing the likelihood of apologies. It also found that it can lead to more heartfelt and sincere apologies when they are issued. So it's not strictly speaking a defect there.
But when they're issued is funny, right? Because they're less likely to issue apologies if they seek out divine forgiveness.
It's a conflicting mechanism. That was what they were trying to demonstrate. That I think the author said that my research interests lie at the intersection of conflict resolution and morality. A key area I explore is how transgressors self-regulate after wrongdoing and how this shapes their willingness to apologize and make amends. So religion has some downsides and some advantages.
Yeah, and so I think everybody here would probably agree that at least like from a a proto-human perspective, like we're talking like tribal type communities or even small like family communities, that religious or superstitious or supernatural beliefs could very well be evolutionarily advantageous. The question is whether that means they're true, and I think we can agree that that doesn't mean they're true, and in fact it might. Like in fact, we have to do some more digging to determine whether or not they're false. It's not sufficient just to look at the evolutionary benefits or not, right?
I guess my point is that from a purely evolutionary perspective, whether it's true is not important.
Well, no, but it is. I mean, like that's the whole point. And I can pull up the study for you, but the whole point is that it seems like truth-seeking behavior is important for survival.
Truth-seeking behavior, not the conclusion, provided that the outcome is beneficial.
So I can go get I can go get the exact phrasing if you'd like.
I would love that. Thank you. By the way, I'm not trying to be critical or anything. I really love talking to you guys.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, you're totally. And also, you're allowed to be critical, right? Like as long as it's like good faith critique, that's totally.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah. Okay, one sec. I have this.
Damn, there's no way. There's no way Darius Towns is in the comment section of Unapologetic. There's no way. Who? I would. If I got as exposed as Darius Towns got, I would never show my face ever again. The biggest liar on the face of the planet is who Darius Towns is.
Is that all I've got to drop that video. I haven't dropped it yet. I'm getting around to it.
Yeah, the guy's so funny. Yeah, he's a fraud. You're better off not knowing.
Like what kind of fraud?
Like I don't know. He just like bought all of his views, bought all of his followers. We went through like on Justin's live. Justin and I literally went through his like Social Blade page, and he goes from like weeks of like literal millions of views to weeks with no, I'm not exaggerating, like a literal numeric 0 number of views.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I found it by the way. Okay. So the paper is called "Do We Expect Natural Selection to Produce Rational Behavior?" That was the point in question. That's the language that they used. And what they found is that rational behavior is expected with errors. And you can read the abstract. The paper came out 18 years ago. If you want to DM me, I can send you a link to it later.
Is it from the National Institute of Health?
Well, nothing's from the National Institute of Health.
Well, I mean, like, is that
it was published in the Philosophical Yeah, that's where I'm looking right now.
Is it Houston?
Yep, Houston, McNamara, and Steele.
I have it right here. Don't worry about it. I'll take a look at that. Thank you so much. Very helpful.
Of course.
Yes, I agree. By the way, I think what I was saying earlier, I hope that I illustrated that. I think that I'm obliged to believe things which do not conflict with reality.
Yeah, that's a good set of beliefs.
Yes.
We're in the same boat.
Yeah. Yes, and that's what I mean. I really do think that we agree on pretty much most every, like the free will stuff. I loved what you were saying there, Ian. I'm totally on board with that. I think that that's just a necessary conclusion.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I think the major difference is that I think that I have permission, I think it's permissible to believe whatever is both A, plausible, and B, beneficial. And I see that the belief in God is sort of in that realm. I believe it because I want to, not necessarily. And there are problems that come along with that. Definitely there are. I'm not happy about that. Like, for example, I think that the Bible teaches that homosexuality is a sin. I don't agree with that. I don't like that.
Good.
I have personal. I don't want to get too much into like my own sexuality or things like that, but I'm that kind of rubs me wrong. That being said, I think if there's a God,
Bad choice of words.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
God doesn't like that either.
I think that if you act as though God is the arbiter of moral truth, then his preference is kind of what ultimately goes at the end of the day. And so it's kind of like I either get on board with that or... And I think...
Is there a
the
limit?
general response... Pardon?
Like, is there a limit? Like, so if God... Are you suggesting that you're in the divine command theory camp? Like, if God tells you to do it, then by definition it should be good?
I think I fall more into the category of trying to not define things, strictly speaking, through... I like using words good and evil because they communicate meaning, right? So when we're talking about that, I'm perfectly happy to use good and evil. When we're talking about God making decisions, I think it's easier to think of it in terms of preferences rather than good and evil. Because when we try, kind of like, you know what we were talking about,
Dr. something,
last
should you
time
do
about,
it?
I see what you're getting at. Okay. I think if we were to say God, I could prove that God told me to do something, then yes. I think that the words, if I could prove, are doing a lot of heavy lifting there, because I think that I need to be convinced in my conscience that what I'm doing is right. And oftentimes what I've seen in the Bible sometimes is going to conflict in some capacities with my conscience. So I do think that I'm obliged to get on God's wavelength if in fact he did actually speak. I think well, here's the other thing. I don't believe that the Bible is without error. So yep. Yes, I like that you raised your eyebrows there. I figured I'm probably a little bit different from some other Christians you've spoken to.
The most normal Christian I've ever met, by the way.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. Thank you. Very
like most normal, rational Christian.
Thank you.
What percentage of the Bible has to be true before it's trustworthy?
I think whatever is... what percentage needs to be true before it's trustworthy?
Like,
I
where's
think
the
that you
threshold?
evaluate the truth of it on a statement by statement basis. Is this thing congruent with all the other facts in the universe, yay or nay? And if you can find something in there where you're going, hey, this doesn't seem to jive with reality, then I'm at liberty to discard it.
Nathan, what do you make of the resurrection?
I make of the resurrection that I think that is a plausible explanation, and I believe it because that's a component of believing in Christianity. That being said, I also acknowledge that other people believe that it's a necessary component of Christianity.
So it certainly is. Like, yes. If you don't believe in the resurrection, you're not a Christian, right?
Right.
But like the statement that you made is that, you're obliged to believe things. Roughly, you said something like, you check whether something in the Bible agrees with the rest of your experience of reality, and like the rest of your experience with reality should say that resurrection is impossible.
I would say in the same manner, a lot of that actually, weirdly enough, Dr. Blitz, it kind of hinges on the conversation that we were having last time about the Kalam cosmological argument, where we were talking a little bit about does the second law of thermodynamics preclude an infinite universe? And you said, well, if we expanded it out to include the entire universe, things that we thought about it don't apply anymore. Now, I would love to actually ask your thoughts about that as it pertains to special pleading. I'm not saying that it is special pleading. I don't understand the full ramifications of that. Like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'd love to know about that. But
so just as a piece of information, I'm currently like in talks with somebody to write a paper specifically on closed time-like universes.
Yeah.
So these would be universes where you have cyclic behavior, and the goal is to see whether or not it's possible to make entropy reverse in a quantum system. And I think I have pretty good reason to think. So this is, we haven't even started working on this yet. This is something I've been talking with somebody about. But we have reason to think that this is at least plausible, because you can definitely show in a universe that is just normal, like our universe or whatever, you can definitely show that if there is a closed time-like curve, that just means a loop in time, then entropy does definitely reverse at some point around the loop. The question is does that happen within a universe that's changing size? And that we don't know.
Right.
And that's something I'm actually going to literally be investigating at an academic level soon.
I will be watching that. That's very cool.
Yeah, depending on what if the answer comes out in the negative, I'm not going to publish it. No, I'm kidding. I kid, of course. You know, as much as I am an iconoclast or whatever, I am certainly certainly an honest scientist, I like to think.
Thank you. No, I think that's wonderful. Yeah. Well, and I'll be watching that in as much as I want to believe I agree with you all. I think that truth-seeking behavior is very important. I would say that it is preeminent. I think that value is a primary thing for me, and I think that all things which are valuable are true. Not all things which are true are valuable. So I'm not concerned about all issues per se. I think this is one of those issues that is worth thinking about, because it really does change the way that you live your life. So
Sure.
yes,
That's
I think it's really important to think about these types of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So Nathan, we should probably let you go, because you have been here before, and we have a whole slew of guests that we need to
Please let them in. Yeah.
Yeah,
this was great.
of course.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Did
As
you
always.
have an estimate as to when that paper is coming out?
Oh no. This might be a more than a year-long project, or
Okay.
Like we just started emailing back and forth. Like, we haven't started writing or doing any calculations or anything.
Okay. Well, I'll be watching until then.
Sounds good.
It's good
right,
to hear
take
from
care,
you,
guys.
Nathan. Cheers.
Yeah, nice hearing from you.
That was a good guy. All right, guys. We've got like 700 something people watching on TikTok and like 400 something people watching on YouTube. We'd love it if you would drop us a follow. If you like debates, you want to hear discussions on the existence of God, we're here every Sunday doing the discussion. So drop us a follow. And thanks so much for supporting the channel. Mike Bowen with a super chat says, actually knowing the difference between snakes and sticks is better than either option presented here, because you don't waste time running from sticks. I'd say so.
If only.
Although there's been a lot of TikTok videos on people being scared, and cats even being scared with sticks, because
Cats are scared of cucumbers.
yeah, because it's so programmed in our DNA to be scared of snakes. And Champion, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. It says, I'm not judging any of you. It sounds like you are. It says, you can put all your hate on me. I accept it willingly. I have just said nothing bad about any of you. It's Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. You're just proving the Bible correct. Just in your actions on me. I accept it. 2% will make heaven. Well, I think what you need to do.
I don't know what any of that means.
Yeah, me neither. What the fuck did he expect that we would torment him or like torture him? Like what kind of weird masochism is this?
I actually didn't even understand the sentence. Like I'm not convinced that he's putting together words and subject, verb, object.
Yeah, that is not coherent. Punctuation exists for a reason. I would definitely recommend you learning a little bit of punctuation before you put like 3 run-on sentences together, and then do so trying to sound superior to somebody else. Typically, when you're trying to sound smarter than somebody, you don't want to make elementary mistakes in your grammar. I could be wrong. But guys, thank you so much for being here. We're going to get Scott in the box next, and we're going to keep the show rolling. Scott, welcome in.
Is that me, Scott, or someone else, Scott?
It's you, Scott.
Oh, that's me. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. I think the first point the last guy made was his most legitimate point, which was that you cannot make a declarative statement that God is not real. Emphasis on not. And I think Ian said that he could prove that.
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
remember. I don't remember a specific proof for that was presented.
Yeah, so when we talk about God, a disproof of a specific God, like I think that there's lots of different ways to disprove a lot of different gods. It kind of just depends on which God you believe in, and that's going to determine the proof.
So what if I told you that if I say from a deistic position I believe in God,
Yes.
I
Yep.
simply mean
So then, yeah. So then the proof would be like this. Premise one, creation is a change of states. Premise two, change of states requires a progression of states. Premise three, the progression of states is time. Thus, creation requires time, which means time cannot be created because time's existence is a necessary precondition for the act of creation in the first place, which means that the universe could not be created because the universe is space-time, which means that an immaterial mind that created everything can't possibly exist because time can't be created.
Yeah, but there's multiple issues with there's multiple issues there. Number one, I can create an image in my mind of something random. That is not a change of state.
Did reality change? Is reality the same when you have the image in your mind versus when you don't have the image in your mind? Is reality identical?
What has changed? What's the change of state?
Yeah,
Neural.
just
mental
like if
state.
reality becomes different,
What do you mean by reality?
all the things that exist.
Yes, but this is an image in the mind.
Yes, but reality changed. There was a change of reality when you conjure this image. When I'm conjuring an image of Kermit the Frog versus when I'm not conjuring an image of Kermit the Frog, reality is in two different states.
No, I disagree.
So you think it's the same thing to be conjuring an image of Kermit the Frog as opposed to not conjuring? You think conjuring the image of Kermit the Frog is the same as not conjuring the image of Kermit the Frog?
Yeah,
You think
because
that's the same?
you spoke about philosophy of language earlier. If several people were around me and I said, I'm actually not seeing you guys right now, I'm picturing Kermit the Frog in my head, to their experience, what am I talking about?
Not relevant. So all that's relevant is that when we create this image in our head, reality changes. Reality is not the same before as it is after.
Can you
By the way,
explain that?
just a concrete example. When you think of certain things, neurons may fire in a different way, and that would be an example. That would be an example of reality changing.
So I can accept neural activity or changes in neural state, whatever. However, there was another assumption in your logical formulation, and principally was founded on the concept of time, i.e., time was already present, right? In order
Yes.
for there to be a shift in state.
Yeah, that
Why
is the
can't?
conclusion, yeah.
But this implies a belief in God that is the first mover. I never said that I believe that. You can
So
have
do
a
you
you could have a belief that there's a God like Prometheus that came from another planet and created human beings.
So, Scott, the position you were taking was a deistic position. That was at least what you said.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
deistic position, commonly understood, is a first mover that doesn't interact with the universe afterwards.
I don't necessarily believe as 100% fact that that the mover has to be the first mover. I'm not saying I made a definitive position
Well,
either way.
perhaps clarify what God you're referring to then.
I have a more general, yes, deistic position regarding God. What I'm objecting to here is the emphasis on the word not. I am not claiming either way that it was a first mover or a mover of many. I'm simply opposing the not position.
then you
if
would
that
need to
makes
define God, because God is defined in the philosophical literature, even the deistic God, as at bare minimum, at bare bones, the minimal God is an immaterial mind that created everything. So if you mean something other than an immaterial mind that created everything, then you probably just need to specify.
Yes, that which preceded the existence of the world, that was necessary for its existence, and potentially, this is an additional comment, perhaps possessed a level of intentionality behind creation, although this is not a requirement.
So, and when we say before
It's
the
not
world,
necessarily how-
wait, so if our planet was created by like aliens who evolved on like a different planet, you would say that these are God?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you could take that position.
So aliens would fall under your definition of God?
It would fall under, that's a good question, under my definition of God. If it were true, I mean, if we make robots and AI is subservient to us, theoretically, are we not AI's God?
No.
Not in a
Why
common
not?
definition.
No.
Why not?
So, because typically what God is taken to mean is like an immaterial mind that created everything. So I also take a component of God is that God is supernatural. God does not follow like laws of physics, for example. If he does, then
Sure.
that's just not what we're talking about.
Okay.
So I guess it sounds like our discussion right now is about the definition of God.
Which, as Ian was saying earlier, is actually what most philosophical disputes end up being about.
Yeah. So like, maybe tell us more of the properties of the God you believe in, so we can have a conversation on the God you believe in.
Yeah, so I believe in something which was prior to the existence of the universe for human beings that was necessary and formulated its creation. I do believe there was a level of intentionality. I do not necessarily know the makeup of this God, and I don't apply any moral statements around this God, i.e., good, bad, certain moral truths. That's all religious bullshit.
Okay. So
Did
let
it
me,
exist?
let me ask you a question.
Did it exist in time?
That goes into deep physics, which I'm not knowledgeable enough about.
Okay, so is your worldview consistent with like Thanos, who has like the reality stones and stuff, and like he snaps his finger and then the Big Bang happens?
Not necessarily, because where did the stones come from?
Well, yeah, I know. So that's why I'm asking. So is there like it sounds like
Theoretically, do you believe it's possible for us to create a universe, to fashion a
No.
world?
to create a universe or the universe? Because in principle, there are people who would say that, oh yeah, it's in principle possible to create a baby universe in a laboratory.
Okay, so
Would that count under your worldview?
Would it be ludicrous to believe that this something similar, not necessarily the same, occurred with our universe? Is it ludicrous?
We just
to believe
wouldn't call that God. That's all. This is the difference in definition.
Yeah, so it sounds like maybe you believe in is like a demiurge, which that's what like Plato and Aristotle and Socrates
That's a
believed
Gnostic
in.
belief, yeah. I'm not
Wait,
saying I'm a Gnostic, but I mean, if it's a Gnostic position, sure.
I guess I understand your belief specifically to be one of like a demiurge, where the universe has always existed, and then the demiurge has like exists in the universe, and then like crafts the planet and humans with the materials in the universe.
Sure.
And the demiurge is just not God. So if you believe in that, then you would actually end up agreeing that God isn't real.
No, I'm pretty sure Gnostics believe both in God and demiurge. These are two different concepts.
So, but you would just be a pure demiurgist, because the God that Gnostics believe in is an immaterial mind that created everything.
See, I don't know what immaterial means. I've never experienced the immaterial. So I can't.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So then I guess like the argument.
According to scientists, empty space is not actually empty.
So Scott, maybe this point of clarification would be helpful. Where do you think you disagree with us substantially? Like, on what facts of the matter do you think that you disagree with us on?
I disagree with the absolute use of the word "not."
Well, but it sounds like the God that we're referring to when we say God isn't real, you also don't think makes any sense. So it sounds like we actually agree on that.
I mean, you're referring to immaterial. Do you believe that God cannot be material necessarily?
That's part of the definition that we're using, yeah.
But could a definition of God exist where God is
You
material?
you could define God to be this water bottle, but that's just not what we're talking about. Like when we say God isn't real, there are specific things that we mean when we say it, right? And one of the things we mean is immaterial. Another thing we mean is mind, and another thing that we mean is responsible for reality.
Okay, but we're material.
Yeah.
We can make, for example, The Sims 4,
Right.
and the characters in Sims operate within Sims.
But we're not God.
But we've created them, and
Yep.
we're materials. So why does it have to be immaterial?
It's just not what we're referring to when we say God.
Yeah, at that point, the dispute is not about metaphysics. It's a dispute about like what the throat sounds we make mean, like what signs we attach to what signifiers, or what signifiers we attach to what signified.
Okay, I don't know what immaterial means. I've never experienced it, but why can't we work off of a definition where God is material, an entity
Because
that exists?
That's just not what most people mean when they like if you go talk to somebody who believes in God, which roughly or more than half of the world's population believes in some sort of Abrahamic God. If you just go talk to one of them, they will say immaterial, most of them, if they have like a some sort of kind of standard belief. So that's what we're referring to. Now, if you want to debate whether or not we exist in a simulation or something with like some material simulator that created us, that's a separate conversation. It's just not the thing that we're talking about. That's all.
I find your definition of God that you're using is strictly Abrahamic.
No.
Well, it also applies to like Hindu and more broadly like animism, not quite animism, but kind of like more spiritual beliefs as well.
Right, but
classical
also,
deism is also an
But
example of this.
their claim that their God is immaterial is fallacious as well. That's not true according to their theology.
I agree.
yeah, I agree with that. According to the Bible, God's not immaterial. But the fact of the matter remains, like, if God is not immaterial, then that means he isn't the source of all materialism. It means materialism has existed all forever, which is already our position.
That's why I was asking about whether we actually substantially disagree, because it seems like you agree that the only things that are.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
You're fine.
No,
Go
but
ahead.
if I make characters in a video game, and let's say these characters interact with one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have an own material universe, right?
Yep.
And let's say a character in a video game in Sims or Grand Theft Auto speaks to the other one and says, immaterial versus material, blah blah blah. Our material versus their material is completely different. Like our understanding, it's a closed universe. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it can exist in both states, as in I'm material, but a different type of material that makes a closed universe. Grand Theft Auto or The Sims, they interact with each other in their material world, right? With their consciousness or level of consciousness, however you want to define it. So I think this immaterial versus material argument is nonsensical.
Well, I mean, look, like, so this may just be frustrating to hear, but like the conversation of whether we're in a simulation, which is roughly what you're referring to here, that's a separate conversation. And I'm not an atheist with regards to simulations, right? If you allow a simulator, like a simulator who literally used a computer to develop a simulation, if you allow that in your definition of God, I'm not an atheist about that. I'm an agnostic. But it's just when we're using God in this context, we're excluding that case.
Yeah.
That is not included in the definition that we're using here.
You can't exclude a case that disproves.
Sure, we can. We're using the word in a particular sense, and that's the sense in which we're using it.
I'm not trying to be rude. I think that's disingenuous because you can't. If you have to exclude a case in order to prove the not position, then that's not a complete.
We're just using a word in a particularly common way.
Do you think roasting babies over like a fire is bad?
Yes, according to my.
Yeah, and what if by roasting babies over a fire I mean like giving to charity? Would it still be bad?
Sorry.
What if my definition of like roasting babies over the fire was like giving to charity? Would it still be bad?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But,
yeah, exactly right. So we disagree with the word as we've defined it, but if you define it like some other way that like literally nobody else defines it as, then we might not necessarily disagree with that.
Also, I thought Scott just said a minute ago that his God doesn't have any moral implications.
Yeah, no, of course. And I'm not running like a problem of evil, right?
No, not you, Scott.
I'm totally with that.
Scott just talked about
I
his
understand.
moral framework, but he just said a minute ago his God doesn't have any moral implications. So where's your...
Yeah, but it's not relevant. It's not relevant for the linguistic argument.
I don't believe that an individual can't form a moral philosophy, but that's a separate thing. I understand what you're saying. However, we did understand the definitions mutually because you said you were explicitly excluding the simulation theory. So we do have a mutual understanding of a definition. But you
that's just not the definition we're using in this context of this discussion.
Why are you excluding the simulation concept?
Because that's not what we mean.
Because so I can actually give you like an explicit example as to why I don't think that this is a useful notion of God. And so imagine me, I'm just a normal dude. I'm just in my basement. It would be very, very strange if, let's say, I 50 years down the line, I make Grand Theft Auto 36, and it has artificial general intelligence that believes it actually exists. It would be very, very strange for anything to consider me a god because I'm born, I will die, I obey laws of physics, I have to eat, drink, I have to, use the bathroom. That is not how we typically understand what a god is. And so that's why, at least when I have these discussions on my own, and also why we have it here, that's why we exclude that, because that's just not what people refer to when they're saying God typically. Now, if you want to have that discussion, it's a separate discussion. This probably isn't the right place for it. But the point is we're using God in the sense that's typically understood philosophically.
Fair enough. I would argue that certain Abrahamic faiths, for example, Islam, actually believe in simulation theory.
Muslims. I know some Muslims who will disagree with you.
Well, they obviously do because they believe in determinism and that God chose a particular set of paths and deterministic.
That's not simulation, by the way.
That's an individual that has many different unlimited possibilities of worlds they can create, and they chose this specific world to create. That is a simulation.
That's not what. No. A simulation is. I mean, just using the standard definition, it is an imitation of a situation or process, meaning that it is a rendering of something that already exists separately, right?
No. Okay. Yeah, sure. The simulations we create, we as humans reflect our known world, right? But that doesn't mean by simulation. I mean a process, a program. Let's use the word program. Okay.
Okay. So a program requires a computer, yes.
A sequence of events they believe was predetermined. That is
Does a program require a computer of some kind?
No, you have biological programming.
I said it's a computer of some kind. Some sort of physical device upon which the software
you have biological programming. It doesn't require...
Okay, sure. So then, yes, it requires a computer of some kind. It might be a biological computer, but a computer nonetheless. The point is that if you're saying...
There's no brain or CPU behind the splitting of cells.
I'm not saying not all computers have CPUs, right? What I'm getting at is that any notion of a program or simulation that we use in the standard lexicon requires some sort of physical substrate on which that program or simulation is being run on.
Yeah,
and that means that there is physicality already. So if you're saying that Muslims think that the universe is a simulation, that means that you think that Muslims think there is an external physical world that God exists in. That God is some physical thing. And that's not what they believe.
No. I'm outside of a computer, but I have a PC, okay?
Yeah, the PC is physical. You're physical.
Yeah, that is physical, right? I'm outside of the CP.
Yep. Yeah. But the PC would be physical. That's running the software. The PC is made of atoms. That would mean that the simulation, there's a deeper substrate that is made of atoms or something like them.
Yeah, in their worldview, God is external to the world, and the world is physical.
And is God made of atoms or something like them in their worldview?
Is what made of atoms?
Is God made of atoms or something like them in that worldview? Well, then it's not a simulation or a program in any sense of the word.
The world is, though. The world is.
Look,
the world is, according to their world.
Is Grand Theft Auto 35 made of atoms?
Is the
universe in Grand Theft Auto 35 made of atoms?
See, that is a deep philosophical question. That is not a strict yes or no. That's a difficult one because it is in the sense of It's made up of, binary, right? Which is imprinted onto the disk, etc., and you can render it on a screen. Yes, right. But what does it mean to say that it is made of atoms? It can only be perceived unless we put it on a screen. If there's no screen, you cannot perceive it.
So
right?
what I'm pointing out by asking the question.
That's a difficult question. I can't answer that right now.
So what I'm pointing out by asking the question is that the game, Grand Theft Auto 36, is perhaps it's made of atoms in some sense, but it's made of atoms in a separate sense from the sense that the computer that it's running on is made of atoms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're claiming that Muslims believe that the universe is a simulation or a program, that means that there is a separate sense in which the program is running on that would be made of some sort of thing that that allows the program to operate. Some separate physical thing, right? In this, it might be the substrate of computer or a biological thing or whatever.
Maybe simulation was the wrong word. I'm simply asserting that they believe that there is an unlimited number of possibilities of creating predetermined worlds, and that one was selected, right? One version of the game was selected, right?
Okay, but that's not the simulation that we're excluding here. The simulation hypothesis is excluded in the physical sense.
You can simulate, for instance, a space launch, a shuttle launch, and see attributes of angles or certain attributes you can change, velocity, etc., or how much fuel is used, etc., blah blah blah, to determine what will happen potentially, right? And imagine you have an unlimited amount of variations of this new particular one. Well, this is akin to what they're claiming, no? But I don't know how we move on. I'm not saying I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm just saying.
I think that you are mistaken. I mean, so they might be a determinist, whatever. The point still stands is that the notion of simulation that we exclude here is a physical simulator on a physical device or a physical machine that is running a simulation. That's what I'm excluding here. I don't think that that's what Muslims believe. They believe in some sort of immaterial creator.
Let's say they don't believe that. You don't agree with it. Let's say they don't believe that. Let's move off the Islam topic. Let's say I'm wrong about that. You disregard simulation because you believe that, just so I understand you believe that simulations, for instance, must run on something else which is physical, right? Therefore,
I mean,
what is
kind of just definitionally.
Yeah, so this universe, what is that running on in order to simulation?
And that would imply some physics that happens in the bigger universe. But I hate to cut you off, but just because we don't have a whole lot of time, but this is a verbal dispute that we're having here, not like an actual metaphysical dispute about whether or not such a thing that we agree on as the topic of discussion actually exists. So it's probably, I mean, perhaps worth continuing at another time or like in another topic, but this just isn't the right place.
No worries. Apologies for taking the discussion in another way.
It's okay, Scott.
I enjoyed the conversation. I thought it was interesting, but yeah.
I don't think you can disclude simulation theory because
maybe
a character in GTA may not understand the concept conceptually of a CPU in our world, but they can still be running on it, right? So what we might be a simulation, and what we're running on we can't conceptualize. It's not possible for us to understand, right? And again, that's unfalsifiable, right? So maybe you'll say, well, then therefore it's not true. But whatever. I just don't believe in an absolute statement of saying not, right? Sorry.
No, it's fine. So just to clarify, when we say God isn't real, we're referring to a specific notion of God. That's all.
Yep.
Sure.
Thanks for being here, Scott.
Yep. Cheers. Yeah, that was a long dispute on the meaning of words. Not the actual topic, but
guys, sometimes words have meaning, okay?
Sometimes. We appreciate you guys being here, guys. We're going to get our next guest in here. We're going to bring William onto the stage. How you doing, William?
Oh, not bad.
William,
you got me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you too. So camera's
I am a paladin.
I'm sorry?
Good. All right, I'm a paladin, and I believe that God existed.
What is
that? He was a person on the earth.
When you say you're a paladin, what does
that paladin
mean?
Holy warrior of God.
Could you smite me right
holy
now?
warrior of Charlemagne.
Could you smite me Could you
Kind
smite
of like
me
a
right
Templar
now?
Knight.
I'm sorry.
I can't hear you. Sorry, let me turn it up. Let me turn it up a bit. Here, there we go. I am what
Would
right
you-
now?
Would you smite me right now?
I can, but I don't want to. Like, that's not fun.
Well, I don't believe
I
that you
mean,
can
smiting
smite
you, I would have to
people.
come over and hit you with a sword. So,
Oh,
like divine smite, I mean, I can send out my aura of good if you want, and try and project onto your evil if you're evil. But that's not something that's going to work, right?
I mean, this just sounds like fantasy LARP, but I don't want to get too deep into it.
Well,
So
I can use the exonemes if you have any sperm in your system to be able to imply upon them with my brainwaves. But once again, you'd have to be in
Hold on.
like, distance relative to that.
Can I want to make sure I understood you correctly. You're saying that your brain waves can interact with our sperm?
You have
Only
an
Ian's.
axoneme within your sperm, which is a photoreceptor, which can then receive a photo signal. Like, it's not going to do anything unless it's like my sperm or something. But that's like Kyrgyz speaking.
So what's the evidence that God is real?
Okay, so going into the notion of God, we have to discover where the rumor began. So to
I
do
just want to
that,
know
you
what the
have to
I
cut
just want to know
through
what the
history.
evidence is. What's the evidence?
Okay, so the evidence is that the laws exist on the Ten Commandments, and that we have those laws.
Okay. Why does that mean God's
That
real?
is basically the only. Other than that, we have the direct quotes of the Ten Commandments, and that's all we have of actual God. Everybody else is a human. Later on, speaking about God, and God was a human at one point that
Cool.
was
So-
identified as the universal ancestor to everybody.
So let me get the argument straight. So
So-
you're saying God is real because we have the Ten Commandments, which came from God. So then God's real?
Yes, he had
That's a
hands though to
circular
carve them
argument.
into
You're
stone.
just presupposing the conclusion.
Okay, so at the Abrahamic God, Abraham was 2200 BC, right? That's when Abraham lived.
I'm not super well read on history.
Yeah, it's around 2000. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like right there, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we know that Khufu, however, and Sargon the First, and a bunch of other figures existed before that to build a pyramid, right?
Well,
Damn,
Sargon.
you have
And
the
here's a
entire
completely
presentation
different theory
ready.
of building the pyramid you've never heard.
Well, Sargon of Akkad did
Right, I
build
do. That's how to do it.
temples, so he did build a number of ziggurats.
Yeah, most certainly. He was shortly before Abraham.
Wait, okay,
So
then
we know that Abraham renewed.
are you suggesting that Lord Marduk is real?
The Barduk? Yeah, I would assume that he was real.
Oh fuck
That
yeah!
Humbaba was probably a Gomphador.
Hell yeah! Praise
That
Humbaba.
that you would. Right, Humbaba would be a Gomphador, like a very large elephant with 4 tusks. That they had to go. He was the last one. It was the last Gomphador in existence, and was all pissed off, and they had to go to the cedar forest as Gilgamesh to go and kill him.
Yeah.
Because he's like a tyrant in the forest. He's killing everything because he's pissed off. He can't find a mate. He's in rut, and he doesn't have the ability to, find one.
Okay, so you believe in multiple gods.
So I believe, yeah. I mean, for me, they're all just figures of history that we have neglected. Like in that condition of what those are, right? They're all just people in history. Like if you want to go into like relative ones, like more closely, right? We can go into relative ones that you would assume are gods, like going into this book.
Well, wait.
Right? Going into that one.
I'm so sorry. I'm so
Who
sorry.
is Snow White?
I'm lame as fuck, but I just want what's the evidence that the Ten Commandments came from God?
Okay, so the Ten Commandments have existed for a very long time. That we have a tune on the top of the pyramid, which is Metatron. So that means that in Khufu's Egypt, a 10 or a tomb was definitely the primordial, the head god for Metatron to get to the demiurge and then to come down. So
hold on.
So we know that.
Let's back up,
that
William.
God was God.
William, you're saying too much at once. Okay, do you know who Metatron is?
Metatron is the sun disk Metatron that sits on top of the pyramid.
Metatron is a Jewish name that came from the Greek language to describe what they thought Enoch became. When Enoch ascended into heaven, he became an angel, and they call him Metatron. There's no Egyptian word for Metatron.
Okay, and Enoch was just an Anunnaki patron of the trade guild of Anu in Egypt. In Menempher, he had a trade house, and Enoch was the trade house. It's the name of the trade house, like calling it Macy's.
So
but it's under his patriarch name.
Anu was not an Egyptian deity. Anu was a Babylonian and Sumerian deity.
Yeah.
So they had Ra.
Anu and Enlil.
Enlil, yes, he was a Babylonian deity. Okay, so what we're trying to figure out at this point is
Abraham comes from Ur.
Hold on, William. Hold on.
Wait, I feel like what this doesn't understand is that this is nothing but the uncanny moment when lack is itself lacking and self-conscious. Undoubtedly, the diachronic dimension of demand is characterized by the metanomic empty place of agloma. Lack is present in imaginary self-consciousness. This, however, by no means implies that we normally have an image of this lack. Anxiety emerges precisely when the subject acquires a positive image of lack. When a widow is opened onto the void, concealed by his specular projections in the agloma, the presence where we are, beyond specularity, is thus revealed in its true nature, a presence elsewhere, a pound of flesh, the part object A, the image of lack that I am for the other's desire in my fantasy. Anxiety thus corresponds to the fleeting surface of the part object, to the appearance of the double who gazes at the subject with the subject's own eyes. In other words, anxiety is the appearance of the disappearance of my own fantasy and self-consciousness. I feel like you just didn't take that into account.
What are you reading from?
Just fuck it, whatever you were reading from.
I wasn't reading from anything.
Yeah, just like one of the whichever
okay,
book.
Well, no, I mean, like, if you want me to read from a book, I can read from this one.
I just think that what I said probably has like the same level of like semantic value as what you said.
Well, I mean, like, so in the Grimm's fairy tales, okay, so you have Snow White. Snow White you consider as a fairy tale. And in historical delving, you can find a figure named Urumburga, who is a Visigoth princess who was forced to marry a guy named Witteric. This is right after Justinian the First. So, like, Mortimer, I think, is the current emperor of Rome. In that context, you have Snow White being locked in a glass coffin and suffocating to death. However, that ended the bridal box era of the Ottoman Empire, the Byzantines, so that they no longer suffocated and did that to their brides and their chattel brides.
Wait, so
to deny Snow White exists means
seven
that the
dwarfs
chattel
real?
practice should still technically exist. Are the seven dwarves real? So, have you ever heard of a Homo floresiensis?
I just need a yes or no.
A dwarves is Warwick David real? Like Warwick Davis, or
Well,
I mean, like, yeah, little people exist.
No, were
Like, that happens. Like,
specifically the seven dwarfs.
like Ouroboros.
Was there a group of
Ouroboros,
seven dwarfs that went to work in a mine every day and whistled while they worked and whatnot?
There were a segregated village of individual little people, so they wouldn't get tormented and become jesters all the time and be kicked and be called peck. I mean, that's a natural effect of human nature. So yes, the seven dwarves most likely existed, but would have been humans that were just dwarves, and not the Homo floresiensis that you would find in earlier myth.
Sure, we
Homo floresiensis.
I think you've given us a lot to think about.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take some time to chew on that. But William, we appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us.
All right.
We're gonna move on to the next guest. Okay.
So thylacines or Tasmanian tigers are werewolves. Everything of that type existed. The free speech, the idea of free will, is about going against hypnosis. It has nothing to do with you have free will anyway. It's a notion of what the Stygian witches can take away from you.
Thank you.
So hypnosis can do that. Hypnosis can make you think you're a chicken, and then make you think that your friend's a chicken, and then you eat your friend. And that's what Baba Yaga used to do.
Thank you.
So when Owain Gwynedd went against Baba Yaga, who would have been Ivanhoe.
Okay.
Thank you.
We agree. Cluck cluck. All right. So we got a couple people waiting to get in.
What the fuck was that?
I have literally no idea what just happened.
I thought he was going to be like yelling.
I'm certainly glad to know
that was bullying, guys.
The seven dwarfs are real.
Oh my god.
We had no idea what was about to happen. We just walked into it. Okay, I think was it Evil Demon or Jesus 1 was it coming in next?
It should be Jesus 1.
Okay.
I thought it was Jesus 1, like wonton, but I'm just an idiot.
Guy with the PhD is an idiot, sure. How you doing, Jesus Wonton?
All right, wonton.
You guys
Same
hear
joke,
me?
nice.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Jesus, is it safe to presume you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what's in your mind?
Well, so you guys are looking for evidence that Jesus existed, or
Well,
God's
we agree
real?
that he
Like, what are you
existed.
looking for?
We agree. he
Evidence
existed.
that he was God would be cool.
Evidence that he was God. Well, I did have an argument. I probably shouldn't have started with that, but I do have an argument to say just that, like, I think everybody deep down believes in God. I know that might sound like
Okay,
rude.
so we're just lying then.
How am I lying?
No, you're saying that we're lying.
Oh, I didn't think you're lying. I mean, there could become a point where it's just like, like you ever have a guy who just said like, I'm done with women, after a breakup.
Well, I just want to
then
make
it's just
sure
like-
that we're
and then he's just
understanding
like,
your claim correctly. Your
and then he
claim
goes dates
is that everybody believes in God, and we're telling you that we don't believe in God. So either we're lying
Well, I
or
can
that
tell you
statement
why
is
I
not
think,
true.
I can tell you why I believe that.
You're more than welcome to try it.
I believe that, and you might laugh at me, but
We're definitely gonna laugh at you.
yeah, go for it. But the point is that, people, when you right now, you're comfortable, right? I assume you're comfortable, you're fine, you're sitting in a chair, you're live streaming.
Yeah.
Everything's cool. So when you are, when you are in danger, though, when you have like a stomach flu, or you feel like you're going to die, or you feel like you have no one to talk to,
There are no
you feel like
atheists
you're
in
about-
foxholes.
No, my point is that, and this is everybody. This is everybody. People who have doubts, they're gonna be like, they're gonna latch on to anything. They're gonna be like, I'm telling you, if you're like, if you're in a foxhole, if you're in World War II and you were an atheist this whole time and you're about to die, you're like, God, please help me.
Yeah, the meme.
You're gonna say that. I mean, you
No,
could
you're
say
not.
maybe 1 in a billion won't, but pretty much almost everybody's gonna reach out to God. There's no mommy.
No, they're not.
Okay, well, I've never seen a case where somebody like is like on their deathbed, like
How many deathbeds
like a
have you
rational
been by?
atheist or whatever.
Yeah,
How
how
many
many-
rational atheist deathbeds have you been by?
That's what I want to know. Yeah,
I mean, at least in real life, at least 3. I've heard stories.
I see
of countless
humongous
others.
sample size. Wow.
Well, I've heard stories from others. Okay, well, then what would you do if you were in that situation?
I would die.
I would die. I would be reminiscing.
So you would
I'd
just
be
sit
trying to
there-
spend
I
like my
mean-
last moments with my loved ones.
Yeah.
Well, that's different. But the thing, I'm saying you're alone.
I would
Then
die.
I would die
right?
alone.
You would die alone. But here's
I would say the Islamic prayer that gets me into Islamic heaven.
okay. Well, the difference between that, I assume, look, the difference between an Islamic heaven and a Christian heaven is that we are culturally raised with the foundations of European civilization came from, I mean, not entirely. I know there's Rome and Greece, but like culturally, Europeans have been Christians for the longest time.
So culturally speaking, like the cool things about our culture aren't the Christian things, they're the non-Christian things. Like our culture is great in spite of the religiosity, not because of it. If I take account of all the things that I think are excellent about our culture, things like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, these aren't values that were pushed for by the church. These were values that were pushed forward by the Enlightenment atheists, right? Like lots of the figures in the Enlightenment who were not Christian pushed for the values that I enjoy the most.
Well, it's not just, so you don't think Christianity has anything to do with, I'm just asking, I'm not trying to straw
Where
man.
does freedom of religion play in Christianity?
Freedom of religion?
Yeah.
Well, for the time, it's that you shall not kill. And if you kill somebody, then it's like, the story of Jesus, like those without sin cast the first stone. right?
I'm sorry.
So he's saying,
Did Christianity invent the idea that you shouldn't kill people?
no,
Oh,
didn't say that.
Because it's almost
I'm
like
saying that like
nearly all cultures kind of agreed on that. You didn't need Christianity for that one, huh?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. The point I'm saying that you can. Okay, the point is what I was saying is that like when you don't cast the first stone, there's a biblical justification to not kill people with blasphemous beliefs. That's my point.
That existed before the Bible everywhere. The Bible didn't make that up.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No.
Yep,
you think they were like?
It's in
you
the.
think they were love and tolerating
it's
in the Middle East and stuff? Like
it's
they were just
in
like holding hands, like
yeah, it's in a bunch of the ancient Near Eastern law codes not to murder people.
I'm sure they
read the laws of. No, you haven't.
Mesopotamian laws were like.
You haven't read the Mesopotamian laws.
I'm pretty sure it's in the Code of Hammurabi.
Yeah, it's in the Code of Hammurabi, and I'll bet you $10 that you can't name one other law code outside of Hammurabi.
Well, I mean,
Oh, there you go.
What do you want from me, dude? Like, I don't study ancient.
Eshnuna, Lapidishtar would be a good one. The Middle Assyrian, Middle Babylonian, the Gortine laws. Any of these law codes would be great to actually know. The laws of Ur-Nammu would be great.
I know there was a law code I learned in school where there was like a woman who got, if you throw a woman in the water, like, and she like drowns, she's not a witch, but if you like float, she's a witch or something. I don't know. This is a long time.
That's the Monty Python.
This isn't the discussion I'm trying to talk about. The discussion I'm trying to talk about is okay. So you don't think any of my initial point? Let's get back to the initial point. Maybe you owned me here, but like let's get back to the initial point. The initial point is that you guys are claiming that like the only reason European civilization is good is in spite of or was good or whatever was ever good was in spite of Christianity rather than because of Christianity.
I think the point that Ian was making was that the things that we like about Western civilization developed despite what Christianity was doing, not because of what Christianity was doing.
You don't think that? Do you like European architecture or statues or?
I do. And did you know that we already had statues and paintings and architecture before Europe?
Literally all of that was inspired by the Greco-Romans, and they were not Christian.
You don't think any of that architecture was inspired by Christian thinkers? Or
literally, it was inspired by the Greeks. And the Greeks, famously, not Christian.
Okay.
Because they existed before Jesus.
Right? Okay, so none of the cathedrals, none of them had any Christian influence.
The style was literally influenced and determined by Greek architecture, Greek and Roman architecture.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that Christianity didn't influence any of the art.
Yeah, but that's kind of irrelevant.
Well, yeah, they took great art and then put Jesus in all of them, which kind of ruined some of it.
Why would that ruin it?
Because it makes it boring.
I thought you said Greek stuff was fake. Did you believe in Greek mythology? I thought you think that's fake too.
No, my point is that when you have 100... I was at an art gallery in Venice a few months ago. Lovely place, except literally all of the paintings had Jesus, and I wanted to see other things.
Well, the Italian Renaissance artists were Catholic. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Yeah, and it made it worse. It would have been better if they had all of the great painting without the Jesus.
They probably wouldn't have done it if they weren't Catholic, dude. Like, why else would they do it? You don't think?
Why else? Are you asking why people do art? Are you asking why people do art if they're not religious?
I assume the reason the Italian Renaissance artists did art was to give tribute to their god.
Well,
no, they did it because they were paid to do it.
Exactly.
By their patrons.
Yeah, most of the art that was done by those painters were paid for by the church. It was like a going to work.
Oh, so the Catholic Church did contribute to that.
Oh, they were the leading patron.
They funded it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you just okay. So none of this. So what you're saying is that.
What I'm saying is that these painters would have painted something else.
Would have made beautiful. So you're saying white people would have made beautiful art without Christianity?
First of all, I don't think white people had anything to do with this.
Yes, it did. You don't think Europeans are white? Like what?
Well, people in general make beautiful art regardless of religion.
Where did we just turn?
This turned racist real fucking fast. Do you think
what is them?
Do you think that Christianity was a white?
Are white people?
Do you think that Christianity was a white movement?
I think historically, Christianity has a big place in Europe.
Was Jesus white?
Tell me, where did? Yeah, there you go.
Was Jesus? He was Middle Eastern.
Was he white?
Was he white?
He was Caucasian, not like European white, but he was Caucasian.
He was Caucasian.
Oh, he was Caucasian.
Yeah, it was Middle Eastern
what is
Caucasian. Middle Easterners
Sorry,
are
what-
Caucasians. Yes.
Sorry, what does it mean to be Caucasian? What does that mean?
It means you are part of
Means
the.
no, it means you're from the Caucasus Mountains, or the
Well,
Caucasus
you didn't even
regions.
let me answer, but okay.
I know, because you were going to give the wrong answer.
Well, whatever.
Middle Easterns
I
are
mean,
not Caucasian.
Okay,
Middle
so
Easterns
do
are
you
not
think the
Caucasian.
Okay, the point is that. Well, you guys are mad that I said Europeans were white. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Well,
No, I mean, Europeans
no.
are white.
So,
That's true.
so
Okay.
the thing that really got in my head was when you asked, so you think white people would have made these paintings without
Well, I mean, yeah, 'cause that's-
Christianity?
I'm just
Like, I
referring
just
to
don't know
European.
what them. I have no idea what them being white has to do with anything.
Well, it had. I mean, it's just I'm just referring to who they were, like in that continent.
You could have said Europeans, right?
Well, it means the same thing, practically.
No.
Maybe,
Have you
to
ever
a
seen a
layman,
Greek-
it means the same thing.
Have you ever
okay?
seen a Greek dude?
Yeah, they look like Italian dudes.
Well, Greek dudes and Norwegians look way different.
Okay, so
Greek dudes look more.
do Indians
Greek
and
dudes look more
Chinese,
like
which are considered Asian.
Greek dudes look more like Arabs do, like Saudi
Okay,
Arabs,
but
than they
Pygmies
do
and,
like
Somalians
Norwegians.
look different, but they're still Africans. You know.
This is taking
So
a weird
what?
turn. So look, the point is that people tend to make beautiful art regardless of religion, regardless of race, regardless of creed, language, whatever. People make art all over the place because humans are artistic. We're creative.
Okay, but like, are you gonna pretend like European art wasn't like a cut above for most of history? Like,
For most
don't
of
know.
history, it was so shit. Have you seen art from before the 1600s? They didn't even know how to draw a table.
Compare Greek art for its time to most art throughout history.
Have you not seen the
Wait, are we
statue of
talking-
David?
Yeah, that's
That shit's perfect. That's perfection.
And that's pre-Christian, by the way.
wait. The statue.
Actually, no, I'm
of
sorry.
David
It's
is
no, I'm
pre-Christian?
sorry.
Wait,
I was thinking of the
David
statue of
is
Aphrodite.
pre-Christian?
I was thinking of the statue of Aphrodite, not
Well,
David.
listen,
no. So
all of the Greek
prior to the
statues-
Well, said the
1500s,
statue of David.
statue of David is good, quite good. Yeah.
Okay. All right, but we're gonna act like this. There wasn't like they weren't a little bit of cut above. Like, how did they develop all this technology? Like all these art techniques that everybody followed after.
Do you think that Europeans are better than other people?
No, I think God blessed Europeans
Why?
Jesus.
because
Why would he
I don't know
do
why.
that?
God chose to give us the true religion. I don't know why.
Does-
We didn't deserve it.
Does that sound very fair? Does God play favorites?
He doesn't play favorites.
Then it sounds like he does play favorites, right? If he's
Well, he
only
played
blessing
favorites in
one
the old.
racial
I mean, he
group.
doesn't play favorites now. Once Jesus Christ came and expanded the covenant to the world, he did Old Testament. in
Why
the
did
Old
he play
Testament.
favorites Old Testament?
Excuse me.
Why did he play favorites Old Testament?
Ask him yourself. I don't know.
Hey God,
I'm not claiming to
we're
know.
here
I
debating
don't
on
know.
Unapologetic, and we're just curious. We're wondering, why did you play favorites? Why was there a favorite racial group in the Old Testament?
I don't know.
I'm
Also,
asking
by
God. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking God.
Well, I mean, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you have to
ask
close your
Pray
eyes
on
and
it.
clasp your hands.
Pray on
So Jesus,
probably get an
just as an important point of contention.
Sincerely pray about it. I'm serious. If you sincerely
Yeah,
pray
I
about it,
sincerely
you'll get
prayed
an
about it.
answer within a
Shush!
year.
You're scaring God away.
That's not how that
I'll
works.
talk. I'll talk to him while you're praying. So Wonton. So as a point of comparison, you should compare, say, Angkor Wat, which was built, I believe, in the 1300s, with what the Europeans were doing at the same time. Compare the artistry of Angkor Wat and the murals within, and the statues within, with what they were doing in the 1300s in Europe. And I can assure you that you will be disgusted
Well,
by
look
what
at
Europe
that.
was
I mean,
doing
there's
in
a French
comparison.
cathedral from 1200 that's pretty much immaculate. So
I'm sorry. What do the paintings look like inside? Did they know how to draw tables yet?
do they know how to draw? They knew how to draw tables. Don't.
No, they didn't. Go look
Everybody
at any,
knew how to draw
Literally, Europeans didn't know how to do perspective until the Renaissance.
Okay, what do you want me to look up?
Look up Angkor Wat.
Angkor 1.
Angkor Wat. W-A-T.
Okay.
Also-
Buddhist temple.
400
Paint-
Yeah, it was built. It was
Okay.
built 400 years before Europeans figured out how to draw tables.
Okay, I'm trying to find the paintings within the building.
No, there aren't paintings. There's bas reliefs in there, so it's carved.
You're
into
talking shit
stone.
about the paintings inside.
Well, yeah, because the French didn't carve shit into stone; they had paintings. So the comparison would be carvings into the stone walls of the temple, compared with paintings in a French cathedral.
So, okay, so that doesn't. I didn't say I'm looking up all these. I mean, these buildings look nice, but they don't look like any better or worse than like these medieval cathedrals.
Okay, so just to be clear, Angkor Wat is one of the wonders of the world, and the random cathedral in France is not. So it is better than those buildings, yes.
Notre Dame's a wonder of the world.
I think that if you've been to Angkor Wat, you would not say that Angkor Wat is less good than... I've been there. It is more impressive than anything I've seen in Europe, and I've been to 12 European countries and like 15 European capitals.
By the way, like this is just to be like.
I mean, are you just saying that because you just want like to shit on your own group, or like
what? Well, what I'm saying is that Europeans.
Because it's like this is like not as good as the cathedrals. I'm
this is like the type of shit they were up to, right? Like it's not very impressive. You know, it's like kind of mid. You know, I feel like
what I'm saying, Wonton,
you could draw this.
What I'm saying, Wonton, is between the Roman era, which ended around 300 to 500 CE, and 1500 CE, Europeans were just not doing good art. Like, just objectively, it just sucked.
They had no good architecture, nothing.
They had some decent architecture. I have a church that I live across the street from, which was from 1300s, and it's kind of nice, but it's not like the cathedrals that you see, like the spectacular cathedrals that you see, those are all Renaissance things.
Right. And
those are all Renaissance constructions.
Even like some of the great sculptures, we have parallels that are just as good
Notre
from
Dame
ancient
came out in
Greece.
1163.
So in ancient Greece, we've got
it didn't look like that in
Notre Dame
1163.
came out in
Like this.
1163. That's
it didn't look like that in 1163.
So 400 years before Jesus was even born, we already knew how to do sculptures just as good as the Renaissance people from Europe. So, like, appealing to like art in Europe is cool, and it proves God isn't.
When would you consider the Renaissance to begin? When would you determine
around 1500s or so?
Okay.
Yeah. So, what do you feel about How do you feel? Do you think it was a mistake to get rid of like miscegenation laws?
What are you talking? Miscegenation laws, like from America?
Yeah. Like, how would you say it was like a good choice, a bad choice? Like, how do you feel about that?
People
choice?
will like just. Who cares? Like, that's irrelevant to everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
I agree.
What do you want me to do?
Do you
like,
agree?
What? I don't even know what miscegenation laws, like, where they were placed. Like, I don't fucking know.
I just want to know like how you feel about them. Like, if you,
I don't care. I really don't care. I mean, if you want to keep them, go ahead. If you don't want to keep them, go ahead. I could give two shits. I really don't care.
Also, guys, did you hear that? I'm part of a group.
Yeah, you are part of a group, whether you like it or not.
What group is he a part of?
Wild. Yeah, what group am I a part of?
You're a human.
Well,
Thanks.
yeah.
You're a human.
What else, am I part of any other groups?
Yeah, you're white.
Oh, I am.
Hey yo, Doctor.
Hey yo, we got there.
I mean, what do you want me to say?
What's climbing his way up?
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. He's a Somalian trans woman of color. That's what he is. Clearly, I can tell.
No, he doesn't. Damn.
No. Because it's like so ridiculous to say that a white person is white. Like, this guy's a Somalian trans woman of color. That's like ridiculous.
He didn't catch it.
So
His radar's off.
Yeah. I could be wrong.
I would be infiltrating, no problem.
Yeah, my suspicion earlier when he was talking about your group, I thought he was making a mention to you being of Jewish ancestry.
Yeah, me too. No, but he was clearly he clearly thinks I'm just a European.
You're an ethnically Jewish dude too, I guess. I don't know. Like,
okay.
Cool, ethnically.
Look, if I was, I'm a blonde. I have blonde hair. I'm a blonde.
Nice.
Yeah, I believe that. Do you think that Hitler had a good point?
Why is it so ridiculous to believe that? Why is it ridiculous to believe people are part of groups?
Do you think that Hitler was onto something good?
Answer my question. Why is it ridiculous for people?
You're allowed to be a part of a group. Nobody's telling you that you can't be. I was just curious which group you thought I was in.
I'm saying you don't have a choice, like in certain cases, because society at large will see you as that group. Like, if I'm over 6 feet tall, I'm part of the group that's over 6 feet tall. It's that simple. It's not like rocket science. It's not this radical.
I don't know. I can hear a short king when they talk.
Like, how is this?
Yeah. So
okay, you guys think you're above like tribalism? It's just like
Wonton. Do you think that white people are superior to non-whites?
Oh, you said Oh, okay. That's a play on my name. I thought you were talking to someone else.
Yeah.
I think white people are superior to non-whites. No.
Okay, just checking.
Based.
Cool.
I think they have things that make them special and unique, though. I
like
won't
what?
apologize for saying that.
Like what?
Like the things that they built.
So are you suggesting
that the other groups have similar things?
Not really.
So the Southeast Asians who built Angkor Wat, they're not special for building that.
White people built completely.
So you are racist. Cool.
It is different, but it's different. Still impressive, right?
And I mean, yeah, it's impressive, and they should be proud of that themselves.
And so they are special because of the things that they built.
Yeah, they are.
So everybody's special.
Yes.
If everybody's special, then nobody's special.
What's wrong with everyone being special? You ever watch VeggieTales?
Special. No, I didn't watch VeggieTales.
I unfortunately have watched VeggieTales.
That is fucking Christian
First
propaganda.
Of all, that's a phenomenal cartoon, just objectively. And second,
Christian propaganda.
Good.
None of
Anyway,
this in my house.
friggin'.
Okay.
Like, it opens up with saying God made you special and loves you very much, which is like the most evil fascist thing I've ever heard, right?
I think I could have sworn that what it opened up with was
that's so evil.
You like to talk to tomatoes. If a squash.
That's the Wiggles, Ian.
Smile.
Yeah, and it's a good show.
I agree.
VeggieTales is just objectively a good show. I don't care if you're like.
I totally agree.
It is.
Listen. I don't disagree. I watched the VeggieTales. Hell, I went to VeggieTales Live.
Okay, better question. Have any of you seen Rugrats Hanukkah?
No.
It's objectively better than VeggieTales. Sorry.
You're just okay. All right, buddy. All right.
I mean,
okay, that's like saying like,
Hanukkah is just empirically better than Christmas. You have 8 days versus 1. I don't know if you can argue with that.
Then by all
Santa
means,
Claus versus Judah the Hammer.
Sorry,
Judah the Hammer clears.
Hanukkah store then. More presents for me.
Absolutely.
Go for it, bro.
All right.
Judah the Hammer.
That was his fucking name. He's the hero of the story.
Yep. Read the Maccabees, man.
If you're gonna pretend like any holiday could come close to Christmas, you're just insane. I'm sorry.
Hanukkah's better. It's fine if you don't know.
I would take like a mid-20s, mid-30s dude who beat people over the head with a hammer as a rebellious act of self-sovereignty over a fat guy delivering presents. Okay.
You're just dumb. I'm sorry.
Who would win in a fight? Who would win in a fight? Judah the Hammer?
What did your parents
wait.
Who would
win in a fight? Who would win in a fight? Judah the Hammer or Santa Claus?
Like a pen and a book.
I think we know the answer here.
Yeah, I think we all know the answer. It's definitely going to be Judah the Hammer. Okay, so
he has a name. It's the Hammer.
Okay. How am I going to trust you guys on anything if you think like any holiday comes close to Christmas? Like,
I mean, I like Christmas. I've never celebrated Hanukkah, but damn, like in theory, 8 days certainly does sound better than 1.
I mean,
in Catholicism,
and you get fried potatoes and donuts.
Oh hell yeah!
I don't know.
I'm in for the donuts. Okay, so one time we got a little bit off the beaten path. It sounds like you don't really have a rational justification for
I have
your
a
God.
rational justification.
Cool. What is it?
For Jesus?
For your God, yeah.
Yeah, Shroud of Turin.
Oh.
The Shroud of Turin. Okay, how does that?
Yeah, you mean
how does that get you to God?
The studies claimed it's real.
No, it doesn't.
So Jesus wonton. You know that do you know when the Shroud of Turin first appeared in the historical record? Like when it was first talked about?
No.
Mid 1300s. Do you know how it was
but the
first talked
dating
about?
goes back further than that.
No, sorry, I wasn't done. Do you know how it was first talked about in the historical record? Like what they were talking about, why they were talking about it?
No.
Okay, so the context here is when they're talking about the shroud is it's something like this. I don't have it word for word, but it's something like, hey, this guy, this is in communication to a cardinal. Hey, a bishop, not cardinal. This guy has this thing, and he claims it's the shroud that Jesus was buried in. The bishop goes and gets a confession from the guy that it was fake.
Yeah, Pope Clement the Seventh actually just came out and said that it was fake, and popes are infallible.
Well, they did a recent study on it, proving it dates back further than that.
No, they didn't.
So the study that they did on it literally includes so first of all, they have to do like insane cope levels of analysis on it. They have to like literally invent new methods in order to arrive at the conclusion. But specifically, the methods only work, and it says this in the study. It says that this method only works if it was stored at approximately like the same temperature for its entire history, which is just not true, right? The Shroud of Turin famously has been through multiple fires. It has not been like parts of it have been burnt. It hasn't been at the same temperature for its entire existence.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Not even close. And wide angle X-ray spectroscopy cannot tell you the age of a fabric. All they did is they compared the degradation of the flax fibers to cloth from Masada. And they said, look, the different fibers appear to be degrading at the actual same rate. Therefore, they're from the same time period. But that's not how science is done. And it's adorable that you think that, hey, these two things look similar, therefore they're from the same age. But that's not how that works.
Not to mention that, if I recall correctly, the weave, the stitch that goes into actually making the Shroud of Turin didn't exist prior to the Middle Ages.
That's true.
Okay. How did the image get on the fabric?
It was faked.
By what? Scientists can't fake it today.
A guy.
Yeah, they have.
Scientists can't fake the image today.
Yeah, they have.
They can't recreate it.
Nope, they
Do
did.
it. Show me where they recreated it.
I'll show you.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's
Like
an
they
Italian.
use the same methods?
There's an Italian scientist that used methods to fake the Shroud of Turin, and his name is Luigi.
Does it use the same materials?
His name is Luigi Garlascelli.
Mangione. Oh.
Luigi.
Big if true. Big
What's the
if
last
true.
name? I'm not good at spelling.
As Garlascelli, Garlascelli, and he's a chemist.
The paper is called Life-Size Reproduction of the Shroud of Turin and its Images.
Yeah, it's the first thing that comes up.
Mm-hmm.
And look, he did it.
Yeah.
That's not exact.
From phys.org, new studies suggest Shroud of Turin a fake.
When was this?
A couple years ago, at least. I think he did it in 2017 or 18. It could be even older. I forget when he did it, but it's been done for quite some time. They also did
It was
testing on
published in 2010, I think.
Yeah, they did testing on the blood, the supposed blood as well, and discovered that there was red ochre in the blood.
Is it not pronounced ochre? I always thought it was ochre. Is
Actually,
that how you pronounce okra?
I have no idea. I don't actually know.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the paper.
By the way, do you have
like
degree
a
in
perfect recreation, though?
Do you have a degree in chemistry, by the way?
No. Do you?
Or biology?
I mean,
Anthropology. Physics?
Okay, that doesn't
Do you have
make
a
sense.
do you have a bachelor's degree in science, at least?
No, but I got your mom's phone number.
Heyo!
Nice. Up
My
top.
mom's 65.
Up top, limited edition.
But actually, I mean, do you think that you're like well equipped to evaluate scientific studies for their,
Well,
for,
there's
like,
other
the
studies that say it's real, so it's like
sophistication of-
I'mRight.com versus
Sorry,
you're
no,
right.com.
no. So Wonton. So what I'm asking is, do you think that you're equipped to evaluate which scientific studies are well founded and which aren't?
Do you? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, why not is because you don't know anything about science. So why would you think that you're well equipped to evaluate the quality of scientific research?
Why is the? Well, I was asking you earlier. I'm not saying I am, but I was asking you why the
But
paper
you cited
I
studies.
I said I'm not, but my point is that I asked earlier. One of the guys said that, that the scientific paper or whatever, like that said that the Shroud of Turin does go back to antiquity is like it's a cope. It's like, well, why is that a cope? Like, why are those guys just lying? Like anything that disagrees with you is a liar, but everyone that agrees with you is telling the truth just automatically.
No one's suggesting they were lying.
No,
We're
that's not the
suggesting
claim.
that they're using a really bad method of dating that hasn't actually been used or proven to be accurate. And they're just treating it like it's an authoritative method, and it's not. And when you have a sample size of 1, that's not a good basis for determining the age of flax.
Essentially, my point is that we should go where most of the evidence seems to go, rather than evaluating individual studies if it's not our field of research, right? And it seems to be the case that almost all of the evidence points towards the thing being a reconstruction or a reproduction from the 1300s. Now, you might say all of those are fake, and the one that says that it's old is real. But then now I'm going to ask, well, who are you to make that claim if this isn't your field? Why are you informed?
Well, there's a guy named David
to
Rolfe.
establish that it's fake.
There's a guy who says he's a former atheist. He studied it, and then he believes now.
Okay, is he a scientist or just some random former atheist?
Let me take a look at his credentials.
He's a filmmaker and a leg amputee. Separate guy is the leg amputee. They're two different guys.
Wouldn't a filmmaker know how to make images?
A filmmaker is not an expert in like chemical reproductions of images on cloths. No, a filmmaker I wouldn't trust a director to analyze the Shroud of Turin.
Okay. Well, there are. I mean, I don't. Again, the thing is that the people who claim that the people who claim the study is correct, right? The people who claim that it is from antiquity, said that the people who claim that it's not, they took a corner of the cloth that has been contaminated. But the people that did the shroud, that analyzed the shroud and made it, they made it display, and they said it actually is from antiquity. They took a more pure part of the fabric.
So yeah,
they didn't do a different carbon dating.
Right. There was no subsequent carbon dating.
But again, it's like I just don't see how I'm looking at the recreated image. It doesn't look the same.
Well, no one said that the one that was
similar.
No one said that the one that
it looks like the AliExpress version.
No one said that the one that was created was going to look identical to the first one. I'm not even sure that was the goal.
Why can't it be identical? We can do an identical Mona Lisa.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question wasn't, can I make something that looks identical to this other thing over here? The question is, can I make something that demonstrates that this thing could have been man-made?
Well, the methods that they use, like the scientists analyzed it, and they say the methods that they use is like this hyper. It's hard to explain what they said, but it was like something that like man could not do, like the way that it was imprinted on the cloth. Like
then a man did it. Also, it's true.
No, they said that a man couldn't have done it.
If you just like look at the way the blood is stained on the actual cloth, it doesn't look like the blood is flowing in the right direction of gravity. It looks like they put it on somebody standing up.
Well, it says forensic scientists are saying it's real on this article.
By the way, there was an article that came out claiming that the Shroud of Turin was real like last year or something like that, and I think that's the one you're referring to. The authors of that paper a few years prior put out a similar article that had to be retracted for bad methodological practice, meaning that they did bad science.
They learned from their mistake.
No. The journal retracted it.
Well, then why didn't they retract this one?
They probably sent it to a different journal.
Okay, but why is it wrong? Like it just seems.
The point is that these people are not unbiased scientists, right?
Okay, so Blitz, where's your proof for their bias?
That's just nothing, Blitz. Every scientist needs to recall their article because it was ideologically flawed.
The proof of their bias is that they put out a paper with bad results that favor their beliefs, and the only way they could make it work the first time around was to have flawed methodology, and then they did it again, and maybe this time they snuck through. Also, I'm pretty sure that one of them works for a church.
Yeah,
I could be misremembering, but
most of the so-called scientists that have worked on the Shroud are in the Catholic Church. So, like, obviously, they're probably going to be a little predisposed to wanting it to be true. Although, I would never impute that on them. It's possible that they're completely impartial, but
well, it's very, very unlikely given their previous history with their paper being retracted.
Right.
Okay, well, that's just... Okay, so no reliable scientist has had a paper retracted?
When you have a paper retracted by a journal, that is a huge black stain on your career. Like, that's the kind of thing that'll prevent you from getting hired at a university.
What was the retracted paper on?
It was on the Shroud of Turin.
Okay.
They were trying to do the same thing. They just used a bad methodology, or a flawed methodology, I should say.
Well, how can we determine that? So it's just, honestly, look, I'm not going to pretend to be a smart guy. I'm not. I've been trying to be honest and open. I'm not going to use big words. But even if I were to concede that the evidence is, there is evidence against it. There's also, I just don't see how there's not evidence for it, because it's clearly there's some.
Where's the evidence?
Again, that they can't recreate the image.
But they did.
But somebody did. We looked at it.
They didn't. I'm saying they didn't use the same materials that the people who analyzed the fabric saw. They didn't use the same methods.
Yeah, he did.
What did he use?
He used the same chemical composition of what was found on the actual shroud.
Take a look. Or I'm going to have to read it. That's going to take a while. I don't want to just sit here on quiet.
That's right.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, don't Blitz and Justin, don't y'all have to get going soon?
Yeah. I'm kind of past my time limit, but
which is a shame, because I actually wanted to see what Bill had to say, because he says that he has a mathematical model, but I'm kind of unconvinced.
Fuck, I would love a mathematical model. I love math, but
if we have time for a mathematical model, why don't we just bring up Bill for a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're okay with that, Bill.
Yeah, let's do it. I like to hear mathematical.
I got one more thing to say.
All right, Jesus Wonton, what's your one more thing to say?
There's also countless historical examples of what is it? Exorcisms and.
Yeah, don't think so.
Ever an exorcism on someone who didn't already believe?
Yeah, find me
that doesn't matter.
Find me an exorcism that was performed on an atheist.
And also, not believing back then was very rare.
That's what I actually want to know.
Excuse me?
Anyway, we should call it there, as we can get up Bill and then get out of here.
Cheers.
Well, I would encourage the audience to look at the historical record of exorcism.
I'm sure they are.
And he's gone. By the way, if you're watching, make sure to subscribe and follow along if you haven't.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, guys. Just drop a follow and subscribe. And thank you so much for all the gifts on TikTok. I see a lot of people have gifted on TikTok, so I really appreciate that. And we've got a super chat from the J Pump says, "Let's smoke and watch VeggieTales." Some bangers in there. Actually, I'd be totally down to do some partaking while watching the VeggieTales. The songs are some of my favorite, actually. All right, we're gonna get Bill in here.
True.
How you doing, Bill?
Billiam.
Bill?
Bill.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Hold on. His box looks like it froze. Give me a second real quick.
Bill.
Science guy.
When I try to bring him up,
inertia is a property of matter.
Science rules.
It's not showing Bill on the screen properly.
Yeah,
Bill, I'm sure you can hear us. Bill, can you drop out and re-request, because we really want to hear your model, okay? I think there's some kind of a glitch happening right now, because I can see you moving.
Will, we can't hear you. You need to refresh the page, Bill. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Bill, can you refresh your browser page? Because the feed isn't coming all the way through.
I believe you. I believe in you, Bill.
Bill.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
That was my jam growing up. I might have watched every episode of Bill Nye that ever aired.
You're a millennial if you cheered when somebody rolled in a big VCR in science class in middle school or elementary school, because you're like, yeah, we're going to get some Bill Nye.
Oh, yeah.
Ian, you're too young for this shit. Don't laugh like you belong.
They showed us Bill Nye in in elementary school and then middle school.
Yeah, sure, Bill was pretty dope. All right, we're going to see.
They had the old ass TVs, so.
Remember that they were so big and heavy they had to strap them down with straps onto the cart, because if they fell over, horrible things would happen.
They would hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Well, they were they got it better. They advanced the technology. They were hanging from the ceiling by the time I got there.
Oh, Bill's back.
All right, we'll try to bring him up. I added Bill to the scene. I don't see him on the screen yet. What's happening right now with our scene? There we go. Now
Who
we're
knows?
good. I think it's working now.
Bill.
So Bill, on your device,
muted.
Your microphone is muted. You have to unmute your microphone. There you go. And then we can't hear you though. Oh, this is really sad. I really want to hear the mathematical model. So,
Me
Bill,
too.
we can't hear you. Let me see if your microphone's set up properly real quick. Let me look at your settings. Sorry. It says, Bill, it says that you have no microphone selected on your
Did you select a microphone when you joined?
Yeah, whatever microphone you joined with, it doesn't seem to exist on your phone. And it doesn't show that you have a microphone. Does your phone work?
Clearly it works.
Not the microphone. It might not be a phone. It could be a tablet too.
In which case, it might not have a microphone.
Right. Because I can see your hardware from here, from inside the studio, and it shows that you have no microphones.
From inside the computer.
That's right.
It's inside the computer.
Oh, I'm not sure what we can do from here. I mean, Bill, you have to either plug in a microphone or you're going to have to turn your microphone on. I don't know what's going on with your hardware, but it shows that you don't actually have one.
Most technologically proficient Christian.
Yep.
That's not true. Barron Trump is probably a Christian. He's very technologically proficient.
maybe a bit too technologically proficient even.
I heard he can turn computers on.
Yeah, I heard the same.
Bill, I don't know what to do with
Billiam plugged in headphones.
He's got headphones.
He plugged in headphones.
All right, Bill, can you go to the settings and tell it to use your headphones? There we go. Now it shows there's a headset connected. We're getting closer.
Wait, I don't even see Bill at all. I don't even see where Bill is.
What happened to him?
Somebody in the comments said, I heard he can convert Word to PDF. That's the ultimate boomer check, though, right?
It is. Okay, so it shows that you've got a headset microphone plugged in now. So let's see if that works.
And now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, I think it's working.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Oh, shit. All right, Bill, tell us. Tell us about your math.
Okay. So what I found is that gravity is created by...
Well, you're freezing, Bill. You might want to Bill, you might want to stand in one place because your feed is kind of choppy. And your audio cut out.
I need to know what gravity is created by.
Yeah, Bill is
I need to know.
Bill is about to solve all of physics.
Bill's totally teasing all of us. This is not fair.
Watch him just disappear from the face of the earth like today. Right now. He just disappears. We hear some like I don't know, what fucking cars do NASA abductees drive?
Bill, we can't hear you again. Something's wrong with your hardware. Hold on, let me try this.
The cure to cancer is...
Bill,
so funny.
Bill, you're having all kinds of trouble with your equipment. I'm sorry.
No, look. People saying just drop him. We really wanted to hear this.
Yeah,
That's the only reason why we haven't ended the live yet.
I was actually quite excited for it.
Nobody ever talks about math. More people need to talk about math.
I was going to inquire.
I think we lost him.
Mathematical model. I wonder if he knows what an eigenvector is.
Nobody knows what an eigenvector is, but it's provocative. It gets the people going. All right, I think that we just got to end it then. I think Bill is a lost cause.
I think so. Well, guys, thanks for being
Everybody
here.
has been waiting. Sorry for being here.
I'm about to go live as well.
We've got one super chat, and then we're all going to go raid Ian's live. Judas says, Bill raptured by big gravity. That's what it is.
True.
Big gravity's a great one. All right, guys, we're going to go raid Ian's live stream here in just a second. Thank you for being here. We'll be here again next week, so we really appreciate all your generous support and for watching the stream. And any last words, Blitz?
The cure to